Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see second part, what if Harry Potter refused to be Dumbledore's sacrifice. Here is short summary. One moment changes everything. Instead of death, Harry awakens a forgotten force born from life, choice, and connection, the very power Voldemort could never comprehend. No longer a child shaped by tragedy, Harry rises as something new, rewriting fate and turning the war on its head. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hurry up, we're going to be late. James shouted down the hall towards his son's room. The Yule Ball was to commence in an hour. As a champion, even an irregular one at that, Harry was required to be present to open the ball. Coming, Harry muttered as he trotted out of his room before hurrying up to his dad. James straightened Harry's tie before brushing a small bit of dust from Harry's shoulder. Let's get to the entry hall. Dumbledore sent a portkey. Thank God, no Flo, Harry groaned. After a moment, he asked James, do you trust Dumbledore? Not with your life. But the portkey should be fine. If it isn't. With a feral expression, James replied, then we kill everyone at our hijacked destination. Considering that Hermione would be accompanying them, Harry nodded decisively in agreement. Harry had been undergoing an intensive regimen of healing and nutrition potions since his parents returned to real time. As they passed the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the hallway, James reflected that they looked more like brothers than father and son. After a momentary pang of guilt at what had been lost, Prongs shook it off as irrelevant. Swinging into the entry hall, James was taken aback. Lily was a vision. Her hair piled up on her head in a stylish hairdo, she was wearing a dark green silk creation that left James gaping. The copious emeralds that adorned her neck highlighted her eyes. Out of the corner of his field of view, he noted that Hermione was well dressed as well, but Lily, ravishing, gorgeous, radiant and beautiful, all fell far short. Taking her in his arms, he tilted her smiling face up to his own. Softly, Kay. Sing her, he murmured, I love you. Love you, too, loverboy. Let's go. Turning to his son, he saw what his subconscious had noted. Hermione was gorgeous, as well. Her dress was a deep red, borderline scarlet, and around her neck was the famous black diamonds. An even 100 carats of perfect diamonds in exquisite platinum and mithril glittered and sparkled. The teardrop earrings alone were 15 carats each. The tiara worn only by the lady of the House of Blackmore sat elegantly in her sculpted hair. Sirius had mentioned that he was going to Gringotts for Hermione, but James didn't realize he was fetching the diamonds. Harry was speechless. Hermione smiled. Let's go, she urged Harry in a whisper. James smiled widely when Harry silently approached his intended, swept her into his arms before passionately, Kay, sing her. Ahem, Lily teased. When that had no effect on the osculating couple, the newly arrived Sirius fired a quick stinging hex into his godson's backside. Ow! Harry exclaimed as he rubbed his ass. Come on, urged Lily. We've to hurry. A quick portkey ride brought them to an anteroom of the castle. After a quick rearranging of Harry's jacket, they opened the door to the entry hall of the castle, outside the Great Hall. James looked around, seeing more adults than teenagers. Those over the age of majority were slowly working though the crowds toward the Great Hall where Minerva was allowing them admittance to the room. Turning to Harry, James told him, look, we're to go in early with all the ministry types. We'll see you inside, right? Harry had his arm about Hermione's waist as he nodded and replied, right. See you inside. James and Sirius led the way through the mass of humanity, shifting a path, which Lily followed. At the door, Sirius nodded politely to Minerva, who gave a half-smile in return. To be honest, James admitted to himself that he didn't hate Minerva. In fact, he liked her quite a bit. However, her servility to Dumbledore and his agenda caused too much pain for many, not just Harry, so that James doubted he'd ever trust her again. Deciding to throw his old head of House of Bone, he lightly grasped her hand before kissing her cheek. It's good to see you, Minerva. When he pulled back, he saw that her eyes were suspiciously bright. It's good to see you, too, James. Turning to the Lady Richmond, Minerva added, Lily. Lily was obviously feeling the Christmas spirit as well, evidenced by her light hug of the Transfiguration Mistress. Ending the emotional scene, James led Lily into the hall. Checking the seating chart listing next to the door, he found them listed under Richmond, as opposed to Potter. Odd, that, all through his school years, he'd been addressed as James Potter, even after he'd inherited between 6th and 7th year. Shrugging off the change, he figured Albus was justing up to him. We're not at the same table. Sirius wondered aloud. Pointing to Blackmore on the list, James saw that Sirius was sat at table 7 while the Potters were at table 4. Can you function in society without me watching your every step? Lily teased. The two-fingered salute from Sirius answered the question quite succinctly, no. Moving toward the drinks table, James shot Sirius a baleful eye. He'd warned Padfoot that if he got drunk this evening like he had at the Bones, he'd turn Lily loose on him. Sirius had shivered at the thought before pledging to keep his drink intake to 3 or less. Handing Lily her Manhattan, James hoisted his gin and tonic. Toasting his wife, he sipped from his glass as he scanned the room. He kind of recognized more than a few people, but they all looked so old. Everyone's so different, he whispered to Lily. Sadly, she nodded her head as she hooked her arm in his. There was Arthur and Molly Weasley across the way speaking to Amelia Bones and a Frenchman that looked vaguely familiar to James. Prongs stared a bit to see the bald pate of Arthur's head and Molly's. Well, podginess was a strong word but the only one that came to mind. Did you ever find out what happened with the Weasley boy and our two? James asked his wife. From Hermione it seems that young Ronald was always a wee bit jealous of the attention that Harry got by being the boy who lived combined with the lad's persistent immaturity and, she paused, boom. Yeah, too bad. Hem. James paused, his drink halfway to his mouth. Did you hear something? He asked his wife. Hem. Turning to his left, he saw a squat, ugly woman. After staring for a moment, James blurted, hello. With a grin that was all teeth and no dimples, the woman replied, hello. I wish to speak with you, Mr. Potter. Taking in the woman's expensive dress robes, he figured she was either ministry or the retainer of a wealthy family. Either way, the robes did nothing to hide the fact that she was so incredibly ugly as to be nearly deformed. James was stunned for a long moment before Lily budged him in the ribs. Oh, yes. What would you like to discuss? The ridiculous lies being circulated about you and your supposed statements about the goblins. Frowning at the woman, James reflected on the, what he thought was subtle, campaign to raise the public's awareness of non-human magical being rights. In fulfilling his agreement with Fogmother, James had done a bit of research, coming away from his books appalled at the enforced servility by wizard kind on non-wizards. Blinking didn't remove the disgusting record of accomplishment by humans or the disgusting visage in front of him. Forcing down his gag reflex, James asked, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. With an ungraceful movement that James thought might be an approximation of a bow, the witch replied, my apologies, I am Ms. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to our Minister of Magic. Blinking again to buy time, James swallowed the comment about, so what exactly does that mean, your toadiness? Instead, he automatically replied, pleased to meet you. Half turning to Lily, he added, my wife, Lily. The reptilian grin continued with an added nod to the petite redhead at James' side. There was a long silence as James waited for the grotesque to either get on with her business or move along. Finally, it spoke. I was told by Dirk Cresswell in Goblin Liaison that you had spoken against the Werewolf Suppression Act, as well as the most recent Goblin Accords. Surely, he must be mistaken. James couldn't resist. Actually, I didn't. Please, don't call me Shirley. Umbridge blinked stupidly, not understanding the play on words. Lily, whom James had taken on a date to see Airplane in the cinema, smiled in remembrance. She and James had snogged for the last half of the movie. She had always had a nagging wonder if Captain Kramer had talked down that pilot with the drinking problem. Shaking off the misfired joke, Umbridge persisted, but you're a fine upstanding member of our society. How could you support half-breeds and creatures? Clenching his jaw, James swallowed an insult while Lily pinched the inside of his arm. Obviously, fine upstanding citizen, translated to, pureblood head of house, for this Umbridge. Neither Potter wanted a scene, despite the fact that this Umbridge woman desperately needed to be slapped so hard that her grandmother would grunt in pain. Feigning recognition of someone on the other side of the room, James muttered, ah. Turning to the now florid senior undersecretary, he apologized, "You'll have to excuse us, Ms. Umbridge. I'm not done with you," the amphibian posing as a witch objected. At the end of his considerable patience, James snapped at the woman, "As a senior undersecretary in the ministry, I'd think that you'd know your station." He paused to turn back to the now flummoxed witch. "You have just committed career suicide by first insulting and now accosting a member of the Wizengamot and the Earl of Richmond." When the woman recoiled, he added, "You ugly." James stomped away, Lily following as gracefully as possible, her short stride attempting to keep up with her taller husband. "James," she called softly. He half turned, his temper cooling some. As a boy, he'd hated when people questioned his intelligence. James Potter was a smart person who was always more than a bit insecure about his standing in adult society. His parents, while good people, had always cosseted him more than was good for a boy, so deep in the back of his mind he'd always wondered if he belonged in the rarefied air on his own merits or because of his family name or vault balance. Umbridge's unfeigned surprise and shock that James would support goblin or non-human magical being rights struck that chord for James, prodding him to his verbal assault. He paused when he felt his wife's dainty hand wrap around his arm. Turning to her, he immediately felt ashamed. The expression on her face was a friendlier version of the reproachful expression she'd worn all through school when he went too far with his taunts and teasing. Remorse swept over him like a wave. Sighing, he dropped his head, "Sorry." He'd explained to Lily many years ago about his insecurity, so she understood his position, but still, it had been a major cause of disagreement between them for years. James's lashing out at Severus and others had kept them apart despite their mutual attraction, even if it was unacknowledged by Lily. Therefore, he'd changed. It didn't mean that the change was permanent, though. Occasionally, like 30 seconds before, he'd have a relapse. Without another word, James turned back to Umbridge, who was stock still after James's castigation. "Ms. Umbridge, I apologize for my harsh words, but not for the intent behind them. I despise bigotry in all forms and your statements fit quite nicely in that description. Nevertheless, my insult was unnecessary and unpardonable. I apologize." Without waiting for a reply, James turned away from the squat woman to find his wife beaming at him. He knew he'd done the right thing, but Crow, even warm, is still rather ghastly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Great Hall, Sirius was having as disagreeable an encounter as the Potters were having, just of a different nature. "Ah, Black," said a voice behind Sirius. Turning away from the most delectable Hestia Jones, Area Director of British Magical Foreign Relations to the Eastern European Magical Confederation, Sirius saw the disagreeable Joseph Jugson. The pureblood supremacist had escaped the sweep of Death Eaters into Azkaban back in 1981. Some said he'd suborned those who would have prosecuted him, others said that he'd escaped on a technicality. Either way, he'd kept his family fortune and his freedom. As head of the Jugson and Yaxley families, Joseph Jugson had more than a little sway in the social circles of magical Britain. Hooking his arm in Sirius, he steered them toward a more secluded section of the Great Hall, nodding to a few persons in greeting as they walked. The room was sparsely populated with governmental officials and influential members of French, Bulgarian and British society. The students were to be admitted shortly. "I have been very pleased to see you and Potter resuming your place in our society. It's been a travesty what they've been forced to suffer." Frowning at the friendly words, Sirius paused to consider what the man wanted. Ideologically, he and Jugson were polar opposites and both men knew it. "I understand you've brought a daughter into your family." Understanding flooded Sirius along with a fierce protectiveness. "Yes, I have, the Lady Hermione." "Yes, those quaint titles," the man muttered with a smile. "I'd like to propose an arrangement." Deciding to have a little fun before body slamming the man, Sirius feigned ignorance. "Oh. What kind of arrangement?" "Why, between your girl and my grandson, Paul." "And you've settled what on Paul?" Sirius asked as he affected a most nonchalant drawl. It was really hard to swallow his smile, this was going to be a good one. Thinking that he had Sirius in his pocket, the Jugson patriarch smiled. "Well, I've already settled 10,000 on him, but am willing to increase it to 50,000 upon your girl being wed to him." "But what about Potter?" Sirius asked. He couldn't force down a smile when the older man was completely thrown by the seeming non sequitur. "What about him?" Jugson asked in confusion. "Well, Baron Potter has put himself forward. Hermione has accepted him and I approve. I believe that the Potter heir can stand forward a bit more than 50,000. Don't you? And he's not an inbred moron, and Hermione is completely in love with him, and I like him and I don't like you, and this is fun. Potter heir, Jugson muttered in a lost tone. Sure, Sirius exclaimed with false jocularity. Really getting into it, he threw his arm across the man's shoulder. You know, the boy who lived, and all. Him. Ah, then I see that. It's completely impossible to tie your grandson to my girl, Sirius confirmed as his false jocularity faded away to reveal a deadly seriousness. Without further comment, he turned to stalk away from the pseudo-Death Eater. Hopefully, he could find Hestia. She was sure looking good. All the while that the elder generation was maneuvering through the political and societal minefields within the Great Hall, Harry and Hermione awaited their turn to lead the students into the ball. Hermione was putting forth all her considerable will to keep from fidgeting. Between the black diamonds and her mithril bracelet, which she'd taken to calling Anya's gift, Hermione was wearing in excess of 500,000 galleons in jewelry. Based on the intensely jealous looks she was receiving from the older girls, it seemed that many others were aware of it, which was the source of her desire to fidget. Harry's hand on her arm brought her out of her preoccupation. Turning to face him, she broke out into a grin. He was regarding her with the most heartfelt expression of love she'd ever seen from him. Leaning into her, he whispered, I love you. Impossibly, her grin widened, love you, too. Without taking his eyes off her, he nodded his head at the crowd, they don't matter. Remember, it had become a refrain of his, although I desire, their affection and esteem, in the end they don't matter. Only the family matters. Her reply was a quick K.S. on his lips. Champions up front, called Professor McGonagall. As Harry led the way through the crowd, Hermione trailing him, Hermione heard a hated voice, is that how much you cost, Granger? You'd better be a good for all that. She didn't have to turn to recognize the voice as belonging to Pansy Parkinson. Deciding to ignore the chit, Hermione tried to move on to the doors. Harry, turning to face the Slytherin girl, circumvented that plan. The eyes of the boy who lived were glowing with agitated power. Magic poured off him in waves, causing the hall to groan under the pressure. In a near whisper, Harry harshly rasped, do we need to do this again, Parkinson? Fear flooded the teen's face. The toadies who had crowded about her to see her put the pretend pureblood in her place, fled from the scene. Alone now, Pansy shook her head frantically, her expression that of a chastened child. Hermione almost felt sorry for the pug-nosed girl. Almost. Out of the corner of her eye, the smartest witch of the age saw Harry's arm twitch. Having jeweled him incessantly for Remus and Flitwick, she knew he now had palmed the front of his wand. Lily's admonition came to mind, you don't need to hold the handle of your wand. Skin contact is all that is really needed. Many spells don't even need to be pointed at their target, so long as the caster has a sufficiently strong will so as to steer the spell with mental desire only. Harry had a very strong will. After he stared at the Parkinson heiress for a long second, Harry turned to leave. Hermione gave the girl a pitying shake of her head before turning to follow her intended. Just as she passed into the crowd, the sound of an enormous fart ripped the air from the direction of Pansy. Squeezing his hand, Hermione leaned forward when they stopped at the doors. Did you? She knew that he was full aware of what she was asking. My dad is Prongs, my godfather is Padfoot, and my uncle is Moony. Do you think they might have had a few impromptu prank lessons over the last few months? Besides, how better to hit back than to utterly humiliate her? The desire to reprove him was strong. He'd broken the sacrosanct rules, but damn if it didn't feel right that he'd hexed the. Deciding to go with it, she gave him a little shake of her head when a faint sound of another tremendous fart tore the air. She couldn't help it. Her smile matched his as they began to laugh. Lily never knew that she could be so proud. Harry and Hermione were the second couple to process into the room. The champion from Beauxbatons led the way with her date, followed by Harry and Hermione. She shook her head as she watched her kids, for Hermione was hers as much as Harry was, enter the great hall. They look all grown up, she murmured to her husband. They did indeed. Harry's baby fat had all melted off over the previous months with his exercise and potion regimen, while Hermione had always been slim. Together, they looked like a youngish married couple. The diamonds twinkled from her hair and her throat. The signet ring that James had commissioned for Harry glinted from her son's right hand. His tie matched her dress as they came together in a natural movement. The music swelled as the champions began to dance. Leaning on James, Lily became a bit teary-eyed. Harry and Hermione were smiling and even laughing as he led her about the dance floor. Not looking away from the other, they were the stars of the dancers as the other champions stiffly sketched the steps of the waltz. Moving naturally with the music, Harry displayed his natural balance and rhythm as he effortlessly led his intended about the dance floor. The strings quivered to silence as the horns quieted at the end of the song. As if by design, Harry and Hermione were in the center of the dance floor, surrounded by the other champions. In a moment of spontaneity, Harry turned Hermione in a quick spin before dipping her. Bringing his laughing girlfriend upright, he said her quickly yet deeply. The assembled students and few adults began to clap. Ostensibly, they were applauding the champions as a group, but all present were unabashedly clapping for the young lovers in the center of the room who were still deep in each other's gaze. They were clapping for love. Pork chops? James asked himself. Looking at the other occupants of the table, he counted the ministers for magic of Bulgaria, Germany and France. If old Fudgy hadn't caught a cold, he'd be there too. Shaking his head at the menu selection, James was thoroughly convinced that Albus had lost his mind. Turning back to Heinrich Stas and his very interesting wife, Ada, he continued their discussion about the Black Forest. They'd been comparing stories about the Bavarian wood to the Forest of Dean in Britain. Despite his talent in transfiguration, James had a passion for history. Half listening to his wife talking with the French minister, he asked, "I forget, but doesn't the Muggle legend of the Tooth Fairy come from the Black Forest?" "Yeah, Mrs. Stas replied as she nodded. She too was a history enthusiast, having a Muggle master's degree in the topic. Her thesis had discussed the impact on European political and social issues due to the fall of the modern European monarchies. But surely your son, he cheated," James heard from his left. Stiffening, he turned to see Lily's face drawn and white. Glaring at the Frenchman, James asked, "Could you repeat yourself, sir? I could have sworn that you just impugned my son's honor." Lily was looking in her lap while she worried her napkin. To her husband it was obvious that she was exerting all she was to keep her temper in check. The man temporized. Obviously, he'd had a few drinks and in turn had spoken before thinking. "I withdraw my statement. Of course, I was." James looked away to give the man the opportunity to engage his other neighbor in discussion. Holding Lily's hand, he exhaled a long breath. Everyone at the table was tense as they watched the parents who lived to see if they'd explode. In the most genial tone he could muster, James told the group, "Our son was placed in the tournament against his will. We've been pursuing various means to remove him from the contest to no avail. Believe me when I assure you that Harry has no desire to be in this contest." Murmurs of course, and the like burbled from the others at the table. James began to relax when he saw his wife's color begin to return to normal. On the whole, it seemed that their tablemates believed James, but then again, they were politicians. Glancing at the other table, James saw that Padfoot was deep in a conversation with a woman he thought was Hestia Jones. The smiles and laughter from his cousin lifted Prong's spirits a bit. Rubbing Lily's arm, he waited. Eventually, she gave him a nod followed by a smile. She was fine or would be soon enough. "Come on, let's dance," James asked as he stood. With a sigh of relief, Lily nodded before standing into her husband's arms. Seconds later, they were swept up into the music. A traditional three-beat waltz was filling the hall as the older generation, and some of the younger, stretched their box step about the room. "Thanks for the save," Lily admitted to James. Shrugging, he told her, "I love you." This was nothing. Smiling back at him, she closed the gap between them to lay her head on his. James closed his eyes to savor the moment. Being this close made dancing difficult, but he loved holding Lily. Breathing deep of her scent, he gave her a squeeze. Across the room, he saw Harry and Hermione dancing and laughing as he gave a quick turn in the step. The evening after he'd cursed those Dursleys, James had a fleeting thought of killing himself. His utter failure to protect and care for his son was all-encompassing and all-consuming. Fortunately, for him, Lily needed him. Forcing himself out of his own selfish and self-centered concerns, he'd refocused on his current priorities. As he and his wife lay in the afterglow of their desperate lovemaking, he rededicated himself to his son and wife. Seeing Harry so improved made it all worth it. James had gone against Albus Dumbledore, a man he'd revered most of his life. He'd thrown aside a treasured teacher and mentor in Minerva McGonagall. His life began to be framed in simple terms: you support my son or you're my enemy. Despite the joy in Harry's eyes, he knew full well that his son wasn't fixed by any means. Prongs knew that even sharing a bed with his intended, on more nights than not, Harry would be revisiting 4 Privet Drive while in the realm of Morpheus. Most likely, they weren't fond remembrances. Shaking off the maudlin thoughts, he remembered one of Lily's sayings: stay in the now. It was one of those Muggle sayings that was so simple in its wisdom. Reframing himself with his wife, James gave Lily a wide smile as he stepped off into a broad, deliberate step for the dance. Life's too damn short, he told her. Her nod of agreement was permission for both of them to move on in life. Hermione was having an incredibly good time. The other night at the ossuary had been a lot of fun. So too was tonight. Dressing to the nines and dancing with Harry the night long was far more fun than the description implied. They headed off the dance floor after a fast pop dance. Impishly, she pulled her intended behind a pillar for a modicum of privacy. Grasping Harry by the head, she pulled him into a fierce kiss. Delving her tongue into his mouth, she vaguely felt him push her up against the pillar, his hands cupping her bum. Reluctantly, they parted after a long minute. Tonight, she asked him. They'd only had the one night so far in which they'd been able to make love. Tonight, her body was yearning for his with an intensity like the cry of a banshee. Most definitely, he replied, a little breathless from the kiss. Her response was another enthusiastic kiss. When they broke apart, Hermione looked deeply into his eyes. She supposed that this was a romantic moment where she should say something deep and meaningful, but her heart wasn't in that kind of mood. She was happy, irrepressibly happy, so she laughed. Harry caught the mood and began to laugh with her as they reveled in their joy of being together. "You thirsty?" he asked. Nodding in reply, she curled her arm in his as they chuckled en route to the drinks table. On the far side of the room, she saw Sirius dancing with a very beautiful witch. Nudging Harry, she indicated to his godfather with her chin. "That's brilliant," he commented with a smile. "Yeah, he deserves it." "Hey Potter," a voice called. Turning in tandem with her boyfriend, Hermione saw a very drunk wizard who was vaguely familiar. He was an older student, Ravenclaw or maybe Hufflepuff. The intoxicated young man giggled to himself as he wrapped his arm about his date. The witch looked extremely uncomfortable with the entire situation. With his tie undone and robes disheveled, the unknown wizard sneered, "You let any muggles thrash you lately? I hear you like that." Hermione had never experienced rage before, but she did that night. Harry stood next to her, stock still. Later, she'd reflect that she was unable to tell if he was shocked at the wizard's audacity or hurt by the young man's words. Either way, she wasn't really focused on her raven-haired paramour. In a moment of absolute clarity, Hermione's focus sharpened on the laughing wizard. Not bothering to draw her wand, she shot her hand forward. Remus had insisted that the teens train in hand-to-hand fighting styles alongside their magical dueling. Neither would win any tournaments, but Harry was actually very proficient at mixing the two styles seamlessly in a duel. Hermione wasn't so good at it, but tonight wasn't a duel. It was a beat-down. When the heel of her left hand hit the sneering boy's nose, there was a crunch as the bone broke. Most people pulled their hand back at that point. Following Remus' dictum of, "Put him down hard and fast," she followed through by stepping through her strike. The 105-pound witch lifted the fully grown wizard completely off his feet before he fell to the ground in a heap. During the 2 seconds from the word, "that," to the man falling to the floor unconscious, Hermione's mind was devoid of thought for the first time in her life. There was a desire, no, a need, to hurt the person who had lashed out at her beloved. Lifting her right foot off the ground, Hermione was about to finish the offender with a stomp to his Adam's apple when a hand on her arm stopped her. Her nostrils flaring, she spun toward the imbecile who would interrupt her disciplining of this person. It was Harry. "Don't." His soft entreaty broke the red haze of her rage. Calming a bit, she realized that she was puffing like a locomotive while her magic arced from her hands to the floor. Cradling her face in his hands, he stared into her soul. "Don't." The first tear fell. But he said. Nodding, Harry blinked long as if to collect himself. They don't matter. You deserve better than to sully yourself like this, he whispered. Dropping her head to his, she let him envelop her in his arms. More tears of frustration and rage fell. Some of her weeping was for the situation. The bleeding wizard who was unconscious on the floor had been completely out of line and deserved what he got and more. Admitting to herself that she had enjoyed punishing the man was not so nice, though. The other source of her frustration was residual guilt and anger at the Dursleys. Vernon and Petunia had been sentenced to 10 years in the Dementor wing of Azkaban, while Dudley had been assigned to 9 months in the low-security wing on the island. Dementors or not, the punishments of the Dursleys didn't matter, for it didn't take back one single blow, harsh word or moment of fear and pain that Harry had experienced as a boy. This arsehole's taunting had brought it all back for her. He had learned a very harsh lesson. Never, ever, harm the beloved of a budding sorceress, it doesn't bode well for one's future endeavors. Oh my God, she whispered as Harry led her away from the scene to the rose garden. Looking up at her lover, she realized that she was so wrapped up in her own issues, she hadn't considered the emotional state of her Harry. Pulling him into an alcove, she drew her disillusioned wand to conjure a wall to give them privacy along with a floating light so they could see. Are you okay? She asked as her hands caressed his cheeks. With a sad shrug of his shoulders, he admitted, I'm surprised it took this long for this to happen. I expected it a lot sooner after the article. Closing her eyes as she admitted the truth of his statement, she curled into him again. Her anguish over his humiliation and exposure threatened to overwhelm her. Holding him close, she whispered, I love you so much. As I love you. There was a hint of sadness in his voice when he encouraged her, let's get back to the dance. I was having fun. I can't feel my legs. Harry chuckled as he pulled Hermione up his a bit. They were lying in his bed, de-sated after an emotional and passionate lovemaking. Is it a good or bad thing that you can't feel your legs? He asked her. Very good. Kay, sing her way up his, she purred, very, very good. He groaned as she playfully nipped at his neck. Panting softly, he asked, are you sure it's not from the dancing? Smiling wickedly, Hermione threw her leg over Harry before sitting up. Straddling him, she moved her hips in a delightful way. No, I think it's because you shagged the life out of me earlier. Trembling, Harry stuttered, that's good, to know, oh, God. Quickening her movements, she groaned, I intend to repay you. James waited until Hermione came downstairs for a late breakfast before heading to his son's suite. He and Lily had talked long about how to deal with the situation. Both agreed that James should talk to Harry alone, but Lily insisted that he tell their son about her parents and their teenage parenthood. After a quick rap on Harry's door, James entered. Morning, he greeted his sleepy son. Harry was laying on his back staring at the ceiling. Morning, he grunted. Sitting in a chair next to the merrily burning fire, James directed his son, go get cleaned up and dressed. We need to talk. Awake now, Harry half sat up while looking at his father questioningly. You're not in trouble, but we need to talk. Pulling a book out of his pocket, James began to read, his intent clear, we're not talking yet. He heard his son trudge off to the attached bathroom and the water start. 10 minutes later, a washed and clothed Harry sat across from his father. Rowry had popped in with a tray of tea and scones, so Harry helped himself to a light breakfast. Prongs was a marauder, so he waited until Harry took a deep draught of his tea. So, you and Hermione are having now. His wand in hand, James cast a quick shield charm, which was a good thing. It seemed that Harry spattered a liter of tea and other liquids towards his dad. Wiping his mouth, Harry regarded his father with a hint of fear as James cast a quick cleansing charm about the room. Waving at his son so as to allay his fears, James reassured him, like I said, you're not in trouble. You've found your counterpart and are in love with her as she is with you. Your magic is pulling the two of you together and it's a wonderful thing. I get that. If you'd like, your mother has said that she'll perform the bonding potential ritual for you too. It'll tell us the status of the intermingling of your magic. You may or may not know is an accurate representation not only of your compatibility with each other but also how much you love each other. But that's not the point. James could read the confusion on his son's face. Lily had told him that most teenagers in the Muggle world would expect to be flayed alive at this point in the discussion. In the magical world, relationships were much different, though. What is the point then? Harry asked with a tentative tone. The point is, are you ready to be a father? Eyes round, Harry stared at his dad. If you're having with the girl you love, you should be ready for her to carry your child. It's an adult activity with adult repercussions. Leaning back in his chair, James stared at the fire. Your mother's parents were good people. It was a blow to both your mum and me when they died, for they died far too young. You see, your grandmom Evans got pregnant with your Aunt Petunia when she was only 15. Your grandfather was 16. Relaxing a hair, Harry leaned back in his chair. Despite the circumstance, he was soaking up the knowledge of his family. James went on to relate the story of Rose and Joseph Evans, their ups and downs. Now, you and Hermione have a financial advantage that Rose and Joe didn't have, but... The sentence didn't need to be finished. Harry nodded jerkily in understanding. Voldemort. James had been trying to make this discussion as non-confrontational as possible while still bringing home the seriousness of the situation. Contraception charms work well when they're cast. Right now, your mum is discussing the contraception potion with Hermione in hopes that both of you will take it. It will irreversibly prevent you two from conceiving a child for a 12-month. That way, if you two get caught up in the moment, I won't be a grandfather before I turn 25. Both Potter men chuckled at that. Prongs had taken advantage of a whole host of age-related jokes since rejoining the time stream. Harry, I don't expect you two to be celibate, but I do expect you to be responsible. More relaxed, Harry regarded his father closely. Realizing that he was being examined, James looked back with as serene expression as he could muster. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for, waving his hand, Harry tried to convey what he couldn't verbalize. You're welcome. I wish my dad had been able to be understanding when he and I had this talk. The whole time I was thinking about Lily. Ew, Dad. That's my mother. And what a mother she is. Ah, my ears. Harry screeched as he smiled. Yeah, she does this thing. James broke off in laughter as Harry began to pelt him with shoes. Today we're going to work on the amount of power in your spells. Hermione and Harry stood side by side in a dell not too far from the house. A quick impervious charm coupled with a warming charm allowed them to head out into a light midwinter's rain in relative comfort. Harry's brow furrowed as Hermione nodded. He glanced at his girlfriend and smiled. They'd had a very frank and serious discussion about their life after James and Lily finished with them. Afterwards, Hermione started brewing the potion. 2 days later, they were infallibly protected. Hermione had also moved into Harry's room that day. That was 2 days before and Harry wondered if the penny would ever drop. He had his family, his best friend and he were in their proper orbit about themselves. Life was beyond good. Harry was trying not to be pessimistic, but something really bad was going to happen soon. His life worked the way. Remus turned to the boy who lived. Harry, with the magical power you've displayed, I think we need to harness that potential. You've used it so far in an emotional situation, which is the proverbial, lady lifts the auto off her child, situation. Your access to your magical potential needs to be a more conscious activity. Baffled as to what Moony was referring to, he stared at his uncle. The nudge from his left caused him to turn to the smartest witch of the age. Your Patronus that drove off the entire population of the Dementors of Azkaban. Blushing a little, he nodded, yeah, that. What I want you to do is first cast the lighting charm. After a quick silence, Lumos, by both teens, the ends of their wands were glowing. Did you feel the pull on your magic when you cast the spell? No, Hermione answered promptly. Harry shook his head in negation. Right. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to. With a smile, he turned to the side of the dell. Remus cast 2 quick spells, which caused the targets to illuminate on the hill. Cast the Reductor Curse at the targets. Harry snapped his wand up, his spell leaving the Holly and Phoenix Feather combination a short second later. He'd been practicing at increasing how fast he could cast a spell. The confrontation with Malfoy and his goons had taught him a few lessons. First, make your spells count. Accuracy is important. Second, time is money. The faster one can get a spell off, the faster you can move on to your next opponent. Third, don't be stupid. If faced with overwhelming odds, even the playing field, by whatever means necessary. Every day, Harry had practiced his casting. Where it took him 5 seconds to cast a Reductor Curse when he started back in early November, now he could cast 4 Reductor Curses in the same span of time. Target practice had been profitable. It was no surprise to Harry that Hermione was far his superior for accuracy, but Harry's aim to hit ability had increased significantly nonetheless. His curse dug a very large hole in the hill. Next to his target, Hermione dug a similar hole, just a tad smaller. "Did you feel a tug on your magic that time?" Remus asked. Frowning, Harry remembered. "No, not really," he replied. When Remus looked to Hermione, she shook her head in negation as well. Remus mused. "Okay, try this. The incantation is Karachi's and the wand movement is thus." Remus spun his wand in a tight circle before jabbing it forward. Hermione went first. Narrowing her eyes in concentration, she flashed through the wand movement, incanting silently. The side of the dell exploded. Wide-eyed, Harry met his girlfriend's stunned gaze. Slowly, his expression melted to mirth. "You totally rock," he sputtered as he began to laugh. He knew that Hermione was incredibly intelligent, but it now seemed that she had enormous magical reservoirs as well. Brushing some dirt out of her hair, Hermione offered Remus a sheepish smile. "I felt a little tug on my magic that time." Stunned at the power potential of the bushy-haired witch, Remus nodded absently. "Harry," he asked before holding up his hand. "Hold on." Scurrying to Hermione's side, he cast a bunker shield over both of them. "Okay, go ahead." Wondering what his uncle was on about, Harry turned back to his target. After a deep settling breath, he snapped up his wand, beginning the wand movement. En route. With another silent incantation, Harry cast. There was a detonation as the entire hill of the dell lifted from the earth, creating a valley where before there had been merely a small dell. With a yelp, Harry dove for his girlfriend, hoping to be covered by Remus' shield. Earth splattered on the shield while a few chunks of trees and bushes bounced off the glowing golden barrier. "Holy Mary, Mother of God," Remus muttered. Hermione helped Harry to his feet as they looked around. Between the spells by the two teens, the once cozy little dell looked like the front line of the Battle of the Marne. Running his hand through graying hair, Remus surveyed the damage. Glancing at Harry, he raised his eyebrows in query. "Nope," Harry replied. He'd felt nothing. "Let's try this," Remus muttered. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a few shrunken books. Conjuring a bench, he sat to search through the books. Hermione pulled her boyfriend away from their tutor while he flipped through the books. "Do you have any idea why you looked casting that spell?" Sing him quickly," she smiled. "I thought I might jump you right there." Harry smiled. His girlfriend had a very sensual side that they were exploring. It was always the quiet ones. Leaving off her teasing, she brushed a bit of debris from his shirt. "You know, I knew you could do this," she indicated to the churned and obliterated earth. At his questioning expression, she continued, "Honestly, Harry. Last year, Remus told you that very few adults can cast the Patronus charm, and once you got your mind straight about the spell, not only did you drive off a Dementor, but all the Dementors. I started to try to figure the power requirements to cast that level of spell, but the power required was off the charts. Great, another reason to be a freak." Running his hand through his hair, he asked, "What do you think about that?" Her only response was a soul-searing "K.S." After they broke apart, she told him, "I think about it as much as I do the whole the boy who lived thing, which is not at all." "Okay, you two, none of that here," Remus interrupted. Turning a book on his lap, he beckoned. "Try this." Looking over Hermione's shoulder, Harry read the spell. It was a landscaping spell which rearranged the ground into the shape desired by the caster. "This is used for small areas of earth, a meter square at most," Hermione observed. "Yes, it is. I want you both to cast it to fix all this." He waved his hand to indicate the destruction. Pointing to the northern end of the wasteland, Remus instructed, "Hermione, you go first over there." Harry stood back to watch his intended. She stood still, obviously rehearsing the spell in her mind. After a deep breath, she waved her wand in a wide, sweeping motion. Watching in wonder, Harry saw the earth begin to move and reshape. "Wow," he whispered as the earth formed a perfectly terraced slope, 50 meters wide and a good 15 meters tall. The entire area was beautifully landscaped with flowers and bushes. Down the middle was a stone-paved staircase. She'd completely blown the doors off the power requirements of the spell. When Hermione fell to her knees, Harry sprinted to her side. Reaching her, he saw her panting, but conscious. "I felt it that time," she offered with a smile. "You all right?" he asked. Her nod was all she replied as she held out her hand. Pulling her to her feet, he led her to the conjured bench. Flopping down, she motioned Harry to fix the rest of the dell. Turning back, Harry looked over the destroyed area. Picturing his desired shape and form in his mind, he quickly cast the spell. The best comparison Harry could think of was a portkey. Just like the magical transportation device gives one that magical tug. Behind their navel, Harry felt a similar tug, but this time deep in his. As the earth shifted like water, Harry concentrated and pushed from that area in his. With a grumbling groan, the earth responded. In the moment it takes a wave to break, nearly an acre of land was reshaped into a beautiful wild garden. A brook, when there had been none before, ran through the middle of the area surrounded by conjured flowering bushes and trees. Overcome by tiredness, Harry turned back to his uncle and girlfriend. Remus was nonplussed. He alternated his staring from Harry to the garden and back. Hermione was smiling proudly. He gave her a brief grin as his arms hung limply at his sides. "I felt that," Harry muttered before falling on his ass. "They're goddamn Merlin and Nimue." Lily rolled her eyes. Remus had returned to the house a few minutes ago. As expected, he helped the teens to Harry's bedroom where he put them to bed for the rest of the day. Finding the rest of the family in the conservatory, he silently beckoned to them. Wrapping a cloak over her shoulders, the petite redhead which had followed the silent lycanthrope. Seeing the newly created garden, she furrowed her brow. Turning this way and that, she saw that the bushes and trees extended for tens of meters in all directions. Catching her husband's eye, she silently asked the question to which he put voice. "What happened out here, Moony?" "They completely leveled the area then reshaped it." Moony's flat toneless delivery caught her attention. "How many spells did all this take?" Sirius asked as he looked around. 4. "Bullshit. Pull the other one, Moons." "How many?" 10. 12. Sirius didn't even look to this brother. Lily was stunned, for she could see the truth in Remus' face. Out of the corner of her vision, she saw James's mouth drop open. "No bullshit, Padfoot. 4 spells. A siege engine each followed by a earth mover each." Sirius turned about. "Really?" he asked in a small voice. Remus only nodded. "They're goddamn Merlin and Nimue," James breathed. "Really, James?" Lily chastised but stopped when she saw the serious expression on her husband's face. "Lils, you don't understand. Sure, there are strong witches and wizards out there. Dumbledore and McGonagall are just 2 of the examples." Waving his hand over the huge expanse of revamped garden, he added, "But I doubt they could do all this with only 2 spells." He was ignoring the siege engine destruction of the area in the first place. The earth mover didn't need freshly plowed ground with which to work. "You and I can't, and we were some of the strongest in our year." "Should we tell them?" Lily mused aloud. "Tell them what?" Sirius asked. "Tell them that they're in the top 1% of all witches and wizards in all of Britain for magical power and potential." Remus rubbed the back of his neck. "I already told them, sort of." James frowned. "Sort of." Holding up his hands in supplication, Remus explained, "I was looking at them all funny after Harry did his, got on the first day, impression. Hermione pressed me, so I explained that I didn't know anyone who could have done what they just did together." Pointing to the huge terraced garden on the north ridge, Remus told them, "Hermione did all that with 1 spell. Bloody buggering shite." Lily nodded numbly to her husband's succinct description of the situation. Eyeing James, she asked the group, "Should we get Phileas over here tomorrow?" Remus nodded in agreement. James concurred when he told them all, "Yes. I've no idea what to do with all this." Turning back to the house, Lily took James's hand in hers. They were all quiet, lost in thought. Lily was broken from her musings when Sirius began to giggle. "What?" she asked. "Harry is gonna Voldemort so hard, the dark bastard won't be able to walk straight ever again." The other 2 wizards displayed their roots in the Marauders as they burst into laughter. Lily rolled her eyes again. Why did she love these losers? Since it was 2 days until the start of term, they delayed their discussion with the charms master until they returned to school. Hermione thanked Rowery as he popped off with her and Harry's things, but she was depressed. Flopping on their bed, she stared at the ceiling. "Did Rowery take our stuff already?" Harry asked as he came in from the bathroom. Her only reply was a nod. "What's wrong?" he asked, sliding onto the bed next to her. "I'm not sure how I feel about going back to Hogwarts." When we returned after first coming here after Halloween, I really didn't want to leave here, but was excited about getting back to school. Harry snorted and smiled, earning a glare from his girlfriend. Now, I really don't want to go back. Rolling toward him, she began to play with the buttons of his shirt. For one thing, we can't share a bed at school. With wide eyes, she asked him, does that make me a slut? Sing her softly, he reassured her, no, it makes you in love with me. Sighing, she laid her head on his as she rolled into his arms. We're going to have to find a way to have some alone time, though. I talked to my dad. He said that occasionally we can use their guest rooms. She smiled, he stressed the, occasionally, did he? Rolling his eyes, Harry groaned, oh, yeah. Why else? Why else don't I want to go back? When he nodded, she elaborated, we're different. Sitting up, she toyed with a loose thread on the bedspread that lay on top of the bed. Not only are we on this highly specialized tutoring path because a Dark Lord is out for us. He interrupted, out for me. Grabbing him by the front of the shirt, she said him thoroughly, what is done to one is done to us both. If he's out for you, then he gets me in the bargain. Accepting her statement, he teased her, I thought I was the only one to get you. Rolling her eyes, she teased back. And you love it. Anyway, she said around her smile. We're just so different now. We have tutoring, this high-end level power reservoir and the Dark Lord. Quidditch and classes seem so small now. Provincial even. Harry was quiet, taking in what she said until he murmured, does it matter? Thinking about his question, she asked, do you mean, does it matter in our day-to-day life? When he nodded, she rolled her eyes, Harry, it completely changes our everyday life. Do you want it to be different? Do you wish we weren't together, or you and Sirius weren't making your own little family? There was more than a hint of fear in his voice. Realizing his point, she sat up, straddling him. Never. I love you. I love Sirius, your parents and Remus. I don't want to change anything. After sing him on the neck, she glanced at the clock. You know, we've got an hour before we leave. Rolling over on top of her, he nestled between her legs. Well then, we mustn't waste the time. Whatever shall we do? The meeting with Flitwick was not what Hermione expected. Phileas Flitwick had always seemed to her to be a happy-go-lucky professional who knew his craft inside and out. When Remus described the power display by Harry and Hermione over the holiday break, Phileas' expression became stern. Turning to Harry, he chastised him. You could have killed those children. Hermione could tell that Harry was still ashamed of his behavior with Malfoy and the incredibly stupid followers. At the same time, neither team could think of another way to have handled the situation while still protecting the Hufflepuff firsties. With this kind of power available to both of you, you must gain control so that you will be able to exercise restraint. Nodding toward Hermione, Flitwick asked, what would have happened should Miss Granger Black have been with you that day? If she should have been injured. I'd have exploded, Harry whispered in reply. Which is why you both must learn restraint. There is a time and a place for high-powered casting. At Hogwarts with 13 and 14-year-old children is not that place. Having had enough of the beating up on Harry's show, Hermione interrupted, so how do we learn this control? Flitwick's eyes flashed to her, aware of her changing the topic. Finally, he gave in as he answered, there are a series of spells that you shall be casting. They progress up and down the power scale so you can more readily identify how much power you are using when you cast. After that, we shall begin the process of controlling how much power you use when you cast any spell. You could make the lighting charm as bright as the sun or as dim as a taper candle. Control, you must learn control. Hey there. Hermione looked up to see Sirius looming over her, a soft smile on his face. Hey, they'd been back at school for a few days. Strangely, there'd been no transition. Their tutoring had continued over the halls. They'd been studying at Rowan Hill, though, instead of the Hogwarts library. Turning a chair about, he straddled it, a pensive expression on his face. I've been thinking a lot about us being the head of the Black family and all. Her expression sharpened as her attention focused on her adopted father. They'd not talked about the practicalities of the magical adoption. Instead, they'd just fallen into a comfortable relationship where they did their utmost to earn the other's trust. His face fell when he told her, I really don't want to carry on any of the traditions or perpetuate anything I experienced or learned when I was a child. Her heart sank. There was so much focus on Harry and his abusive upbringing, that most forgot that Sirius had a very similar experience. Reaching out, she took his hand in sympathy. He squeezed back as he continued, "My thought is that together, we'll reinvent the House of Black, making the Lord or Lady Blackmore a person that stands for what is right as opposed to toujours pure." Hermione nodded in agreement. When Sirius had sneeringly related the motto of the Black family, she'd tried to be charitable in suggesting that maybe the motto referred to pure of heart. Sirius was stunned to silence for 10 seconds before laughing uproariously. "The first thing I'm doing is officially changing the motto of the House of Black. Gone is that legacy of bigotry and feigned pureblood superiority. From now on, our motto shall be, Semper Fidelis." She smiled. "Always faithful," described both her and Sirius quite well. "However, one part of our family that we'll have to work hard to reinvent is our financial holdings and investment portfolio. I'm going to the bank today. The goblins have our account manager standing by in order to start the revamping of the Black family from the inside out. Can I come?" she asked. His wide smile brightened her day. "I hoped you'd say that." After leaving a note for Harry and donning her cloak, hat and gloves, she followed Sirius to the fireplace in James and Lily's suite. Dumbledore had allowed this fireplace to be connected to the flow network, for which Hermione was very glad. The weather outside was horrible, sleet and freezing rain. The leaky cauldron. 10 seconds of swirling later, she popped out of the fireplace. Sirius cast a quick cleansing charm on her before leading the way out of the pub via the back door. In London, a soft snowfall started to coat the street. Since it was mid-afternoon, the alley was quiet. Hooking her arm in Sirius, she lay her head on his shoulder for a moment. "Thank you, Sirius." She felt a soft kiss on the crown of her head. "You're very welcome, my dear." Silently, they headed down the nearly empty alley. From the corner of her vision, she thought she saw someone scurrying, but when she turned that way, there was no one to be found. The bank was warm, so Sirius took her overclothes before shrinking them. After stowing them in his pocket, he headed to the tellers. "Hello, Sheathip." Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry had told her all about his father's penchants regarding goblin names. "Blackmore, you little slut. What do you want?" Sirius was stunned to silence, while Hermione began to laugh heartily. She was leaning on her knees, gasping for breath by the time Sirius managed to grin. "Got me." "Yes, we did. Now, what do you want?" "We've an appointment with Gripsack." Grunting, the goblin heaved his impressive girth off his stool. 5 minutes later, she and Sirius were sitting down in a richly apportioned conference room. Spread about the room was piles of documents. An older, well-dressed goblin was seated in the middle of the table, while 4 younger goblins in plain attire bustled about the room. "My lord, my lady," the old goblin intoned as he rose from his chair. "I am Gripsack, your accounts manager." Having read no less than 7 books on wizarding etiquette, Hermione stayed silent as Sirius replied to the goblin for both of them. Gesturing about the room, Gripsack told them, "The Black portfolio is divided into 7 different groups. Based on your instructions, we've taken the liberty of placing all questionable investments in one group. The same is true for questionable or cursed objects in the Black vaults." "Let's get that out of the way first," Sirius said grimly. As they sat, Sirius turned to her. "I want you to look through the forms first. Divide the objects and whatnot into keep, or liquidate or destroy piles. I'll then go through your piles to double check. While you're doing that, I'll go through the investments, then we'll swap." His reassuring smile punctuated his instructions. Completely stunned at the trust Sirius was placing in her, she didn't realize that he was also training her. Most people learn how to run a fortune by doing, so he had her doing. The first object was a cursed necklace, which caused any pregnant Muggle woman to miscarry the pregnancy unexpectedly. Nearly vomiting, she placed the sheet in the liquidate destroy pile. An hour later, Hermione was still a bit queasy. Some of the items had been truly disgusting, but she also had an immense respect for the enchanters who'd created some of the objects. A plate, which made the wearer immune to all non-magical attacks. A matched pair of plain gold rings, which allowed the wearers to communicate via a type of telepathy. A book of spells, which was self-updating whenever a new book was added to the Black family library. The dark and dangerous items were many and varied too. They didn't bear remembering, just destroying. Sirius glanced at his watch. Tucking it back into his pocket, he rose. Helping Hermione from her seat, he nodded to Gripsack. We must be going, but we'll return tomorrow at the same time to continue this effort. Bowing from the waist, he told the goblin, we are most satisfied with the services provided for the Black family by the Goblin Nation. Gripsack rose. Returning the bow, the old goblin replied, the Goblin Nation is honored to serve the House of Blackmore in any capacity and pleased to provide acceptable service. Without further ado, they headed out of the bank into a now heavy snowfall. With a soft voice, Hermione told Sirius, thanks. Patting her arm affectionately, he replied, you're very welcome, daughter. She smiled at the term. Her parents had never been very affectionate, to have Sirius be a bit lovey-dovey was very welcome. Sirius falling down while screaming wasn't what she expected next. In a flash, she registered his shattered leg with blood pooling under it. Turning, she automatically shielded him. 4 more spells deflected off her Ark's bunker shield. All the hours of dueling paid dividends over the next 10 minutes. Quickly conjuring a thick marble dome, she levitated it over her unconscious protector. With Sirius safe, she turned her attention on their attackers. Kill the Mudblood Pretender, then kill the Blood Traitor. There were 5 of them in Death Eater robes. Since she and Harry had started to flex their magic with high-powered casting, she found it much easier to push more power into her spells with less draining effects on her. The bone-breaking curse shattered a Death Eater's shield along with his skull. The pulp that remained dripped to the ground as the rest of the corpse fell to the paving stones. The other 4 all paused when they saw one of their own savagely dispatched. This delay cost them their lives. A reductor to the jellied the leader's intestines before they moved. At this point, they were no longer charging toward the Mudblood Pretender and the Blood Traitor. Now, they were in full flight. Unfortunately for Hermione, they went into a dead-end alleyway. As everyone knows, a cornered beast is at its most dangerous. The 3 remaining Death Eaters turned on the smartest witch of the age with desperation. 2 Cruciatus curses along with a killing curse lanced out of the alley. Hermione dove to the side, avoiding the spells while still keeping Sirius in sight. Rolling to her back, she snap-cast a spread of paralysis curses. One of the Death Eaters was caught up on the curse, causing him to crumple to the pavement. The other 2 pressed on to the now standing witch. Her anger boiling over and mixing with her fear, Hermione's magic began to loose its bounds. With her eyes glowing blue, the alley groaned under the chaotic wild magic. With her D hand, she batted aside an entrail-expelling curse, returning fire with a cutting curse. One more Death Eater out of commission, his head sliding from his shoulders most ungracefully. Her lip curling over her teeth like a wolf, she stalked after the last Death Eater. A modicum of sanity intruded, though, slowing her down. When the coward K.S. of Voldemort threw down his wand in terror, she had the sense to stun and bind him for the Aurors to interview. Turning back, she ran to Sirius. With a wave of her wand, she vanished the bubble overtop her adopted father. His leg was bleeding heavily and his face was pale. As the residents and shoppers in Diagon Alley began to poke their heads out the door, she screamed, someone get a healer. Harry was sprinting through the halls of St. Mungo's Hospital. When the communication charm sounded in his ear that Hermione and Sirius were at the hospital, he bolted for the flow shouting the news to his parents as he went. Jumping out of the flow at the hospital, he didn't even realize that he'd made his first successful flow landing, nor did he care. The receptionist was completely overwhelmed by the sight of the boy who lived running up to her desk. She gaped when he shouted, Hermione Granger and Sirius Black. Where are they? When she continued to gape, Harry shouted again, damn it woman. Where are they? 4th floor. Spell damage, she stuttered. Bypassing the lift as he didn't want to wait, Harry ran up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Turning the corner from the stairway, he saw 2 red-robed Aurors standing guard outside a door. Assuming his intended and godfather were inside, he ran to the door. Sorry, Mr. Potter. You can't go in there, the taller Auror announced as he stepped in front of the door. Sometimes it was a real pain in the ass to be a public figure and therefore everyone knew you by sight. Why not? Harry asked. He didn't mean to be churlish, but couldn't help it. Didn't they know that Hermione was in there? Lord Blackmore and the Lady Hermione are considered material witnesses in a felony attack. And I'm her fiancé. The Auror's eyes bulged. Glancing at his partner, he turned a questioning eye on the teen. Are you sure about that, Mr. Potter? Yes. Didn't you see that mithril bracelet? That was my engagement gift to her. Harry had no compunction lying to the men. Now, I'll be seeing my intended and my godfather. Pushing past the startled law enforcement officers, he found Sirius and Hermione in side-by-side beds. The room was darkened, the curtains closed. Hermione was on her side, snoring softly while Sirius was on his back, still very pale. Rushing to her side, he took her hand. Relieved at the warmth, he saw that she'd opened her eyes. Are you okay? He asked. Softly, she croaked, yeah. Just tired. How's Sirius? Confused after finding her fine, he turned to his godfather. Not knowing what to do, he prodded Sirius in the shoulder. When he didn't awaken, he turned back to his girlfriend. He's still out. Sitting on her bed next to her, he retook her hand. I was so scared. He nearly broke down in tears, when she smiled through her muddle-headedness. I'm fine. Don't need to worry about me. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to relax. The tension bled out of his body slowly but inevitably. I had to tell a bit of a lie to get in here. Softly smiling, she poked him in the ribs. What did you tell them? He fidgeted. I told them we were engaged. Surprisingly, she didn't scold him. Softly kissing his palm, she closed her eyes as she lay his hand on her cheek. Sounds good to me. Go fetch my ring. Smiling widely, he relaxed. She was fine or would be soon. Seriously, are you well? Nodding her head, she replied, yeah. Just wiped out. A pepper up and I'll be able to head back to school. Looking at the other bed, she added, I didn't want to leave him here all alone. He's woken up all alone for far too many years whilst in Azkaban. Harry nodded. My mum and dad are right behind us. I'm sure they've called in Remus as well. Handy, that charm, isn't it? Hermione nodded, but her expression was far from cheerful. Chucking her under the chin, he asked, what's on your mind? I killed 3 men today. Silent for a minute, he mused on how to proceed. Finally he began with the most important item first. I still love you and I'm sure everyone else does too. You do realize that we've all killed, don't you? Her face clouded before she had a minor epiphany. Professor Quirrell. He nodded. My dad told me that the first time he and my mum killed during the war they both cried like toddlers. Looking away, he admitted, I never told you, but that night in the infirmary after I realized that I'd killed him, he paused. I've never told anyone that I sobbed most of the night. Now that I think about it, I'm sure that Madame Pomfrey knew, but gave me the privacy I wanted. With emotion-filled eyes, he told her, you did what you had to do to protect Sirius and yourself, just like I did what I had to do to protect myself. She stared at him long, waiting for what he didn't know. Finally, she whispered, thanks. Squeezing his hand tightly, he knew that she was on the right road. Even though he knew that he did what he had to do regarding Quirrell, Voldemort and the stone, he still had nightmares about it occasionally. He expected to be comforting Hermione for some time now. There was a knocking at the door. Mr. Potter, your parents and a Mr. Lupin are here to see your fiancé and your godfather. Should we let them through? Harry closed his eyes and groaned. His dad and Remus were never going to let this one die. They can come through, Harry called. The door opened, admitting Lily first. She smiled at the couple on the bed before her eyes flicked to the still sleeping Sirius. Harry really didn't want to look at his dad or Moony, but decided to rip the plaster off instead of prolonging the torment. His dad had an amused smirk on his face. Moony had a much more dangerous expression, confused innocence. Sighing, he leaned back on the bed. Get it over with. Why, little one, whatever do you mean? Moony asked with a voice dripping with sincerity and caring. We just want to know how your beautiful fiancée and her lecherous adoptive father are doing. Turning to a now laughing Hermione, he groaned, kill me now. The entire family had gathered in James and Lily's suite for dinner. Sirius was mostly recovered from his encounter in Diagon Alley, but his leg was still a bit tender. Sitting on the corner of the table, he stretched it out with a loud groan. Harry looked to his godfather. You okay? Sirius shrugged. Knock knock. Serving, will you love? Turning back to the door, he opened it as Moony told an old joke. James smiled. That one about the villa, the quintape and the leprechaun never got old. The smile faded when he saw Albus Dumbledore at the door. In as polite a tone as he could muster, James asked, "Yes, Albus. What can I do for you?" Evidently bracing himself for an argument, Dumbledore began, "As we discussed before Christmas, Miss Granger shall be Harry's hostage for the second task." That's as far as he got. "And we told you that was an impossibility," James countered with steel in his voice. "Who is it, James?" Lily called from the table. Without turning away from the headmaster, James replied, "Dumbledore. He wants Hermione." There was no reply from the table, just the scraping and scattering of chairs. "Hey," came from Hermione. James assumed that Sirius or Harry was pushing her into one of the bedrooms. Forcibly pushed aside from the doorway, James scrambled for his footing. Sirius had taken his place. He'd never seen his cousin so angry. Glancing back in the room, he saw Remus and Harry with their wands drawn while facing the doorway. It must have been Lily who took Hermione into the other room. Prongs had no doubt that Rowry was with them by now as well. James was cynically amused by the situation. Dumbledore didn't learn, did he? "Stay away from my daughter, Dumbledore," Sirius hissed. The old man's eyebrows arched at Sirius' use of daughter, but said nothing. After a long moment, he pressed, "She is required for the tournament." "For which neither she nor my son volunteered," James interjected as he came shoulder to shoulder with Sirius. Dumbledore sighed. "James. No, Albus. Just go away, for you'll not get her," Sirius interjected. The headmaster's gaze sharpened as he focused on Padfoot. After a long moment, he nodded, "Very well. I must say, it's good to see you so paternal, Sirius." When the old man turned and began to head down the hallway, Sirius called, "Don't send an elf for her either, Albus. You'll not like the consequences of that action. I'd rather not have to kill one of your elves." Turning back into the room, James saw Harry make a beeline for the guest bedroom. The door was thrown open before Harry got there to reveal a furious Hermione Granger. Her face red, she pointed a finger at first Sirius, then the rest of the men, one at a time. "I just finished yelling at Lily, so now I'll ask you all who the bloody hell you think you are to stuff me in a closet because the headmaster is at the door." James winced. The magic was roiling in the room as Hermione lashed out. Sometimes they forgot that the smartest witch of the age was nearly as powerful as the boy who lived. Not only that, but she'd just proven herself in battle against 5 Death Eaters, emerging victorious. With his head hanging, Harry approached his girlfriend. "Love," he whispered. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to protect you. I'd die if you were hurt." In frustration, she nearly yelled, "Harry. How can I be mad at you when you do that?" James swallowed his laughter. "Witches." Confused, Harry looked up at her, "Hun." Her hands on her hips, she scowled at her man. "How can I be mad at you when you're sincerely sorry like this?" Still confused, Harry stared. Taking pity on his son, James came up behind him. Bending over to talk in his ear, James stage whispered, "Now would be a good time to K.S. her." Everyone laughed as Harry took his dad's advice to heart. "What are we doing here?" Harry asked his father for the 4th time. "I thought we were telling the old man to bugger off." The family had talked long after everyone calmed. They reaffirmed their intention of non-participation in the task, with a backup plan in reserve that Harry had been practicing. Every so often, the boy who lived checked the crowd to ensure his intended was still sitting between Padfoot and Moony. Based on the expression of the 2 marauders, blood would be spilt should anyone make an attempt to whisk away Harry's bushy-haired paramour. Sighing, James placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Play the game, son. Let Dumbledore say something stupid, demand you participate in the task. Stick your hand in the lake and you've met the requirement of attempting the task, and you're done." "Fine," Harry grumbled. James didn't give Harry a hard time because he knew what was running through his son's head. Neither Potter trusted Albus Dumbledore, so both were waiting for the other shoe to drop. Despite James's words, he fully expected a complete bollocks event. Dumbledore and the other heads finally arrived with Ludo Bagman. After a ridiculous introduction of the task, a cannon was fired off, signaling to the champions to begin. Before any of the older champions had entered the water, Harry shoved his fist in the black lake before shouting, "I'm done." "What?" Bagman asked in sincere confusion. The splashes of the other champions entering the water distracted him for a second before he signaled to Percy Weasley to join the discussion. As the red-headed lickspittle strutted to the platform, Bagman turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, would you please join us?" With a chagrined expression, Dumbledore demurred, "I'm sorry, Ludo, but that won't be possible." The restraining order was still in effect, preventing the defeater of Grindelwald from talking to the defeater of Voldemort. James smiled as he saw that the head of the Department of Games and Sports was befuddled by Dumbledore's refusal. "Okay," Bagman muttered. Turning back to Harry, he asked, "So, what are you on about, Harry?" Percy chimed in with his 2 cents, "Really, Potter. Quit your teenaged angst and commence the task." Harry took a deep breath and held it before slowly exhaling. James took the hint that his son was on the verge of hexing the Weasley idiot, so he interjected, "My son has completed the requirement of the task and is required to do no more. He's tired of playing your little game and will do so no longer." "But what about the Longbottom boy?" Bagman blurted, true incomprehension on his feeble expression. "Neville. You took Neville?" Harry asked in a harsh whisper. James glanced at his son. Seeing the rage on his son's face, James jerked Bagman and Weasley to the deck of the dock for their own protection, guessing that they would be the focus of his son's temper. James guessed wrongly. Harry spun on the old headmaster, snapped up his wand, casting a silent reductor curse. Reflexively, Dumbledore slashed his wand in a defensive motion, calling an Aegis Fortis shield into being. Harry's high-powered curse reflected off the old wizard's dueling shield before it impacted a centuries-old oak tree. As the ancient tree exploded to small bits with a thundering crack, James turned back to see Harry employing their standby plan for the task. He'd already cast the transfiguration spell on himself, which gave him gills. A quick wand wave caused the anti-friction and impervious spells to cover his body and clothes, followed by a warming charm and the night vision charm. With one last glare at the headmaster, Harry turned to the water and dove. The gust of bubbles gave proof to Harry's use of the air compressor charm as his means of propulsion. Within minutes, he'd be at the Mer village to hostage his friend. Picking himself off the dock, James glared at the headmaster. "You took my godson, old man. If Harry doesn't kill you, I'd be very afraid of what Augusta Longbottom and I will do to you, Albus." James closed his eyes as his anger at the old man peaked. "I suggest you leave now and let Minerva be your proxy to judge the task." The old man cocked an eyebrow as if to ask, "Do you really think your son could hurt me?" "Yes, Albus, I do think Harry could hurt you. Very badly at that," James replied to the unspoken question. "You've threatened those he cares about. If you'd have actually taken Hermione, Lily or me, I do believe Harry would have killed you outright before rescuing us. You've been warned." After a moment's consideration, Albus nodded. Turning to find Minerva, he repeated his nod to her, indicating her relief of him as judge. "I believe I'm feeling unwell," he told no one in particular. "I shall retire to my rooms as Minerva continues in my stead." "Very wise, Albus," James muttered as he turned back to the lake, watching in agitation for his son to resurface with James's godson in tow. 17 minutes later, Harry and Neville broke the surface of the lake. Together, they began to swim to shore. "Dad, I want you and the Marauders to prank Dumbledore until his shits himself." Despite the tension, Hermione wasn't surprised to see James roll his eyes. They were all on the dock of the Black Lake, blankets about Harry and Neville while Lily fussed over both teens. The crowds had receded shortly after the event was completed, so they were alone. Hermione noticed Neville switching his gaze from James back to Harry. Finally, he asked, "Uncle James, what's going on?" Susan Bones, at Neville's side, was quietly curious. She'd come sprinting down to the lakefront when she realized Neville was Harry's hostage. Once the teens reached shore, she wouldn't be dislodged from her beau's side come hell, high water or both. Hermione frowned. "Didn't Dumbledore explain it to you when they summoned you for the task?" Prongs asked. "No. They just called me to the headmaster's office last night. I remember getting there, but not much else after that." Hermione's jaw dropped open while James and Lily paled. Susan frowned before tightening her grip on Neville's arm. Sirius and Remus had headed to the castle. They were to use the flow to summon the Lady Augusta to the school. James was sure that she'd want to know about the events of the morning. In a dangerous tone, James asked, "They didn't ask your permission for you to be in the task?" Shrugging, Neville replied, "Not that I remember." His jaw clenched, James closed his eyes to rein in his displeasure. Lily was breathing hard, doing her best to control her own temper. In a mental digression, Hermione realized that Lily had become much better at governing herself in stressful situations. When they first rejoined the time stream, the red-headed witch was very volatile. Now, she would become upset, but refrain from lashing out. It was probably a result of the aftermath of the first task, but then again, Lily was still growing up. After a loud exhale by James, he told them all, "Right. Let's head up to our rooms. Padfoot and Moony are going to meet us there with Lady Augusta." Hermione grinned when Harry's arm sd about her shoulders. Harry was becoming much more affectionate and even possessive in his physical touching with her, and she loved it. In silent reply, she wormed her arm about his waist. Ambling behind the elder Potters, they took their time. James, Susan and Neville were deep in a discussion about what Hermione couldn't tell, but it was good to see. James had been carving out more than a bit of time to be with Neville. Sometimes it was as part of the greater Potter Black family, but also just the two of them. Before break, he and Neville had gone to St. Mungo's to see Neville's parents. The irrepressible Prongs had returned shaken and quiet. He had taken Lily's hand, dragging her to the bedroom before closing it. Before the silencing charm was cast, she heard his sobs along with Lily cooing, "It's all right, love. Let it out. Frank and Alice were good friends. Neville's good people. I like Susan, too," Harry told her in a soft voice, breaking her out of her musings. Nodding her head, she agreed. "Susan has always been very shy, but very smart. She and I paired up for some arithmancy projects last year. Neville, well, he's coming into his own, now that your dad and Sirius are back. I think he missed that kind of male interaction." Staring at the ground as they ambled, Harry muttered, he needed his family. Realizing that Harry was speaking not only about their sandy-haired friend, but also himself, she countered, "But he had his friends and his gran." Slowly shaking his head, he replied, "But it wasn't enough. Nothing can replace the love in your mum's hug or the warmth in my when my dad tells me he's proud of me." Catching his transition from "your" to "my," she was silent. Even Sirius was a pale imitation. Turning to her, he regarded her over the tops of his spectacles. "Don't get me wrong, I love Padfoot, but he's not my dad." He was quiet a moment before adding, "But I need my godfather and Uncle Remus, too. It's about family," she whispered. "My life is completely changed in the last 6 months. I've completely changed," he mused. Stopping mid-stride, she stared, the epiphany powerful. When he tugged on her sleeve to catch her attention, she stared at him. "That's it." She could feel his confusion. "What's it?" "The power the Dark Lord knows not." Stilling, he stared at her. "Explain." Staring deep into his eyes, she whispered, "You've been able to do so much more since your parents returned. You've calmed, become able to harness this power reservoir, you study and apply your studies much better. It's all because you've your parents back." She nearly shrieked at the end, but quickly subdued. Harry's eyes were narrowed in a contradictory expression. "No, no," she repeated, confused. It seemed so logical in her head when it came to her. "No, it's not just my parents. It's the whole family. It's Prongs, Mum, Padfoot, Moony, and most importantly, you." Her heart melted at the emotion in his voice. A tear trickled from his eye. Truly did he say that he was different. "The cup runneth over," the joy in her intended's heart brimmed. Pulling him into a desperate hug, she told him, "You deserve it all, my love. It all started with you," he whispered, and she knew that it did. For that, she was honored and grateful. Lady Augusta had had a long day already. The head house elf for Green Hills, the Longbottom estate, had passed in the night. Old Solly was well over 400 years old and had been a good servant and elf. Sighing, she nearly cried as she remembered presiding over his interment ceremony earlier in the morning. The other 4 elves had been distraught. Dilly had been the natural choice to replace Solly, but had cried her little eyes out when asked to assume the role. Eventually, the petite elf had curtsied before sobbing, as mistress wishes. The pop as she left had been extra loud. Then the family solicitor had called. With Neville coming closer to his 17th birthday, she had decided that he needed to become more involved in the family business, so she directed Williams and Villiers to begin a process to bring the Longbottom heir into the day-to-day management of their fortunes. Neville was a good lad, but so timid as to frustrate her to no end. Shaking her head, she couldn't for the life of her understand why he was that way. James Potter's miraculous return from the dead had been a godsend. Over the halls, Neville had displayed more backbone and confidence than he'd ever done in his entire life. Even that rake Sirius Black had been a positive influence. If only poor Frank and Alice hadn't. The fire flaring green interrupted her train of thought. A grim-faced Sirius Black appeared in the fire. "Lady Augusta, Neville is well, but you're needed at Hogwarts." Her eyes narrowing in protective anger, she stood before commanding, "Step aside, my lord. I'm coming through." Harry had seen glimpses of Lady Augusta Longbottom in person. He knew her much better through the stories Neville had told over the years. When the tall iron gray-haired widow strode out of the fire, all the stories about Neville's grand being, a right Tartar, came back to the boy who lived. This was one which he never wanted to cross. Except for maybe his mum. Or his girlfriend. All right, all three of them were to be avoided in the angering column. Shaking off his mental meanderings, he heard Lady Augusta ask the assembled witches and wizards what happened. James answered, "The second task of the tournament was this morning. Each of the champions was required to retrieve a hostage from the bottom of the Black Lake. In addition, each of the hostages had sentimental value to the champion. Dumbledore selected Neville to be Harry's hostage." Her eyes narrowing while her nostrils flared, she asked in a quiet voice, "Neville was at the bottom of the lake." Harry shivered at the tone. Water should be freezing somewhere nearby as her tenor was so cold. "Yes, ma'am," James replied. Fighting back a smile, it seemed to Harry that his dad was slipping back into the ways of his youth. Lady Augusta turned her piercing gaze on her grandson. "Did you volunteer for this?" Shaking his head slowly as if trying to remember, Neville replied, "No ma'am. All I remember is going to the headmaster's office in response to his summons." Turning back to James, she spat, "Did you know of this, my lord?" Narrowing his eyes at the unspoken accusation, James replied, "I was aware that Dumbledore desired to use the Lady Hermione," he gestured to the witch next to Harry, "as the hostage. This was unacceptable to Potter, Blackmore and me. We were completely unaware as to Dumbledore's selection in replacement of the Lady Hermione." Harry frowned. His dad didn't use their titles unless he was playing about or extremely mad. He would retreat into stiff formality when riled, and it seemed this was one of those times. To call him Potter, as in, the Baron Potter of Gwynedd, was very unusual. His mum must have noticed as well. She laid her hand on his arm, softly entreating him to calm down with a softly spoken, "James." After a deep breath, James apologized. "I'm sorry, Augusta. We've all been very tense since last night when Dumbledore tried to take Hermione for the task, and we've been waiting for the penny to drop. After the dragons of the first task, I was terrified what they might have under the lake." Looking away, he muttered, "My son and godson were down there." Looking a bit abashed, Augusta reached out for the time-displaced man's hand. "Think nothing of it, James. I, too, am sorry for my words." Turning to Neville, she evaluated him with a practiced eye, "Are you well?" Shrugging before a quick nod, Neville replied, "Am fine, Gran." His blush gave away how much he was embarrassed by the attention. At his side, Susan beamed. Remus piped up for the first time in the meeting, "Should we confront Albus?" Eyes narrowing, Lady Augusta pronounced, "I think right now would be a very good time to have a discussion with Albus." Minerva McGonagall was very upset, and it was an uncommon occurrence. Oh, to be sure, she was angered by students most every day, but it never truly upset her inner equilibrium in any way. But now, she was very upset. It started with the miraculous return of the Potters. Teachers ought not to play favorites, but the Marauders and Lily Evans had been her favorites in the 70s. When James and Lily had died, she'd had to cancel her classes for an entire week, for she was unable to face students while her heart broke. Yet, she stood by while Albus left little Harry with those monsters. Being called to account by James and Lily had torn at her soul. Minerva McGonagall was a woman who prided herself on doing that which is right, even if it cost her. The Potters had pointed out that Minerva had done that which was easy, letting that which was right fly by like an unmanned broomstick in the night. She'd protested quite vigorously to Albus when he'd told her that he was going to use Miss Granger as Mr. Potter's hostage for the second task. "Albus, ye canna do that," she'd exclaimed as her burr broke through her usual neutral accent. Whenever she was upset, her Highland roots showed. "Ye've hurt them enough." He'd stopped still at her pronouncement. Eventually, nodding in agreement, she could tell that he was still undeterred. They'll break with ye. They'll break with ye, and if you know who does return like you think, then we'll all be the poorer. Pointing a finger at her old friend, she scathingly chastised, all because ye will no listen to any counsel save her own. What else should I do, Minerva? The rules of the tournament are clear. The headmasters are as bound as the champions are bound. I must provide a hostage. He was sincerely asking her for a different solution. Unfortunately, she couldn't think of a different plan, except, take another person, Albus. They'll kill ye if you take her. Of course, he'd done the next worst thing. Instead of taking the young woman who would be the boy who lived's wife, Albus took the young man's virtual cousin. She knew that Albus was making mistakes of gargantuan proportions that were hurting people left and right, but she didn't know what to do instead. She knew that while her intellect was great, she was lacking in imagination. It was probably why she was so well suited to the deputy headmistress role in lieu of the headmistress role. Therefore, she found herself in the head's office this late morning waiting for the storm to break. She didn't have to wait long. Seconds after she finished debriefing Albus about the end of the second task, Armando Dippett's portrait announced, an incensed Lady Augusta Longbottom along with a furious Lord and Lady Richmond, Lord Potter, Lord Blackmore, the Lady Hermione. Sighing, Albus waved to the portrait, "Let them up, Armando." "Thank you." If Minerva didn't know better, she would have sworn that the portrait really enjoyed that exchange. The head of Gryffindor House caught the headmaster's eye. "Should I go?" Heavily, he replied, "No. I think it best if you stayed." Seconds later, the troop stormed into the room. Minerva stood, moving to the side of the office so as to be out of the line of fire. "Albus, I'll have an explanation why my grandson was shanghaied into this tournament of yours without his or my permission," Augusta announced imperiously. Her eyes flashed and narrowed as she waited. Turning to Albus, Minerva saw the confused expression on his face clear. "Augusta, we have a miscommunication here." Opening a drawer in his desk, he withdrew a folded and sealed piece of parchment. Handing it to the Grand Dame, he asked her, "Would you please verify that Neville's seal is affixed to this parchment?" With a frown, she did. Puzzled, she looked up at the old headmaster. "Yes, it's his." Nodding, Albus prodded, "Would you please open the parchment?" Lily had reached the end of her tether, though. "Albus, enough with the dramatics. What's on the parchment and how does it relate to Neville's involvement in the task?" Nodding soberly, the defeater of Grindelwald sat in his chair, motioning for the others to sit as well. "Last evening, after I left your rooms," he nodded to James and Lily, "I decided that Mr. Longbottom would be the best alternative to Miss Granger Black in being Harry's hostage." Minerva slowly closed her eyes as she shook her head. A statement like that was sure to result in drawn wands. Opening her eyes, she was impressed. No one had drawn their wands, but James and Augusta looked very close to doing so. "Explain," James snarled. "You must understand, the hayas of the tournament binds me as much as the champions. I must do what I've done. I had to provide a hostage for the task." "No you didn't." It was Sirius who had spoken. Sprawled in his chair, he drawled, "Did IQs suddenly drop while I was in prison?" The riddle said, "That which you'll miss most, not the person you'll miss most." You could have stuck his firebolt at the bottom of the lake while fulfilling the terms of the task. Sirius' expression finished the little monologue. "You stupid arrogant arsehole." Minerva was stunned. Silence reigned for a full 10 seconds before Albus replied, "Well, yes, I suppose that may have worked." Rolling her eyes, Lily urged, returning to the topic at hand, Neville's involvement. The sandy-haired wizard and his red-headed girlfriend had been quiet the entire time, but Susan's scowl had only deepened during the discussion. "She's a true Hufflepuff," Minerva thought to herself. "Yes, quite." Gesturing to the parchment in Augusta's hands, Albus explained, "The potion that was used to enchant the students who were placed in the lake also caused short-term memory loss. Since that was the case, the headmistress of Beauxbatons insisted that we observe the legalities. Unfortunately, the persons acting as hostages would be unable to recall giving their permission to participate in the task. What you hold is Neville's contract stating that he fully understood the terms of the task and willingly volunteered his services." More stunned silence flooded the room. In a moment of hilarity, everyone simultaneously stared at the parchment in Augusta's hand as if it were about to leap in the air while singing an aria from La Traviata. Minerva was astonished at The change in the Longbottom scion. When he strode into the room, his head was high in the manner in which she'd become used to seeing him since James took an active role in the young wizard's life. The glare by Augusta Longbottom at her grandson seemed to be causing him to wilt like a plant in a drought. "Gran, I'm sorry." Now, he was slouched over, staring at the floor. Minerva saw the furious look that Susan was sending to Augusta and remembered never to chastise the lad unjustly whilst the red-headed witch was in the room. Her fierce expression caused Augusta to flinch, something the Transfiguration mistress had never seen. Harry spoke. "Thank you, Neville. I have no doubt that you were trying to help me and I appreciate it." The boy who lived glared at the headmaster. "You may have been given reassurances that the task was safe, but after the first task, who really knows what was intended to happen down there?" "Thanks, mate, I appreciate the thought." The little speech by Harry seemed to bring Augusta round. Reaching out, she took Neville's hand in her own. "Lord Potter is correct." The withering stare now focused on Dumbledore. Minerva nearly rolled her eyes. The man had faced down Gellert Grindelwald, the magical SS hordes, the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. Some old widow from Lancashire wasn't very intimidating. "My grandson is not of age, Albus. He was unable to give legal consent to participate." Sighing, the headmaster replied, "Augusta, the forms you sign every year allowed me to legally allow his participation in the task once I obtained his permission. You should have still fire called me." Nodding, he conceded, "Yes, I should have but I didn't. I was preoccupied with my disintegrating relationship with the Potters and Sirius, so I failed to contact you." Ignoring the glares from the aforementioned families, Albus formally intoned, "You have my deepest apologies." All the wind taken out of their sails, Minerva watched the visitors deflate before they picked themselves up to leave the office. The last one to leave, James stared at Albus for a long moment. "Why?" The headmaster's eyes narrowed slightly. For all his errors, Albus Dumbledore still had a towering intellect to match his magical capacity. Why select Mr. Longbottom or why force Harry to participate at all? "Both," James replied. It seemed that both men had forgotten that she was in the room. Shaking his head, Albus answered, "I told the truth about why I selected him. He seemed to be the best selection given the criteria of the task." Shrugging, Albus added, "There was no danger, James. I would never knowingly place a student in danger." "Except when it's Harry," Prongs interrupted. "Dragons ring a bell. Dementors. How about the Philosopher's Stone or the Chamber of Secrets?" Pursing his lips, the old man nodded. "True. True indeed. I can understand why you and your family assumed the worst about the danger of the task." There was an awkward silence as both wizards held in what they most urgently desired to say. It was evident that James wanted to lash out, calling the old headmaster a fool and other such things. Albus, in his turn, wanted to tell James that he'd never hurt a child, but in Harry's case, the evidence of his behavior gave light to that truth. Exercising the best option, both men remained silent until James asked, "The third task?" "It shall be in June, probably during the week of the 20th. There shall be a maze on the Quidditch pitch leavened with various creatures, enchantments and plants. In the center of the maze shall be the Triwizard Cup. First to the cup wins the tournament." "James," he trailed off before regaining his courage. "I just want to tell you that I hold no animus towards Harry and shall not contact the horrors about the reductor curse he cast at me during the task. I understand more fully his emotional reaction. However, I'd caution you that most others will not be so understanding." James gave a short nod before he turned on his heel. After the door closed behind him, Albus turned to Minerva. "That could have gone better." Her raised eyebrow was her only reply. In this case, she sided much more with James than her old friend. The next day, the teens had a break from their instruction. James and Sirius were slated to retake their seats as High Lords of the Wizengamot. Sirius had been unjustly stricken from the role, his seat held in abeyance while the Potter seat was sat by the hereditary steward for the line, Arthur Weasley. "Mr. Weasley is the steward for our house?" Harry asked in a despairing tone. Lily watched her son closely. Something was afoot here and she didn't like what she was seeing. Frowning at his son's reaction, James nodded. "Yeah, he is. The second son of the Weasley family has always been our family's steward. There's even a house on the grounds for his family should he wish to live at the estate." Holding his head in his hands, Harry was silent while Hermione rubbed his back consolingly. Asking the question Harry was afraid to put voice to, she put to James, "Do you think Mr. Weasley knew the extent of the Potter holdings as well as the Richmond and Potter titles?" Of course he did. He had to know in order to fulfill the most basic activities of his charge. The man had quarterly meetings with the bank to review our accounts. "Oh, God," Harry ed. Alarmed, Lily moved to Harry's free side. As she sat, she noticed Hermione's pale face. The teen muttered, "It can't be." Showing a sensitiveness that wasn't always present, James asked, "What's wrong?" In a soft tone. Harry gulped a few mouthfuls of air before shaking his head in negation. Lily looked to Hermione for explanation, her wide green eyes nearly demanding an answer from the witch who was nearly her daughter. Staring straight ahead, Hermione began to tell of her and Harry's relationship with the Weasley family. The early friendship with Ron, Fred and George's rescue of Harry before second year, Mrs. Weasley's concern and fondness for the young Harry and Mr. Weasley's affable affection for both Harry and Hermione. How they took Harry into their home, showing him the love and affection for which he'd starved. Trembling with rage, Lily took her son in one arm, reaching across his back to grasp Hermione's limp hand. Turning to her husband, her intent was clear. Oh, she'd known that Harry and Hermione were friends with the youngest Weasley boy for a time, but never this level of entanglement with the steward's family. James's narrowed eyes reflected her intent. Nodding to her, he leaned forward, taking his son's hands in his own. Lily whispered something she'd heard from Harry not so long before. Just loud enough for all of them to hear, she told Harry, "They don't matter." "Only the family matters," he replied. Nodding, he looked up at his dad for strength. Over James's shoulder was Sirius, looking on with a decided expression. Giving his godson a reassuring nod, Padfoot echoed, "Only the family." "What do we do?" Hermione asked. Lily was surprised. Usually, the witch was very confident and self-assured. Now she seemed adrift at sea. "We make him pay," Harry snarled. "No," James countered. Looking up, the boy who lived replied, "No. No. I take this for action. I'm the head of the family, it's my task." Harry seemed as if he were about to rebel, but gave in at the last moment, nodding in agreement. Standing, James nodded to Lily. "I've some things to see to at home. I'll meet you in the atrium of the ministry after the convocation." Pulling him down for a kiss, she couldn't be prouder. Before he'd matured, James would have ranted and raved about the duplicity and two-timing that it seemed the Weasley steward was culpable of executing. Now, he took charge and protected those whom he loved. Was there any wonder that she loved her man? After breaking their kiss, she answered, "The atrium afterwards." "We'll be there. I'll grab Neville also as we talked about. I agree that he should see this." Nodding, James gave his son one last clap on the back before he headed for the flow. Lily couldn't help but smile when Sirius squatted on his haunches in front of the still pale Hermione. "You okay, sweetie?" Is this Sirius Black using a term of endearment for a girl he considers a daughter? "I've to tell Remus this one." Shrugging, the teen replied, "Not really, but I will be. Go, I'm sure you and James have some matters to discuss." Standing, he frowned at both teens. Harry nodded, "I'll be all right. Just a bit of a shock, yeah." Finally acquiescing, Padfoot nodded. "Atrium afterwards then. We'll go to a late lunch." Turning to Hermione, he reminded her, "Black family robes." She nodded, a bit of strength returning to her expression. "Got 'em." After the flow flare died down, Lily asked the teens, "Do you want to talk about it?" "What's there to say?" Harry whispered. "They set me up to use me for my money. I wouldn't be surprised if they borrowed a few galleons." Her face sad, Hermione murmured, "We don't know that." Why wouldn't he say anything, then? Why wouldn't any of them? They all had to know. Even Ginny and Ron had to know. This kind of thing isn't a secret. Seeing Harry's temper ramping up, Lily wrapped him in a hug, while telling him, "Easy, son. Easy." Eventually, he nodded, indicating to Lily that he was under control again. "It doesn't make sense, though," Hermione stated as she stared off into space. Turning back to the Potters, she explained, "The Weasleys are dirt poor. While I'm sure that Mr. Weasley's salary at the ministry isn't a fortune, I would think that his pay as the steward for the House of Richmond would more than offset any deficiencies." Staring off into the ether, he mind jumped to different track. How did he have time for a job? Focusing on Lily, Hermione asked, I've seen what the Black family fortune entails, and the management of that, in lieu of the Lord, would be a full-time job. How did he have time to work his ministry job? I don't know, Hermione, Lily replied. Both teens, crestfallen expressions pulled at her heartstrings. I know you both must feel betrayed right now, but let's see what Arthur has to say for himself. Glancing at the clock, she stood. We need to get cleaned up and changed if we're to be on time. Harry, would you be a dear by making sure Neville is ready to go? He nodded before silently standing. As Lily headed toward her bedroom, she heard Harry whisper, "You're the only one who's ever been there for me." Just Harry. Hermione's reply, "Because I love you," made Lily's heart sing. Hermione emerged from the fire elegantly, Harry thought. Standing as tall as her 5'4" allowed, she looked beautiful in her family robes. The large crest of the House of Blackmore stood on her left. The gold embroidery about the cuffs of her robes indicated her status as heir to the line. When they'd headed back to Gryffindor Tower to change, she'd told him, "I'm a bit nervous about all this." Seeing Harry's frown, she added, "Not about being declared a Black or Sirius heir, but just the whole, pretend pureblood, thing and what people might say." Before he could say anything, she smiled before adding in a sing-song voice, "Only the family matters, got it?" Neville was ready and waiting, his dark green robes embroidered similar to Hermione's, except the crest of Longbottom stood on his. The Longbottoms qualified as ancient, as they were one of the founding families of the Wizengamot, but weren't noble, as they had never been elevated to the peerage. Harry had found out from Sirius that there were only 5 ancient and noble families: Black, Potter, Jones, Boot and Abbott, though Black and Potter were the only earls. Jones, Boot and Abbott were either viscounts or, in the case of Boot, a baron. Harry's robes of dark blue with the red Welsh dragon on the had the Richmond crest overlaid. He, too, had the gold embroidery about his cuffs signifying his status as an heir to the lordship of his house. He thought Hermione and Neville cut a fine figure as they followed Lily to the Wizengamot Convocation Hall. Unlike the courtrooms, which were Spartan and utilitarian on purpose, the Convocation Hall was lushly apportioned with a large box for a viewing section. Family members of the delegates to the Wizengamot always had 2 seats available for spouses and heirs to watch the proceedings, while the press had to jockey with the public in vying for the remaining 12 seats. Lily was dressed in robes similar to those Harry was wearing. The design of the dragon and the crest of Richmond indicated her as the Countess Richmond. Contemptuous, Harry noticed that many of the ministry workers scuttled out of their way as Lily strode briskly toward the Convocation Hall. Had she not been the Lady Richmond, the mother who lived, most would have nearly knocked her down, knowing that she was Muggle-born. The hypocrisy of magical Britain staggered him at times. In due course, the foursome settled in their seats. Hermione occupying the heir seat for Blackmore was halfway across the balcony. Neville was a bit closer in his heir seat, but still too far away for discussion. Leaning into his mum, Harry asked, "Is this going to be boring as hell?" Lily finished with a grin. When Harry shrugged while smiling, she shrugged back. "I don't know. Before everything went to hell in a handbasket that Halloween night, I'd only attended once before becoming pregnant with you. Neither of us felt too comfortable with my appearing in public while pregnant, so I didn't attend any other convocation until now." Harry nodded in understanding. He decided to be patient, so he drew a shrunken book from his pocket. Holding it out to Lily, she tapped it, resizing it so he could continue his studies. Halfway through his reading about magical potentiality and how to realize it, he heard the sergeant at arms call out, "Hear ye! Hear ye! Lords and ladies, members and proxy members of the Wizengamot of Great Britain and Northern Ireland call you to readiness to serve the subjects of Her Royal Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith." Eyes wide, he met Hermione's surprised gaze. "The Queen?" Hermione mouthed. Harry held up his hands in bewilderment. Turning to Lily, he asked, "The Queen?" She whispered in reply, "Long story for later. My lords and ladies, members and proxy members of the Wizengamot, please be seated so we may begin." Dumbledore was heard to call over the rumble of voices. The noise quickly subsided as the old man waited. Harry was impressed with the man's presence in the chamber. Standing tall and regal, he controlled the assembly through his position and sheer force of personality. Of late, Harry's attitude toward the headmaster had oscillated like a windsock in a typhoon. Toward the beginning of the year, he'd felt near reverence for the old man. He was a savior and a hero. The wizard who'd saved him from the tortuous life he'd experienced in Surrey. After the disclosures about Dumbledore's role in Harry's abusive upbringing, Harry had felt a hatred that bordered that for his now imprisoned aunt and uncle. The man had sent him to hell and left him there, unmonitored. Now, he was more confused about how he felt toward the man. Hatred or grudging respect, loathing or a realistic appreciation for the man's achievements. Most clearly, Harry didn't trust Dumbledore in any way, shape or form. Frowning, he thrust the ponderings aside as irrelevant. "We celebrate an historic occasion this day," Dumbledore began. Looking about the room, it seemed as if the old man made eye contact with all in the well-apportioned chamber. "Today, we not only welcome back 2 of our members, but 2 High Lords of our Wizengamot. The Earl of Richmond and the Earl of Blackmore return to us today, both heads of their families, both have lived through many trials and tribulations in order to return to us today. Both men stand before us today to be welcomed back to this august body of which their forefathers stood as founders." James and Sirius stood tall in the doorway of the convocation hall. Dressed in their finest robes, the gold embroidery on their sleeves wound up to nearly their shoulders. After Dumbledore gave a short bow to the men, he intoned, "My lords, will you retake the seats of your forefathers so that this body may gain from your wisdom and guidance?" Harry's eyebrows rose at the flowery language. When he leaned into his mother to ask, she anticipated him. Just rhetoric. They even asked the Lestrange seat the same question when it changed hands. With a wry smile, Harry turned back to watch the proceedings with keen interest. "So, what did you think?" James asked his son. On Harry's other side, Hermione and Sirius were chatting, probably about the same topic, James reflected. Neville had an exam the next day in charms, so he'd used the flow to head back to school. "Very interesting," Harry replied with a hint of enthusiasm. "I was fully prepared to be bored to tears, but it was very interesting." Prongs noticed a hint of aggression when Harry asked, "I noticed that Dumbledore was being especially nice and that Mr. Weasley wasn't present." "Dumbledore, for all his faults, is invariably polite," James replied, ignoring the second half of Harry's observation. It wasn't a topic to be discussed in the ministry atrium. Catching his wife's eye, he asked, "Anthony's?" It was a 4-star steakhouse that had a renowned lunch menu. Lily nodded as she wrapped her arm in the crook of Hermione's arm. Lily had become the self-appointed side-along apparator and general protector of the bushy-haired witch, despite serious protestations. Narrowing her eyes at Padfoot's protruding tongue, she disapparated with a crack. James took Harry, so it was a few minutes later when they were sat in a private room at the posh restaurant. Sirius ordered the wine for before while everyone studied his or her menu. He nearly began laughing when he heard Harry lean over to Hermione asking, "Did they have bangers and mash and all this?" Her hissed reply of, "Harry," was smothered under the boy who lives amused laughter. It was obvious to James that his son was winding the girl up, so when she came to the same conclusion, he was ready for the change in expression from anger to annoyance to mild embarrassment. With a hint of smugness, Prongs told Hermione, "Always remember that he's my son, too." "As if I could ever forget," the teen muttered as she went back to her menu. The meal passed quickly. All were hungry as the convocation lasted far longer than expected. The minister was so moved by the return of the brave and noble members that he felt compelled to speak for 40 very long minutes extolling their virtues. Sirius was less than impressed. "I'm wonderful, and yet the order for the K.S. for me was still in effect a few short months ago." What a jackass." James shrugged it off. Even though he was a member of the Wizengamot, he didn't consider himself a politician. The belief that politicians were parasites and scum was integral to his worldview. The protracted self-important sing from Fudge merely reinforced that belief. On the way to the Flow fireplace for the restaurant, Harry tugged his sleeve. "Dad, can we talk about the steward situation when we get back?" James frowned. He had an idea about the whole situation, but wanted to bounce it off Lily first. Talking with Harry couldn't hurt anything, though. Sure, Harry must have spoken to Hermione beforehand, because when they arrived back at the castle, she just squeezed Harry's hand before wordlessly heading back to Gryffindor Tower to change her clothes. Heading into the spare bedroom, James plopped into the chair by the fire, motioning for Harry to join him. "What's on your mind?" Cutting to the chase, Harry told his dad, "I want to be there when you confront Mr. Weasley." Leaning back in the chair, Prongs rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Why is that?" When Harry looked at him with a hint of incredulity, James amended, "I think I know the reason, but I don't want to assume that I'm right." Visibly deflating, Harry leaned back in the chair, the internal fires quenching. "I just want to know why. Why they lied, why they befriended me, and why." He looked away. Was it all a game for them? Did they think it was funny? "Hey, watch Potter beg for affection from Mum. Was that their idea of a good time?" The bitterness in Harry's voice was palpable. "Arthur doesn't strike me as that kind of man. While Molly is a bit controlling." Harry interrupted, "A bit." Rolling his eyes, James continued, "All right, a lot controlling. Even though they have their flaws, I doubt they were sadistic enough to be like that." "Maybe." James felt a pinch in his heart as he saw another bit of his son's innocence slip away. Harry had suffered in so many ways over the years, that James felt helpless to stem this tide. "If it makes you feel better, you can be there, but it's just the two of us. Your mother and Hermione won't be there as this is official family business. I can square your presence due to your status as the heir of the house, but no more." Harry nodded, grimly relieved. Clapping his son on the shoulder, he encouraged him, "Lighten up. It's not the end of the world. Go find your pretty girlfriend so she can drag you into a broom closet for a bit." When Harry blushed as he smiled, James added, "Seriously though, don't get worked up. Only. The family matters," Harry finished. "Right." Remus looked up from his books. He'd been tasked by Phileas to develop a regimen of spell work and rune enchantment so that Harry and Hermione would be able to control their magic with pinpoint accuracy as regards to power level applied in their spells. When it was complete, he would review it with Phileas and Lily. Easier said than done. Despite the little present he'd left for Sirius, he was a bit down. Just like in school, he was alone. James had Lily, Sirius was beginning to regain his life, he'd been on 3 dates with Hestia Jones, and once again, Moony was alone. Rubbing his face, he tried to shake off the self-pity. Being a lycanthrope was a difficult cross to bear at all times of the month, not just the 3 days of the full moon. Some healers have speculated that an extension of the curse was a depressive personality that developed in the afflicted. Others hypothesized that the lifestyle of a werewolf was so unfortunate that depression was a result. Either way, Remus was depressed. He was beginning to get a handle on the program that Phileas had tasked him to create. The first stages were easy for he had leveraged well-known spells. Given their demonstration over the holidays, he was starting the teens with the Siege Engine spell as their baseline. He smiled as he shook his head when he wrote that spell as the first in the series. As with the Patronus charm, most wizards and witches couldn't cast the Siege Engine, much less be standing afterwards. The rest of the list delved into the deepest reaches of magic of which mainline British magical society had never heard. Conjuration of living animals, animation of noble metal statues, permanent enchantment of objects and the like were all on the list. He'd solicited his friends for ideas as well, resulting in Lily's edition of solo casting of high-powered wards, which Sirius had not only echoed but provided a list. Now Harry and Hermione would be learning how to cast Transfiguration wards along with Memory Charm and Confundus wards. Remus had been aware that the mental affecting wards were high-power sumps, but had no idea how much magical power had been required. A quick check with James had resulted in Moony scheduling Rowan Hill to be warded with a hostile confusion ward, which would drive off any invaders who possessed ill intent. The notes for the ritual were 11 pages long, but Padfoot and Moony expected both teens to cast the ward over the next weekend. Focusing on his work helped, somewhat. Nevertheless, in the end, Remus Lupin lived a loveless life. A very sensitive man, he screamed for a mate, a person with whom he could share all of himself, but who would want to share their life with a shring monster. No one, that's who. The opening door distracted him from his morose thoughts. "Hello James, how'd it go?" Remus asked disinterestedly as he returned to his books. "Fine. I need to talk to you about something fairly important." Frowning, Remus looked up. Since returning to the time stream, Prongs had changed significantly. Where he'd once been a jolly, mischievous man who would occasionally lapse into seriousness, his old friend's personality seemed to flip. Now, he would occasionally slip into Prongs, where most of the time, he was Lord Richmond. No doubt Harry's upbringing and his own perception of his failure as a father was the root cause. Indicating the empty chair across from him, Remus asked, "What's on your mind?" "Tomorrow, I'm going to give Arthur Weasley the sack as steward of the House of Richmond." Remus nodded. He'd expected that since the discussion earlier in the day. Lily had filled him in on the particulars. Remus felt a bit of culpability, for it never occurred to him to explain to Harry, and to a lesser extent Hermione, about Arthur's role in the Potter family. "I completely understand," Remus replied when James fell silent. The following look that James gave his old friend gave Moony the shivers. The intensity and raw emotion was startling. "I need you to do something very important for me and my family, Remus." Surprised at being addressed by his name, for despite the changes in James, he still addressed his lycanthropic friend as Moony. In all sincerity, Remus replied, "Anything. You've but to name it." James's eyes flashed in triumph. "Then be the new steward for my house. You and your heirs." Nonplussed, Remus stared. Finally, he croaked, "James," in a weak protest. Gaze unwavering, James pressed, "I need you to do this, Remus." "No," Remus replied with the hint of a snarl. He'd always been a bit vain about his finances, now his pride was screaming that this was charity from his wealthy friend. "I am well off. Enough in my own right now due to your bequest. I don't need any more of the Potter gold." Remus pushed his chair back when James exploded out of his chair, incensed. "Damn you, Moony. You just said, anything, didn't you? This isn't about you, you bloody prick." Infuriated, James swept Remus' books from the table. "You're the only one I trust. Only you, Remus. This isn't about your problem, damn your stiff neck." As the last shout echoed through the room, Remus stood, "Really? Then why now?" Rolling his eyes, James replied, "You stupid pillock. Just this morning I found out that my current steward completely abnegated his responsibilities to the point where he never identified himself to his supposed overlord. With everyone believing that Lils and I died, Harry was his lord, yet he told him nothing." More softly, Prongs beseeched his friend, "Damn it, Moony, I need you. You're the only one I trust. As much as I love him, Sirius is barely getting through his days, Azkaban hurt him too deeply. On top of it, he has his own business to manage. Harry is far too young and has a fairly important task that takes priority," he snarked. "I trust you. Lily trusts you. We both agree that we need you to do this." "But," Remus whispered, "I'd be your employee, not your friend." The slap on his cheek was unexpected. Looking at his friend, with shocked surprise, Remus gaped at James who stood there glaring and panting with emotion. "You are first, last and always Remus Lupin, Moony of the Marauders and one of my closest friends. You will be the godfather of any other children Lily and I are blessed with having. The reason I offer this position to you is because I know that you can do this and not let it interfere with our relationship. Never, ever, imply that you are my employee. You are my brother." James's puffing eased as he calmed somewhat. "Sorry," Remus offered. "You're right. It would never happen. I'm sorry." James' reply was to pull his brother into a rough embrace. "I don't know if I've ever said it, but I love you, Moony. We're all of us standing into danger and I want you to know that I respect and love you like few other men. Sirius and my father are the only others in the same category." Blinking in surprise, for James had revered his father, Remus merely hugged his brother in return before murmuring, "Very well. I'll do it." At that moment, Sirius barged into the room. James turned before immediately falling to the floor in hysterics. Remus grinned widely, his prank had finally borne fruit. Sirius stood there with his skin blaze orange while purple polka dots marched across the bridge of his nose before doing a lap around his face. His poison green hair stood up in a 3-foot mohawk. The miasma emanating from the rear of Padfoot was reminiscent of a cesspool. "Which of you did this?" he squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Moony's grin became a chuckle. "Mischief managed." Hermione was in the library doing her best to control her more primal instincts. "Whenever he looks at me like that, I can't get anything done." More plainly, she wanted to shag her boyfriend's brains out. Harry was sitting across from her, his nose deep in a charms text as he studied the basics behind healing magic. They'd all agreed that both teens needed a basic healing course, similar to that which soldiers receive as part of their instruction in the armies of the world. Offering to take the lead on the studying, Harry had diligently culled books from the library's surprisingly massive collection of healing texts. A few gems had been found which focused exactly on their needs. The Casualty Healer's Guide was far too in-depth, but steered him in the right direction. Hermione reflected on his efforts, causing her to smile. She'd always known that Harry was smart. She'd also known that he was extremely attractive. Put the two together and she arrived with one very distracted and bothered smartest witch of the age. Shaking her head in the hope to clear her thoughts, she readdressed her own reading. This ward that Sirius and Remus had them casting this weekend was a big one. She had completed the arithmetic equations to cast the ward and to integrate it into the complex ward schema at Rowan Hill. The 7 pages of differential equations was a wonderfully complex task into which she threw herself. Comparing her results to Lily's, Remus and Sirius, she was proud that they were all within tolerance levels of each other. The simple part was left, casting a ward that would leave her and Harry drained for a day or so. What about the Weasleys? She wondered to herself. That hurt ran deep. Despite her and Ronald's constant bickering, she did see him as a friend. Hermione didn't have too many friends, so the appearance that he'd never been a friend at all hurt her deeply. I can't even imagine how Harry feels. Betrayal and hurt compounded with anger and resentment with an undercurrent of fear, most likely. Thank God, his parents returned to his life, they'd probably saved his life. Tomorrow James was going to confront Mr. Weasley and Harry was going to be there. They'd already discussed the issue and she was going to remind him of the thing that they'd discussed. Don't say anything. Let your dad handle everything. It was interesting. For in the previous few weeks Harry had been the calm one, in most situations, some of which he'd even calmed his parents and adult relatives. She felt good that she was able to be there for him when he displayed his admirable humanity. Harry was far from perfect, she knew that. However, he was perfect for her. He didn't like their mutually agreed path of silent observation during the forthcoming discussion, but agreed it was probably the best course of action. The anger and other emotions he'd already shown were very strong and neither of them wanted him to derail the discussion. All the Potters wanted the truth from Arthur, but Hermione was afraid that the reason would circle back to Dumbledore. The old headmaster had proven to be a meddler when it suited his worldview. She was even more afraid that it wouldn't come back to the man because then it meant the Weasleys were probably just common thieves. Looking across the table again, she saw him watching her. Her breath caught in her throat when he smiled that damnable smile. Giving in to her desires, she stood. While extending her hand across the table, she told him, "Come on. We've some very serious things to discuss in your parents' suite." Puzzled, he took her hand as they left their books on the table. "We do." "Yes. In the guest room." Smiling like the cat with the canary, he echoed, "You're right, we do have very important discussions to work through." She squeaked when he pinched her bum, but smiled nonetheless. Harry was alone as he paced in his father's study. James was in the library looking for a few things as they waited for Arthur Weasley to arrive. He and Hermione had discussed it repeatedly. You must remain calm. Anger and other emotion will only make a tense situation that much the worse. But damn if he wasn't mad as hell. All his life at the Dursleys, they'd made Harry the fool, the freak. He thought he'd be free of that once he left them behind, but it seemed all too clear that he was once again being made the fool. Arthur Weasley, a man whom he'd once liked very much and even tentatively respected, which was a significant feat for a boy who had been so abused, Arthur had played him the fool it seemed. Back and forth he paced, his anger waxing and waning as he remembered Hermione's counsel, "Be the man I know you can be." They had been cuddling in bed, awash in the afterglow of their love. Could he let her down by succumbing to his thirst for retribution? Never. A startling thought occurred to him. "Rowry," he called with a hint of a tremor in his voice. The next moment, a pop sounded as the house elf appeared. Bowing stiffly, he asked, "My lord." Cutting to the chase, Harry asked, "Rowry, why did you never try to find me when I was a baby?" The usually stoic house elf quickly melted into a puddle of remorse. "I am sorry, my lord. I could tell that you were alive, but try as I might, I could not find you." Falling to his knees, he prostrated himself. "I know of your sufferings and had I tried harder, I'm sure I could have found you." I. The elf was weeping now. Moved by his obvious and sincere remorse, Harry fell to his knees. Gathering the old elf into his arms, Harry murmured, I forgive you, Rowry. I'm sure that you did your best in trying to find me. Every day, my lord. Every day for half the day I searched Britain for you. With a small smile, Harry ventured, and for the other half you attended your duties here. To which the now sniffling house elf nodded. Do you know why you couldn't find me? No, my lord. There was strong magic about you that interfered with my usual sensing of your presence. Since you returned to the house over Halloween, I've always been able to find you, even at Hogwarts. After a sniffle, he whispered, I'm sorry. You are a good and loyal elf, Rowry. You have my thanks and gratitude for your service. Hermione wasn't the only person to read the etiquette books. My lord is too kind, the old elf replied as he wiped his face. Shaking his head, Harry countered, no, you are too kind. That will be all, Rowry. I give you my thanks for your efforts past and present. With an extremely deep bow, Rowry popped away. It was with a sad smile that Harry heaved himself into the chair next to the fire. Running his hands through his hair, he tried to calm down. It had been a shock when he realized that Rowry had never come for him. The evidence that house elves always knew where their family was had thrown him. He'd come to care for the family retainer, and the moment of panic engendered by his realization had been disturbing. He'd wondered if Rowry had chosen not to rescue Harry. The question before him now was why couldn't Rowry find him? Knowing next to nothing about house elves and their abilities, he decided to shelve the discussion. He'd just heard the flow roar in the entry hall. Arthur Weasley had arrived. Before Harry was ready, the door to the study opened. A pasty-faced Arthur preceded James into the room. Harry's eyes snapped to the man's face. The usually happy expression was long gone. The eyes that usually twinkled in mirth or curiosity were dull as he avoided Harry's searching gaze. Frustrated at the man's avoidance, Harry hissed, Good morning, Mr. Weasley. Slowly, Arthur lifted his head. His expression sad, he nodded, Good morning, Harry. Don't you mean, my lord? Harry harshly countered. Wincing, the patriarch of the cadet branch of the Weasley family nodded. Yes, that's true. I apologize, my lord. James followed Arthur into the room, glaring at Harry as he mouthed, Not now. This was neither the time nor place for the young man to vent his spleen. Feeling a bit ashamed for losing control, Harry nodded to his father in a mute apology. James took his seat behind his massive mahogany desk. Harry stood at his father's shoulder. Arthur was not invited to sit. I've spent the previous few days with the goblins at Gringotts. You've done fairly well, steward. Not only does it appear that none of our funds are missing, nor did any investments lose their value due to negligence or mismanagement, but you've grown the trust a modest 4% over the last 13 years. James paused, watching Arthur. Finally, the red-headed man replied, Thank you, my lord. I have strived to fulfill the obligation of my forefathers. James narrowed his eyes, then explained your behavior toward my son. To the world at large, Lady Richmond and I were dead, so our son was your overlord. Why did you fail to inform him of not only your role, but his position and his assets? It was the decisive moment. Harry gritted his teeth as he curled his nails into his palm to keep from lashing out at the man. It was a bit anticlimactic, though. Arthur's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. His face showed an internal strain, but the man was unable to speak. Completely confused, Harry nearly missed his father's sigh of frustration. Leaning back in his chair, James asked, Let's try this. I shall ask yes, or no, questions. If the answer is no, leave the room, then come back. Understand? Yes, my lord, Arthur replied with a hint of relief in his voice. Are you under a secrecy spell of some kind? The steward of the family stayed in his spot. Do you know who placed you under this spell? Arthur left the room. Damn, James muttered. Raking his hand through his unruly hair, he stared at his desk as Arthur re-entered the room. Turning to Harry, his father told him, that's why he didn't tell you, he was unable to speak of it. But what of his family? Harry countered with a hint of aggression. James's cocked eyebrow was sufficient to cow the boy who lived. Turning back to Arthur, James asked, Did your family know of your stewardship for our estate? The frustration was back on the man's face, so James narrowed the question. Did your wife know? With a sigh of relief, Arthur stayed put. Is she under the same spell? The perplexed expression on Arthur's face led James to conclude, You don't know. Does Ronald or Ginevra or any of your older children know of your duties? Arthur left the room. Damn! Harry exclaimed. He wanted to yell, rant and rave at the man. He wanted to expiate all the pain and sense of betrayal he felt by tearing the man to virtual shreds, but here it seems that the entire family was either bound in some secrecy spell or ignorant of the situation. Look, we know some things, James told his son as Arthur returned. Indicating the older man with his thumb, James listed, we know that he was bound in this spell when his oldest was young and after we were sent into the ether. Therefore, that had to happen in late 81 or early 82. That leaves the next question, who would gain by isolating you from your inheritance? The world believed your mum and me dead, so it was Harry and the Potter Trust, not James and Potter Trust that was the target. Harry nearly growled, Dumbledore. Shrugging his reply, James turned back to Arthur. Despite the good work you've done, I'm sure you realize why you'll no longer be our steward. You'll be unable to communicate with my heir about the status of his estate when he inherits. You know Remus Lupin, they'd all been in the Order during the First War. Contact him at Hogwarts to begin the turnover of your accounts and duties. Through his bewilderment, Harry saw his father impulsively reach for a scrap of parchment. Scribbling down a number, James folded it before handing it to the now fired Potter steward. This shall be your severance pay, I'll have it transferred to your vaults. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Arthur, but you and presumably your heirs can't function in your hereditary roles any longer. Harry barely noticed his father rising to escort Arthur to the floor. Slumping into his chair, Harry tried to wrap his head around what just happened. Arthur Weasley and the Potters. Arthur Weasley and the family money. Arthur Weasley and Harry's role. Dad, Harry began as a thought occurred to him. Yeah, James replied as he flopped on the couch. What if the goal wasn't to separate me from the family legacy, but to separate Mr. Weasley from our family? Eyes round, James stared off into the distance. Hun, but why? Why keep me away from our legacy? Harry countered. Rolling his eyes, James beckoned to Harry, because we're bloody rich and keeping you away from our massive vaults keeps you under wraps. But that indicates Dumbledore, Harry concluded. Or a Death Eater. When Harry scrunched his face in disbelief, James added, they would want you weak and an easy target. Living with that scum that Albus sent you to had you pretty downtrodden, yeah. His face closing a bit, Harry nodded as he looked at the ground. The cushion sinking caused Harry to look into his father's eyes as James settled next to his son. It's not your fault, James whispered, a hint of a terror in his eye. You did nothing wrong, but someone like Lucius Malfoy wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of that state of affairs. How would he know? Hire an investigator. Oh, he'd also do it for petty vengeance. On more than one occasion the Potter family has stuck it to those bloody invaders in the Wizengamot. Half smiling, Harry asked, invaders? Yeah, those Norman pricks. Bunch of Johnny-come-lately-s. Think their shite doesn't stink and butterflies and sunshine emanate from their collective superior asses. Now Harry was chuckling as he smiled. He knew his dad was trying to cheer him up, but that didn't distract him. It made him love his father even more. How much did you give him for severance? Harry asked. 100,000 galleons. Harry whistled at the amount, but wasn't surprised. His dad was generous, and it was a fraction of what Arthur had earned for the family. The severance was for not only Arthur, but his heirs as well. Nodding, he relaxed a bit. This stuff is pretty stressful, Harry admitted. Yeah. After a moment of silence, James playfully slapped Harry's thigh. Come on. This deserves a visit to Quality Quidditch Supplies. We'll get some tickets to the next United match and maybe browse for something wonderful for our brilliant ladies in Storio Ale. I like the Cardiff shopping area better than Diagon Alley, there's usually not so many crowds. Smiling, Harry jumped to his feet. He'd been thinking about a gift for Hermione but hadn't the time to get away from the school without her at his side. Following his dad to the flow, he had a fleeting thought about how wonderful it was to do something so ordinary with his father. The whole family had gathered. James's message to Lily, "We're fine, unexpected developments. We'll return for dinner," had Sirius frothing at the mouth all afternoon. It was endearing to Hermione to see Sirius so concerned for his godson. Nonetheless, everyone waited in James and Lily's suite for the afternoon. Remus was still working out the power exercises. Hermione read arithmancy, asking Sirius a question now and again while Lily was brewing Remus, Wolfsbane. I'm a far better brewer than Severus has ever been, she commented to break the silence. Technically he's a good brewer, but he has no subtlety. Hermione had suppressed a snicker at the comment. It was rather amusing for Lily to accuse Snape of having no subtlety, as it was the dour potion master's favorite epithet towards Harry and Neville. Other than Lily's potion progressing in its natural course, no one got much accomplished. Every few minutes, Hermione was checking the clock to see how much longer it was. Until 5, when Harry and James were expected to return. Finally, the fireplace fired green as the flow connection opened. Of course, Harry tumbled out first, shortly followed by James elegantly stepping out of the fireplace. Hurrying to her young man, she helped him to his feet after casting a quick cleansing charm. Disregarding the packages in his hands, she asked, "How did it go?" His expression was a bit confused with a hint of frustration. "Strangely," he replied. Motioning to the table, he added, "Dad'll explain it. It didn't go as expected." Forcing herself to be patient, she occupied herself by pouring tea for Sirius, Harry and her. After arranging her tea, 1 sugar, Harry's milk with 1 sugar, and Sirius, far too much sugar for any human to safely consume, she sat next to Harry to hear James's explanation. "Well, it seems that Arthur is under a binding spell or potion that prevents him from speaking to a Potter about his being the steward of our estates." Flummoxed, she sat there staring at her boyfriend's father for a long minute before he brain re-engaged. She'd been bracing herself for betrayal by the Weasleys or subterfuge and manipulation from the headmaster, but not this. But who cast this spell or applied the potion? Hermione and Lily asked at the same time. In the corner of her eye, she saw Harry smile. Sirius and Remus were still staring open-mouthed at their old friend while Lily and Hermione wore the same narrow-eyed inquiring expression. Arthur didn't know, or so he claimed, James answered as he sat back in his chair. Flopping his head back, he stared at the ceiling as he held up the first finger on his hand. "Harry and I batted it back and forth. It could be Dumbledore trying to keep his child of prophecy under his thumb by denying him access to the family funds." Hermione bristled at the thought, but she'd expected that to be a possibility. James held up the next finger on his hand, or it could be a Death Eater who was trying to exact revenge on Harry for his unwitting defeat of Voldemort. Said Death Eater didn't know where Harry was, but it was fairly common knowledge that Arthur was the family steward. He or she could be acting against Harry through Weasley. The next finger ticked up. It's an unpleasant thought, but it's possible that Weasley cast the spell on himself and Molly in order to embezzle funds. The goblins haven't found anything missing, but with a fortune as large as ours, it's easy to miss a few thousand here and there, Sirius finished with a growl. Nodding, James ticked up the 4th finger, or, heaven help us, it's a completely unknown player with completely unknown motives. Hermione groaned. That was worst case. What if it was someone completely outside of the Voldemort war circle of aggression? What if a family with a 6th-century-old grievance against the Potters was attempting to exact vengeance? How was she supposed to discover a completely faceless aggressor with unidentified aims? Well, that just ass. Rolling her eyes, Hermione snarked, "Thanks, Sirius, that's ever so helpful." "Well, I'm just saying," his smile was evident in his tone. "Shut it, Sirius," Lily commanded in a distracted tone. "This is bad." "Yes, it is," Remus agreed as he stared off into space, deep in thought. Rousing, he asked, "Are Arthur and Molly willing to submit to testing to determine the nature of the curse?" Nodding, James answered, he indicated they were. "So we start there," Lily announced. Standing, she began to pace. "First we isolate the type of magic and then, if we can, determine the duration it's been in place." Muttering to herself, she tapped her nose as she thought. "But that won't tell us who, only when." Glancing about the room, she announced, "I'm going for a walk. I'll be back in a bit." Hermione looked to Sirius for an explanation. Shrugging, he elaborated, "She does this. There's a problem that she worries like a dog with a bone. Instead of chewing, she walks. I think she must have walked a gajillion miles during Owl and Newt years." An unsettled expression settled on Padfoot's expression. Standing, he narrowed his eyes at James. "I think I'll take a little walk, too." The relieved reply from James, "Thanks, mate," confused Hermione until Harry piped up. "Should I go, too?" Divining Sirius' intent now, she rolled her eyes. "Your mum is a big girl now, Harry. She's jeweled Voldemort on more than one occasion. So, Harry countered, his voice hard. Taken aback by his tone, she looked to him. Seeing his eyes narrowed, she waited for him to explain. "I do the same for you and anyone else I love. It's not that I think Mum can't take care of herself, it's more that she's too precious to lose." Deciding that this wasn't some stupid guy thing, she gave him the benefit of the doubt. "I understand, but think that Sirius is bodyguard enough." Turning to the preoccupied James, she asked, "He'll be Padfoot?" Prong's reply was a curt nod. Nodding to herself, she stood to dig up the book she'd found a few days ago. Magical diagnoses should prove to be interesting reading right about now. The dog was man, yet the man was dog. The huge Grim trotted down the halls of the castle, his nose automatically finding the scent for which he searched. His unerring senses shortly brought him alongside the red-headed witch. Flopping open, the muzzle of the Grim gave a wide doggy smile when she didn't notice his presence for a few minutes. Finally, she gave a start when she noted the 200-pound dog walking next to her. "Damn it, Padfoot. You scared the shit out of me," Lily chastised the dog with a smile on her face. His soft woof woof was his only reply. Frowning, she asked, "Are you my bodyguard?" Becoming man once again, Sirius replied, "There are 2 Death Eaters in the castle, Lils. I knew you'd hurt Prongs if he trotted after you, so I came instead." Nodding absently, she muttered, "Thanks," before resuming her trek. Knowing her mind was driving her body to move, he didn't take her behavior seriously. Becoming dog again, he fell into step with her, a dozen or so paces behind her. It was far enough back so that she wouldn't be distracted by his presence, but close enough so that he could intervene should something untoward occur. He had enough practice in the Forbidden Forest keeping Moony under wraps to know the full capabilities of dog. The scents of the castle were always overwhelming. Food from the Great Hall, the horrid stink from the potions laboratories, the rank smell of unwashed teenager and the funk of a castle that had stood for over 1,000 years combined to create a series of odors that were decidedly unpleasant. Used to it from so many years ago, he shoved it aside, focusing on his hearing to discern any threat to his cousin-in-law who was a sister in all but blood. There was a rustling ahead that preceded a haughty voice which called, "Look, it's the mudblood who wouldn't have the good manners to die." Beginning to run, he heard Lily reply, "You little shite. I've killed better men than you'll ever be. Run away, little boy. I'll let you live if you say sorry before scuttling back to your hole. I've not forgotten your part in my son's injuries not that long ago." Dog could now see a group of youngsters who were thoroughly cowed by the irate witch. He could smell alcohol and a potion that was fashionable amongst the young, wealthy and stupid as it created a high that was unmatched by Muggle narcotics. "Apologize to a mudblood whore." Malfoy laughed. "You stupid cunt." The intoxicated boy never finished his thought as the enormous dog landed on his after a mighty leap. Both tumbled to the ground as the other intoxicated teens shouted incoherently. Quickly becoming man again, Sirius stood over his undesirable cousin's spawn. Draco paled when he recognized the Lord of the House of Blackmore. "My lord." The slap to the boy's cheek silenced him. "Maggot," Sirius hissed. "You dare say those things?" The hand on his shoulder stopped him. "I've already summoned Minerva. She'll deal with these children." Her dismissal of the Malfoy heir seemed to infuriate the boy further. Catching her drift, Sirius smiled as he casually placed his foot on Draco's hand. He put just enough weight on his foot to hurt the boy, but not break any bones. "Are you well, milady?" Sirius asked with a serious expression behind the light tone. "I'm well, thank you, my lord. These little vermin have actually helped me solve a little piece of my riddle for the evening." The other students groaned when they heard the exchange. Sirius smiled, as he knew their parents were going to rout them for this incredible insult. The Potters and Blacks were not only incredibly well known, but also incredibly wealthy. The approaching hurried footsteps of Minerva made the crowd groan once again. "You just wait, you mudblood," Draco hissed from the ground. Glaring at Sirius, he said, "You blood traitor, you and your whore there will get what's coming to you soon enough." Mr. Malfoy. Minerva had arrived, it was time for Padfoot and Lily to depart. Holding hands, they headed back to the tower. "I have no idea how to feel right now." She looked at him with a small smile. "I know how you feel." Harry shook his shaggy head. "I was all ready to hate Mr. Weasley or find more reasons to hate Dumbledore, but now. Now we've one more riddle in front of us, Hermione finished for him as she wound her arm behind his back. She lay her head on his shoulder for a moment before adding, which is just the latest mystery. Searching his memory, he eventually twigged her meaning. Who were the Death Eaters who attacked her and Sirius in the alley? Were they acting on their own or under orders from some unnamed, or worse yet a named, leader? The entire family had discussed this many times. It was highly unlikely that Voldemort had forgotten that he'd sent the Potters forward in time, so James had been adamant that everyone in the extended family be on their guard. As the Dark Lord had shown in the teens' first year, even as a wraith he could command his followers. Harry had snarled, "Pettigrew," to which all present nodded in agreement. They'd all been expecting attacks from the remnants of, or a reconstituted force of Death Eaters, but none had happened. That, combined with Dumbledore's games, had the family cycling from tense to relaxed and back. "So, the Weasleys?" Harry asked, bringing her back to the present. Shaking her head in mild exasperation, she told him, "I think we play it by ear." Ron stopped his stupid comments, which is nice. Ginny's cold shoulder has run its course. Smiling, she leaned into her boyfriend, which caused a shiver of thrill to run up his spine. "You know she still wants you." "Too bad. I'm yours," he growled playfully before pulling her into an alcove to snog for a moment. A few moments later, they were back on the move. "I guess we just play it by ear." Quote. He mused. "I hate to say it, but I don't think that I can trust Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Even if we find out that they were completely innocent in this whole matter, I don't think," he trailed off, his tone bleak. Wrapping her arm in his, she was silent. Much was learned, yet little had been resolved. "Is everyone ready?" "Not yet, my lord. I've contacted all but 3 names on the list. The rest are ready to do your bidding at the appointed hour. And the other 3, we know where 2 are. One is faithful, the other is unknown. I've just learned that the last is also with the other 2. He is a traitor." "Very good, Wormtail. You've done surprisingly well." "Surprisingly well. So it was a potion." James leaned back on the headboard, handing the test results to his wife. Lily was far his superior in the subtle science and exact art, so he let her examine the letter that had just arrived. They were currently in bed, D is the day they'd been born. Things had been stressful since Christmas, so Lily had told him, a mid-afternoon romp is called for. Who was he to quibble with such a provoking argument? The owl had perfect timing, too. 10 minutes after. "Good show, Mr. Tawny Owl." "So?" he asked after a minute. Arthur and Molly had quickly assented to an in-depth medical evaluation and diagnoses. It was intrusive, unpleasant, and required if they were to find out the mysterious assailant of the Weasleys. Well, the testing was very thorough. It looks like Arthur had a compound fracture of his leg when he was 5 years, 3 months and 4 days old. "Do you want to know the details of all of Molly's pregnancies?" Her smile was wide. James shivered. "That would be, no." "Right, Molly had torn tendons in her hand when she was 25, here we go." They were both administered a massive dose of the draft of binding in January of 1982, "Oh shite." "What?" he asked. Her bleak curse startled him and, truth be told, scared him a bit. Molly was placed under the Imperious Curse on December 31st of 81 at 10:15 in the evening. "Oh God." The Ministry New Year's Eve ball. He rolled over to his back and stared at the stone ceiling. Why can't it be easy? Anyone could have placed her under the curse and subsequently forced her to brew and administer the potion. Exactly, Lily groaned. So it could be anyone from Dumbledore to a Death Eater like Malfoy or some unknown persons. He paused, cynicism rearing its head. He added, or Weasley could have hit his wife with the curse to cover their tracks. Yep. Bloody buggering shite. Yep. They lay there for a long minute. His mind kept coming back to a possible solution that he wanted to discard for a host of reasons. Laying there, staring at the ceiling, he fought the idea, but it wouldn't go away. Giving into the persistent thought, he asked, "What do you think about Peter?" "I was wondering when you'd say that." Turning his head, he looked at her. Her auburn hair was wonderfully mussed and she still had that, recently shagged, afterglow, but the serious expression on her face drowned any lascivious ideas that surfaced for him. "Explain," he whispered. Peter had motive and opportunity. James closed his eyes. For all he hated his former friend, Prongs was still besieged with memories of Peter, Wormtail of the Marauders. It was completely incongruous with the idea of Pettigrew the Death Eater. Pettigrew the betrayer. This time, as he lay next to his wife, the memories of past fun, friendship and camaraderie didn't inspire longing for a lost brother. This time it incited a fury he'd hitherto never known. He betrayed me. Lily rolled into him. Wrapping her arm across his, she said his shoulder and waited. That betrayed me. After everything, he was my brother, Lils. He sold us to that monster. His anger pulsed in his veins like a living thing. Heaving, he tried to rein in his feelings. They'd surged and ebbed over the past months, but he'd never really spoken of Peter since their second day back when he, Mooney and Padfoot had briefly discussed him during breakfast. This was a conversation long delayed. You loved him and thought he loved you in return, Lily observed. And in his betrayal, you see that he never loved you at all. Wincing, he couldn't hide from the truth of her words. Like coals, the words fell on his heart, searing and burning wherever they touched. He wanted to rend and tear. Throw the bed out the window as he bellowed his brother's betrayal. Do you wonder if you or we did something to drive him to Voldemort? Shaking with emotion, he nodded. Every instance where he'd belittled Peter flashed in front of his eyes. Once again he cursed himself for a fool. His first 5 or so years in school he'd been the paragon of arseholeness. This was yet another field that he'd sown and therefore had to reap his planting. Nestling her mouth next to his ear, she told the truth as she saw it. No matter what we may or may not have done, nothing can justify his behavior. Nothing. I know that at times you and the others may have treated him as the butt of jokes, but love, you were the butt of jokes just as often and you never turned to Voldemort. I know for a fact that Sirius teased you relentlessly about your crush on a certain red-headed witch. Her impish smile relieved a bit of tension. It wasn't a crush, he growled, it was a burning passion. Sing her hard, he rolled on top of her. Her hands on his prevented him from hiding from the ghost of Peter through their love. Sighing again, he laid his head on her shoulder. This time a tear leaked out of his eye. He was my brother and he sold us to our deaths. Yes, he did, she agreed matter-of-factly. I'll miss him. No, I'll miss what he was, James declared in a wistful tone. Peter had been his friend, no matter what else happened. The vision of his roly-poly friend donning a black robe before placing a bone-white mask over his face rose to supplant the other, more happy, memories. James's face hardened as he added, but if I ever see Peter again, I'm going to kill him. Rolling back to his side of the bed, he pulled her close, but I don't think he had the ability or imagination to pull this off. He felt Lily hesitate before she said, he was an animagus. Yeah, because Padfoot and I shoved it down his throat for an entire year, Prong scoffed. All the long nights during 5th year when Sirius and James had forced Peter to study and his incredible stupidity at not grasping the basics for so long had left James at his wits' end. So many late nights of studying and potion brewing. Sirius had brewed the animagus revealing potion 3 times for Peter because he kept bollocksing up the incantation for the spell to be cast beforehand. But in the end, he did it. I'm not saying he's a prodigy of magic, but you do realize that you, Remus and Sirius were the smartest boys in our year, right? To hold him up to you and the boys for comparison isn't a very accurate understanding of his abilities. Do you think he could have done it? James asked. He was completely baffled. Always, he'd thought of Peter as the lovable buffoon who'd just as soon ignite his own hair as successfully brew a potion, but then again, that wasn't really true, was it? He was a marauder, Lily observed. While you 3 are very intelligent, I think that Peter was at least fairly smart. Remember how you treated poor Alex Smythe? Yeah, James answered. Poor guy couldn't cast a spell without hurting himself or someone else. That's my point. You pitied him, but never really chummed with him, did you? I see what you're saying, he replied. Weighing her example, he admitted to himself that she had a point. If Peter had been a village idiot, James would have never befriended him. Defended him from bullies. Yes. However, he'd not have been friends with him. So it seems that old Wormy could have ensorcelled the Weasleys, Prongs admitted with more than a bit of sorrow. Maybe, she countered. Maybe, he agreed. Jesus wept, would they ever know? Again, Hermione grunted as once again she cast the mass transfiguration followed by a compulsion charm. The herd of magically created cattle began to run in the intricate pattern she'd commanded, but she didn't see it as she fell to her bum, exhausted. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she felt Harry run up to her. When his shadow lay over her, she looked up to him with a wan smile. "Takes a lot out of me too," he commented. "Here, drink," he offered as he handed her a water bottle. Taking a deep draught of the bottle, she conjured a towel to wipe her face. Wrinkling her nose, she cast a quick drought charm to get rid of the sweat stains on her long-sleeved t-shirt. "It's getting easier," she replied. "Still, the 5 times in a row part is less than pleasant." "Yeah," he agreed as they moved over to Flitwick, who was counting the herd as it cycled in the complex knot pattern Hermione had commanded. He nodded when he counted the requisite 30 long-horned bulls. "Do you see the purpose?" Flitwick squeaked. Ignoring the silly sound of the man's voice, the teens gave a short bow at the neck as they acknowledged his mastery of the craft. "Yes, sir." "The level of fine control in the compulsion allows a high fidelity of control for any activity of a conjured animal," Hermione answered. "And it allows for us to command them to fight for us independent of our activity," Harry extrapolated. "Good, good. Now, I want you to each conjure a dog. Then, I want you to have them attack a dummy I conjure. I want you to have your dog destroy the human-shaped dummy as fast as possible." Hermione's revulsion and horror at the thought was plain on her face as Flitwick merely raised an eyebrow. "You have something to say, Miss Granger Black." In their independent studies with the short charms master, they'd found him to be a demanding taskmaster, very different from his Hogwarts persona. Swallowing the bile which threatened to rise, Hermione replied, "It's a bit much, isn't it, sir?" Turning to Harry, Flitwick asked, "Is it, Mr. Potter?" Harry scrubbed his face before replying, "No, it isn't. I'd conjure a tiger to kill every enemy I could if it allowed me to safely get my family through an engagement." Nodding, Flitwick turned back to the now shamefaced witch. Before he spoke, she added, "And in the end, it's only a conjured animal, not a real one." "Good," Flitwick praised. Now, he conjured a large pit with high walls. At the far side, a human-looking dummy began to walk back and forth like a duck in a shooting gallery. "Begin." Flitwick failed to tell them that the dummy would fight back. The first 2 dogs were quickly dispatched with a kick to the head by the faceless automaton. Despite the repugnance of the act, both teens did as instructed so as to learn how to create effective and efficient battlefield distractions. One by one, they learned through trial and error how to conjure and control an animal avatar to fight for them. Hermione felt that she'd succeeded in that she vomited less often than Harry did during the lesson. She'd only spewed once where her boyfriend had lost it 2 times. Although necessary, all 3 agreed that it wasn't their favorite topic. The eternity of spring rains had begun. Overall, the British Isles are fairly wet, but the Highlands of Scotland take that rule to the extreme. "Dad, let's go home. I'm going bugshit here." James smiled at his son. Harry was staring out the window at the sheeting rain. "Miss Quidditch?" he asked. Harry turned away from the window, a scowl on his features. "God, yes. I just want to get out in the sun for a bit. I think it's rained for 10 days straight." 12. "Thanks," he snarked as he flopped onto the couch next to his father. Lily and Hermione were in the library researching some topic or the other while Sirius was in London reviewing the proposed reorganization of the Blackmore portfolio. Remus was at Rowan Hill, reviewing the estate's accounts. He'd taken to the task with a gusto that James hadn't seen since the brief stint when Remus had dated that girl back in 6th year. "What was her name?" "I think we need a spring break," James announced. Harry turned to his dad with an expectant expression. Yeah. What do you think of the BVI?" "I don't think anything of them at all." Jabbing his son in the ribs, he rolled his eyes. "I'm thinking we take the portal to Tortola and then a quick portkey to some ultra-swanky resort to spend 2 weeks on the beach." "Really?" Harry excitedly asked. Really? You and Hermione have been killing yourselves. You're 2/3 of the way through your 4th year age-wise, but have completed nearly all of 6th year material for the core courses. We all need a break with lots of on the beach with our respective partners." James added the last just to provoke his son. He succeeded. No, I didn't just hear that." Jumping from the couch, Harry glared at his laughing father. "Why must you do that?" "'Cause it's fun." "Not funny." "Sure it is." Clapping Harry on the shoulder, he stood. "Come on, let's go arrange the portal time and surprise our ladies. Your mum and I visited the Caribbean on our honeymoon. I think you were conceived there." "I thought you said I was conceived at home." Harry asked. Immediately, his face adopted a sour expression as he realized what he'd just said. The horror was immediate and intense. "Well," James remarked with the most suave tone he could muster, "there were so many places and so many times." "Ah!" Harry mock screamed as he ran from the room. The laughing from Prongs stopped as soon as the door closed. His son was wound far too tight, and so too was Hermione. He'd talked it over with Phileas, Sirius and Lily the day before, where all agreed that a quick vacation to the sun and sand would be very beneficial. Both teens, despite their intelligence and drive, were beginning to burn out. It was only a matter of time before they snapped, and none of them wanted a repeat of Harry's confrontation with the Slytherin douchebags. He'd kill them this time. Strolling to the door, he followed his son. James had promised he'd be there for Harry, and by God, he would be, even if it was only as comic relief. Hestia Jones was stunned. Sitting on the divan in her fashionably decorated flat, she realized that she'd fallen in love with Sirius Black. Oh, he wasn't the rake from their Hogwarts years that made it a quest to collect knickers from every year and house from his 4th year and on. Nor was he the immature brat who was a borderline bully in his pranking. No, the man she'd fallen in love with was the new and some would say damaged Sirius Black. He was the one who'd survived Azkaban, preserving his sanity by a hair's breadth. The man who was devoted to his new daughter and their family. The man that she had come to love was a passionate, loyal, intelligent, funny and capable man. He made her pulse pound, her breath stutter in her and her brain lock. Hestia was a very intelligent woman. A year younger than the famous Lily Potter, she was the head girl and first in her class. Born of a Muggle-born mother and a pureblood father, she'd exploited her father's contacts to be hired into the Department of International Magical Cooperation. From there, she'd earned her position as the Area Director of British Magical Foreign Relations to the Eastern European Magical Confederation. She was a career-focused witch. Husbands and family were not a high priority. Everything changed in that moment, though. Her brain was awash with the epiphany: she loved Sirius Black. They'd been dating fairly seriously from the beginning. There was something about the new Sirius that entranced her, pulled at her mind. He was addicting in the most wonderful way. She wanted to be near him, hear his voice and touch him. They'd shared a bed after 2 months of dating. Had he not been so devoted to Hermione and the Potters, she would have insisted he move into her flat. But love, that was new. She'd never been in love before. Dating, sure, many men had taken her to dinner or parties. She was an extremely attractive witch who was in high demand amongst the wizards of her age. None had captivated her like Sirius Black, though. It was during packing for the trip to the Caribbean that it struck her. She wanted to be with him every morning when she awoke and every evening when she went to sleep. It was an incredible shock to admit that she'd finally found her wizard. After so many years of avoiding male entanglements in order to pursue her career, she'd fallen and fallen hard. The firing of the flow jostled her back to the present. "Love, you here?" She heard Sirius call. The endearment of his meant much more now. Standing, she walked quite deliberately to the fireplace. He was standing with his back to her, peering up the stairs. "Hestia, you upstairs?" "I'm right here," she told him, her low voice husky with emotion. He spun about in surprise, his wide smile a bright lamp in the dark. Embracing him, she savored the feeling of his arms about her. It made her feel safe and loved. Pulling back so she could see him, yet remain in his embrace, she studied him for a long moment. "I love you." His features melted into a smile of genuine delight. "As I love you," he whispered through his emotion. "Marry me?" she asked. Leaning back his head, he let loose his barking laugh. "Shouldn't I be asking you that question? I'm a modern witch who doesn't need to wait for my man to get his head out of his ass." Well, her beautiful features were marred with trepidation. "I shall," he whispered before sing her deeply. The next thing she knew, he'd scooped her up and was carrying her upstairs. "I love you," she whispered as she rained soft kisses over his face and lips. "I need you. I want you. My love," he muttered as he kicked the door open to her bedroom. "Did you hear?" Hermione asked as they queued up at the portal station. Shaking his head, Harry scanned the crowd for possible threats as he listened to his girlfriend. So far, he'd identified 2 reporters plus a few photographers. His dad's glare had kept the paparazzi at bay so far. Hestia proposed to Sirius and he said, yes. Harry smiled at Hermione's excitement. Thinking about how fast Hestia and Sirius' relationship had moved, he wondered if it was a good thing. Turning around, he saw them in a loose embrace, smiling and whispering to each other. His wonderings ceased. Good for them, Harry replied. Good for them. Her mischievous smile caused him to smile in reply. As she pulled at the buttons on his polo shirt, she teased, "When do I get a ring?" Harry snorted. Prodding the mithril bracelet which she always wore, he replied, "Soon enough, love." Her bubbly laughter was as infectious as her smile. Soon they were both smiling and laughing at nothing, yet everything. Things transitioned from happy to unpleasant at that point. It happened quickly. With the flash of light, Harry reacted instinctively. Diving to the ground, he pulled Hermione with him. By the time he'd rolled to his knees, both teens had their wands out and tracking for the source of the spell fire. Only James's hand on their shoulders kept them from casting. A white-faced, shaking and wide-eyed photographer slowly set his camera, the source of the light, on the ground. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. Glancing about, Harry saw that most everyone in the queue for the portal was staring at the family, some with awe at the teens, fluid reactions, others with annoyed mistrust. Unfortunately, the glares far outweighed the smiles. Sighing, Harry holstered his wand, noticing Hermione doing the same from the corner of his eye. The metal coil in his guts began to unwind. Absently, he remarked to himself how quickly he reacted. There was improvement over the last scenario he'd faced. This time, he'd not hexed anyone undeservedly. Restraint and control was one of Flitwick's focus areas. In maintaining control over their actions, he was sure that the diminutive charms professor would be satisfied with their performance. Checking his girlfriend over, he saw her let go a deep sigh. Meeting his eye, she gave him a wan smile to show she felt the same as he. Moving to her side, he nearly stumbled when Lily pushed between the teens to get to the photographer. She'd just raised her hand to begin telling the man off when Hestia swooped into the rescue. "I'm sure that you understand what it's like to be startled," she cooed to the petrified wizard. The gorgeous witch turned up the dazzle factor, tossing a bit of her honey hair over her shoulder while giving the man an inviting smile. "Yeah, sure," he drooled. Harry nearly puked when the dick looked down Hestia's top. He didn't know the witch very well, but Sirius loved her, so that was good enough for him. It's been a tough day all around. Harry marveled at the woman's skillful handling of the man. She looped an arm across his back, steering the now leering wizard to the door, all the while convincing the man and any eavesdroppers, which was everyone in the queue, that Harry and Hermione were finishing their preparations to take their owls early and were a bit on edge. "Oh, yeah, sure," the idiot agreed. "Bye now," she waved before turning back to her family. Harry nearly laughed aloud when the smiling, flirtatious expression dropped to disgust as she wiped her hands on her skirt. Hermione groaned. "What?" he asked as he turned back to his intended. "Now we've to take our owls soon or else the press will crucify us," she whispered into his ear. Crud. His eyes narrowed. "No studying on the beach." But no, just one little book?" she asked in a little girl voice. "Okay, just one little book." Her grin was infectious. Before he knew it, they were all laughing as they stepped across the portal gateway to arrive at Terrence B. Lethem International Airport and Portal Facility. "James, the bloody boat has 2 hulls." Sirius wanted to punch his cousin when Prongs rolled his eyes, replying, "It's called a catamaran, Padfoot." "Shut up and get on." "Why can't we portkey?" Sirius temporized petulantly. "Why would a boat need 2 hulls? Is it so ed up that they had to add another to be safe?" "What is that?" Hestia got on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear, "I won't get D tonight if you." She didn't need to finish. "Okay, let's get this outstanding boat moving," Sirius called as he hopped aboard the private charter which was to take them directly to Rosewood Little Dick's Bay on Virgin Gorda. As the teens headed to what passed for the bow of the dual-hulled craft, Sirius cornered James. "Where's Mooney?" Shrugging, James let out a sigh of exasperation as he ran his hand through his hair. "Let me guess," Sirius preempted, "he's being a prat and didn't want to come. Was it a lack of female company or paying his own way?" Wrinkling his nose, James ventured, "Female company, I think." Shaking his head, Sirius muttered, "Wanker." "Mate," James countered, "what if you and Hestia weren't together? Wouldn't you feel a bit awkward coming with 2 couples even though one of the couples were teens?" Half turning away, Sirius admitted, "I suppose." His eyes drifted over to watch the two adult witches who were engrossed in a discussion about the resort where they were going to stay. Lily gesticulated with her hands, causing the headed witch to laugh uproariously. A soft smile blossomed on his face. Ever since he was a small boy, he'd felt different. Being an island of sanity in a sea of bigotry, dark magic and worse, Sirius had always wondered if he'd have anything resembling normal. The beatings from his parents didn't help, either. Hogwarts, his cousin and the other marauders had been a glimpse of belonging to and with a family of sorts, but even then, it wasn't completely fulfilling. The frenetic pranks had been fun and a release of a sort. To be honest, he'd enjoyed the lifestyle immensely in its juvenile way. When James began to settle after his parents' deaths and started dating Lily, Sirius tried to keep the pace of the old raucous lifestyle. Fire whiskey, girls and pranks hadn't been the same, though. It wasn't the same not because Prongs wasn't as involved, but in comparison to what James and Lily had, the other things were about as satisfying as flat beer on a hot day. Then came that day. It still gave him the shivers to remember his screaming meanderings through that rental cottage. The piles of ash had caused him to throw himself up the stairs to Harry's room in hysterics. A tear trickled down his cheek as he remembered baby Harry's screams. They echoed Sirius' own. He'd felt as if his soul was hoarse from shrieking. Azkaban was a blur, punctuated by terror and pain. The guards had been vicious. Truncheons seemed to be de rigueur as not a day passed when he wasn't at least threatened with the clubs. They appeared to be a favorite, as there was never a magical trace afterwards for anyone to detect. The warden was the idol of idiot worshippers who never thought that a wizard would beat another wizard with his fists or a club. The Dementors weren't much fun either. Never did Sirius have that for which his soul longed, someone who loved him more than her own life. He had his two brothers, but now he had her. Now he had Hestia and she had him. For the first time in his life, he began to feel whole. Between Hestia and Hermione, the entire focus of his life was changing. Their happiness was paramount, his was secondary. He wanted to be of service to these women who had captured his heart in different ways. They, in their turn, placed his happiness above their own. It was love. He didn't realize he was moving until he wrapped his arms about his fiancée's waist. Lily gave him a knowing smile before moving off to find her man. Leaning forward so his lips nestled in her hair next to her shell-like ear, he whispered, "I love you with all that I am, with all that I will be and all I can ever be." He felt her close her eyes and snuggle back into his embrace. "As I love you," she replied. Closing his eyes, he thought that might be enough. Though the resort was completely mundane, none of the witches or wizards had difficulty with the experience. Applying the sunscreen charm was done in the morning, lasting all day. After that, no magic was required to lie on the beach, sip at sweet drinks and frolic in the surf. Rosewood Little Dick's Bay Resort also has a world-renowned spa. Lily, Hestia and Hermione were taking full advantage of it. All three were midway through their sense spa journey. Sirius and James had broken into fits of giggles at the names while Harry smiled as he shook his head. When Lily had casually mentioned the price per journey, all three collapsed in laughter that something with such a silly name was so insanely expensive. Transitioning from the rap to the seaside meditation massage left Hermione an extremely relaxed puddle of goo. The luxurious pedicure that was next would be a slice of heaven. While Hermione had never been obsessed with her looks or cosmetics like some of her sillier classmates, she was still proud of her looks. She dismissed her hair's bushiness with as much casual contempt as she could, but it still hurt her that it wouldn't do what she wanted. This pampering by some of the best massage therapists in the Caribbean was in line with her thoughts of how she cared about her body and looks. "I think I may just take Harry to bed after this to have my wicked way with him," she mused to herself. Stifling her smile as much as she could, she listened to Hestia and Lily chat. The older witches were trying to become better acquainted, but for the first time, it seemed that Lily and James's youth was a hindrance. While it allowed them to get to know their son and his intended more easily, the difference in age seemed to cause discomfort for Hestia. She'd know Lily as the slightly older witch in school whose example she tried to emulate. Now, Hestia was a dozen years older with a dozen years of experience that the Potters didn't possess. The women's relationship was like a hesitating engine. Sputtering, running smoothly, coughing, purring. It was evident to Hermione that both women were ready to please and be pleased by the other, so she had no worries that it wouldn't work out in the end. In the meanwhile, it was interesting to hear the conversation. So Malfoy's little brat spouted off, "Mudblood, this and that. Sirius and I put him in his place until Minerva arrived," the smartest witch of the age heard Lily say. "I know that term is especially offensive to you," Hestia hesitantly observed. The shrug was unheard, but assumed. After 5th year, Hermione's listening was interrupted as her masseuse, Inga, needed a troubling area in the small of the teen's back. Inga was a walking contradiction. A Swedish name for a woman who stood over 6 feet tall and was coal-black. Her hands could have squashed a cantaloupe. At the same time, her voice was soft and delicate, like a glass flower. Contradicting still, the woman's grip was as strong as a vice. Hermione had no doubt that Inga could bend a steel bar. What conversation they mustered convinced Hermione that the woman was a sincerely sweet woman who delighted in taking care of her brother's 4 children from time to time. While Inga was working this particular area of Hermione's body, it seemed her ears stopped working. A few moments later, reality returned through the sublime fog. Minerva said that Albus gave all the kids another in-school suspension for possession and use of controlled substances. "What?" Hermione exclaimed. Sitting up, Hermione held the towel to her front, preserving her modesty. What Harry saw was very different from what the rest of the world saw. Lily and Hestia seemed surprised by Hermione's near shout. Inga took the verbal cue, slipping out of the glass-walled room without a word. Ignoring the panoramic view of the Caribbean, Hermione focused on the older witches. In school suspension. Again, she objected. Hermione's entire worldview of authority figures and rules had been rocked to its foundations over the past months. Once again, she was experiencing another seismic shift. Sighing, Lily explained, Minerva said that Albus was adamant. The boys and girls were to be treated like any other who was caught with potions or fire whiskey. Please, Hermione's scorn was a living thing. That is such a load of rubbish, I don't know where to begin to tear that apart. It's a wealth of tripe. Hestia then made a mistake. Lily, she murmured, but not too soft so that Hermione didn't hear her. Do you really think we should be discussing this with? The head nod toward Hermione made her intention plain. Hermione turned white with mortification. Ever since James and Lily had returned to the time stream, she'd been treated as an equal in the family. While possessing less than 50% of a vote, she was always included in every discussion, every debate, and always was allowed to make her feelings and objections known. Many times, she'd carried the day with her logical arguments. Now it seemed that Sirius' fiancé wasn't of the same mind. Like children the world over, she wanted her pseudo-stepmother to approve of her but still was afraid of what Hestia's presence and wishes would do to her close relationship with Sirius. Before the thought could continue, Lily snapped her back to reality like a cold bucket of water over her head. Hestia, the red-headed witch snapped, Hermione is fully in our confidence. Even more so than you are. I have no idea what your intentions are regarding her in your family, but remember, she is nearly my daughter as well. I expect her to be treated with respect and courtesy as the future Lady Richmond. The iciness of Lily's tone left no doubt in Hermione's mind that Lily had her white hat on and was riding to the rescue. By accepting the mithril bracelet from Harry at Christmastime, they were, in effect, magically betrothed. Still, it was always shocking to remember that someday, she would be the Countess Richmond. I cannot tell you what you should and should not do regarding Sirius' adopted daughter, but I will tell you that she is fully in my confidence. She has earned that confidence through demonstrated loyalty, maturity and capability. Hermione nearly burst into tears of happiness at Lily's words. Most persons thought that Hermione a logic machine. Those people didn't know her very well. True, she was an extraordinarily intelligent young woman, but she was moreover a passionate woman. Lily's words had struck a chord within her that had never been played before by anyone. Even her birth parents had never given such an unequivocal vote of confidence and support. Lily made it very clear that she'd have words with anyone should they disrespect Hermione. To use the words the red-headed mother of her boyfriend had used those months ago, Hermione was hers. It warmed the teen's heart like hot cider on a winter's day or Harry's embrace. Either way, Hermione's respect and affection for her future mother-in-law ratcheted up another notch. Of course, Hestia backpedaled in the face of Lily's cool fury. I just don't know. The rules yet, Hermione thought to herself, finishing the sentence. Giving the witch the benefit of the doubt, she extended the olive branch. I understand. We should probably sit down with Sirius to talk this out. She'd really wanted to say, you need to have Sirius set you straight, but chose the more inoffensive phrasing. Yes, yes of course, we will. Hermione's heart went out to the beautiful witch when she said, I'm so sorry Hermione, I just want so badly to make this work and now I've made a mess of our beginning together. Her face fell, I'm sorry that I offended you. Turning to Lily, she added, the both of you. To her credit, Hermione was a fairly honest young woman, even with herself. She admitted the truth that she'd not spent much time with the witch during her and Sirius courtship. Padfoot was as much to blame for this hubbub as Hestia. What an experienced father would have known instinctively, Sirius had been oblivious to, he needed to get his daughter's buy-in for his new wife. He'd not done that, so Hermione and Hestia were near strangers to one another. I accept your apology, Hermione replied with a soft smile to lessen the harshness of the words. Hestia's relieved expression told her that her goal had been achieved. Harry's going to go crazy when he finds out what their punishment was, Hermione observed to change the subject and avoid an awkward silence. Forget Harry, Lily interjected as she reached for her clothes. James, Sirius and Remus are going to string the man up by his thumbs. Hermione got dressed as well. They would finish the journey another day or perhaps indulge in one of the other extremely expensive treatments. The turquoise bikini and pareo wrap were sufficient covering for where she was headed to find her man. Harry, Sirius and James were to snorkel the bay at the foot of the hill below the spa. Leading the way down the tropical trail to the beach, Hermione shook her head. They were a family. They loved, laughed, cried and fought with each other. There were miscommunications alongside heartfelt declarations. She'd never felt more a part of a group or family in her whole life. Breaking out of the trees, she saw a trio of wet dark heads bent over something on the beach. Her mouth widening to a grin, she made her way unerringly to the youngest of the group. Wrapping her arms about him from behind, she intentionally pressed her against his wet back. Hey, he stuttered. Her grin became predatory. I need to talk to you about something very important back in the villa, she told him once he turned around. Not breaking eye contact, he smiled in return. Lead the way, my love. Lily watched her son and Hermione head back up the hill to the villa. Hestia hooked her arm in Sirius as she began to lead him down the beach. She caught Hestia say, I'm afraid I've made a mess of things, before they got out of earshot. James's silent caress of her back gave her the shivers. They'd only been married a few years, so they still qualified as newlyweds despite their parental status. She wanted to give the teens a significant head start to set up silencing charms and the like before she thought about heading up to their shared villa. How'd this morning go? He asked. Did you all enjoy your journey? His suppressed laughter inspired her massive eye roll. There were a few hiccups, she began before explaining Hestia's massive faux pas. James pursed his lips before nodding his agreement to Lily's proposed, let Sirius and his almost bride work it out on their own. We had a moment down here, James began. Expecting a ludicrous situation involving a juvenile prank, she was brought up standing when James told her in a surprisingly serious tone, Sirius and I had to have a talk with Harry about the scars on his back. Closing her eyes in impotent rage, she let it build and swell in her. She'd never forgive her sister for the years of torment and torture of her baby boy. Never. The scars that crossed Harry's back like white ropes were significant, though. Guilt and shame for all the Potters were invoked for various reasons whenever they were bared. Seeing the damage in her mind's eye deflated her anger. Being angry wouldn't help Harry any. Long term, he can have the procedure where the healers remove the entire affected area, regrowing the skin via potion, just like sloughing off its skin. That will remove the scars entirely. In the short term, James sighed as he stopped. Pushing her own anger and regret to the side, she sidled up to her husband. Wrapping her arm about his waist shot a jet of spurious desire through her belly. Shoving it aside, she gave him a squeeze with an understanding expression to match. It was evident that James was feeling much the same as Lily, the regret and anger was plain on his face for those with the eyes to see. Nodding to her in understanding, he finished, in the short term, we talked about notice me not charms or the like. He shook his head, our son is such a Gryffindor. He looked me in the eye before he asked, "Do the scars embarrass you, Dad?" I almost wept. How could I ever be embarrassed because of that? When I told him, no, he turned to Sirius. Padfoot shook his head, no, also. I thought the old man was going to either start crying or go break back into Azkaban to kill your sister. Harry looked out the windows over the bay for a long minute, just thinking. Turning back to us, he told us, Hermione said they don't bother her. They don't bother you, so I won't let them bother me. If I do, then the Dursleys win, and I'll be damned if I do that. Lily's eyes brimmed over with pride and love. James sniffled in his emotion. He's such a good lad. Brave, courageous, and just a good lad. A man, Lily corrected. Anyone capable of such maturity in the face of adversity of this kind had earned the title of man. Again, James nodded his concurrence with his wife. Man, you're right. Sighing explosively, he continued, so we came down here and had fun. Harry's not so good at swimming, so Padfoot and I showed him how. Once he got the basics down, he was like a frog out there. He jabbed his thumb into the bay. He saw someone going by on this little sailboat thing that you stand on, so now he's keen to do that. Is it what you've dreamed? She asked. Long ago, when they were first dating, James had told Lily that he imagined having a son with whom he could participate in his growing up. James's father had been very old during James' formative years. Despite his near reverence for Charles Potter, James had missed playing Quidditch or just having a hike in the woods around Rowan Hill with his dad. Now, Prongs was being allowed to do that he wished for with his own son. Lily could nearly see the deep satisfaction welling up within her husband. His firm nod told volumes. Holding out her hand, she nodded up the beach the opposite direction Sirius and Hestia had gone. Walk with me. She was surprised but gratified at the seriousness of his expression when he told her, always. I'm so sorry. Sirius scrunched up his face, so Hestia couldn't get a read on his emotions. Assailed by nerves, she belatedly realized that Sirius and Hermione were a package deal. For that matter, so too were the Potters and Remus Lupin. Was she prepared to have an immediate family? Too late now for second thoughts, she chastised herself. Closing her eyes, she let Sirius guide her down the strand as he considered the situation. His deep sigh brought her round. I love you, he began, but you must understand that for all intents and purposes Hermione is my daughter, will be our daughter. She and Harry have been through some extraordinary circumstances. Some of which you are aware, much you are not. When they become more secure with you and trust you, I'm sure they will tell you their stories. Taken aback, she wanted to blurt out a query as to why these two mid-teens were accorded the respect and liberties of adults. Fortunately, her long discipline in the political sphere paid off. His statement, much you are not, came back to her. Whatever had occurred of which she was unaware must be significant. His parents and hers allowed them to share a bed whilst here in the islands and accorded them much respect and autonomy. The situation kept revolving around trust. James and Lily trust Harry and Hermione. Sirius trusts Hermione and Harry. Harry and Hermione need to trust Hestia. It occurred to her that she needed to trust Sirius. Trust that he would not lead her astray nor allow the teens to go astray as well. Are you sure you want to marry me? His question jolted her from her musings. Horrified, she stared at him blankly for a long minute. Her beautiful features distorted in shock and dismay at his question, she gazed at him fixedly. The knife twisted in her gut when his face fell. I'm sorry I can't be the man you want, the man you deserve, he whispered. Slowly, he raised her hand to his lips before turning away. Now that she had him, the concept of life without him was abhorrence. Hurting him was a dagger in her heart. Damn it, her body wouldn't respond. He was leaving her forever. Walking right out of her life. No, she croaked. Confused, he turned back. No, don't go. I love you. I need you. I'm sorry, please don't go. His confusion melted to resigned humor. Gathering her into his arms, he gave a weak chuckle. Ignoring his mood for the moment, she burrowed into his arms. Nestling her cheek against his Harry, she savored the experience. Why would he ever think that she didn't want him? His parents' treatment of him. Damage from Azkaban. The apparent loss of the Potters along with the actual loss of Peter. All the above. Let's get something straight, she began. Pulling back, she looked him in the eye. We may quarrel, but I'll always want you. Poking him on the sternum, she rebuked him, I'm actually disappointed that you gave up on us so easily. The more she thought about it, the more she understood his issues. While a bit disappointed, she said that more to make a point than anything. His face fell again. Damn, she exclaimed to herself. She kept stepping in it no matter how hard she tried. Look, let's move forward. I'll trust you, James and Lily, on the Hermione and Harry situation, while you trust me to never leave you. Grabbing his chin, Hestia forced him to look her in the eye. Never, she repeated. They resumed their walk. Tenderly, she wrapped her arm back into his. Laying her head on his shoulder, she apologized, I'm sorry I'm bollocksing all this up. I'm not very good at this relationship thing. Sirius was her second lover and only serious adult relationship. He puffed his a bit. Flinging his free hand out in a dramatic pose, he boomed, fortunately for you, my delectable Miss Jones, you are affianced to the massively competent and capable Sirius Black. Padfoot of the Marauders, leader of men, lover of women, beloved by one and all, he who slays dragons with naught but a feather. She couldn't help but burst into a fit of the giggles. Leaning on him, she squeaked, I love you, you maniac. Dinner that evening started with a slightly tense atmosphere. After a passionate lovemaking, Hermione told Harry of the dispute with Hestia. To his credit, he was more upset by the situation than she was. Don't worry about it, love, she cooed as they exited the shower. Your mum was great. When Hermione told him of Lily's defense of her, Harry's heart warmed. No matter how many times his parents demonstrated their love for him and those that he held dear, it was a surprise every time. It seemed reflexive for him to expect to be let down or even maliciously trampled underfoot at every opportunity. For his mum to stand up for his girlfriend so forcefully and definitively was just one more sign to him that life was entirely different from the Dursley days. Shaking his head as he buttoned the ivory-colored linen shirt his girlfriend and mum had purchased for him, he admired Hermione as she dressed. Damn, he muttered in admiration. Hermione shot him a curious expression over her shoulder. Seeing where his eyes were focused, she wagged her D-bum at him before slipping her lacy knickers up to her waist. Smiling, he pulled his tan trousers on before belting up. He loved the give and take with his girlfriend. Granted, the bedplay was beyond fantastic, but the intimate play between them out of the bed was just as important to him. Shoeless, he sidled up behind her after she pulled her dress over her head. After she straightened the top, he wrapped his arms about her waist. She laid her head back on his shoulder without prompting. Smiling, he breathed deeply of her. Her subtle perfume accentuated that natural scent which was wholly Hermione. He was realizing that he was a romantic. Maybe it was due to his emotionally starved upbringing, but regardless of the cause, Harry reveled in their relationship. Nothing could replace her in his life, nor did he want a replacement. Most persons don't realize contentment in their lives. Some do at a later age, but Harry Potter, at age 14 and one half, was content. He had the young woman who was his best friend, his lover and the woman of his world. His parents had returned from the dead, his godfather from the brink of insanity and prison and his uncle from exile. I love you. As I love you, she replied in a low, serious voice. Turning her in his arms, he saw that she was near tears. Why? His simple word caused a ribbon of wetness down her left cheek. As he tenderly wiped it away with the pad of his thumb, she answered in a near whisper. I've never imagined being so happy, so content. Framing his face with her delicate hands, she leaned forward as she earnestly told him, you make it all possible, Harry. All you. He smiled at the simultaneity of their contemplations before sing her. Come on, let's go have dinner with our family. They slipped their feet into shoes before heading to the door. Laughing for the sheer joy of life, she threw back her head. Her tight curls loose, it was a glorious riot of nut, brown and stakes of. Her face the personification of happiness and joy, she radiated bliss. An enthusiastic S was the prelude to her skipping from the villa down the path to the Sugar Mill restaurant. Hestia was waiting outside the restaurant for the teens. Harry saw her wave to them as the teens approached. Moving to the side of the path, the three magicals had a bit of privacy. Hestia didn't waste time. Facing the smartest witch of the age, she reiterated to Hermione, I'm sorry for earlier. As I'm sure you've figured, I'm still working out how this family interacts. I was an only child with no extended family, so I've little experience in these matters. And I'm sure that Sirius didn't do you any favors by not explaining our family dynamic, Hermione graciously conceded. It was evident that Hestia sincerely felt remorse over her earlier attitude. True, Hestia replied. Hesitantly, she told the teens, he said that you two have extraordinary stories and have earned the right to be treated as adults. Whenever you're ready, I'm more than willing to listen. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. While not very happy with the witch, he had to admit that there seemed to be no malice in her intent. Maybe someday soon he'd be willing to tell her a story or two. Making the first step, he smiled. I hear from Dad and Mum that this restaurant is pretty good. Holding the door for the ladies, they trooped inside in much lighter spirits than they'd had not 5 minutes earlier. The 4-star restaurant, complemented by the spa and coupled with the luxurious setting and lodgings, earned Rosewood Little Dick's Bay's 4-diamond rating. The sugar mill lived up to its billing that evening. The three couples laughed and told stories the night though as they feasted on miso-glazed grouper, 5-spiced pork belly and Mediterranean sea bass with soba noodles. Wine flowed as spirits soared. Harry met his father's gaze across the candlelit table as the sun set. Raising his glass, Harry toasted his hero. James smiled broadly, toasting his son in return. Hermione's hand wormed into his own, giving him a squeeze. Glancing about the table, he felt a pang for Remus' absence, but was nonetheless surrounded by love and family. Could it get any better? Harry lay on his back, soaking up the Caribbean sun. Next to him, Hermione lay on her stomach, reading a book. Earlier, he'd told her, you know, I think I should spread this suntan lotion on you to keep up appearances. Don't want the muggles to think anything's out of the ordinary. She grinned as her eyes narrowed. You just want an excuse to grope me in public. Yup. Laughing, she lay down on her stomach, untying the strings of her top as she did so. Neither complained too much about Harry's ministrations, though. Strangely enough, soon James and Sirius began to apply lotion to their witches as well. How's it going? He asked. Hermione was reading a book about magical combat and tactics. It's fascinating, she commented, causing him to smile. Had she ever read anything that wasn't fascinating? You really need to read this. The author does a very good job at breaking down the types of engagements from skirmishes, duel-type combat, massed forces in a meeting engagement and asymmetrical warfare. Very interesting. There's a whole science to the approach. Really? Harry commented, rolling over to his stomach to read over her shoulder. Tilting the book toward her man, she showed him a moving diagram showing how to infiltrate a magically defilated position using a combination of charms and transfiguration. The noise most magicals cause when apparating ruled that form of travel out for scouting purposes. Hun, he commented as he reached for the book. Smacking his hand, Hermione tutted. You'll get your turn. Smiling impishly, she told him, my back needs more suntan lotion. Be a dear and take care of that for me. As you wish, he replied, meaning far more than he said. The sweat poured off him as he sat bolt upright in their bed. Heaving an eyes wide, he panted like a racehorse. The terror of the dream still about him like a stench, he looked this way and that trying to find his pursuer. His pulse throbbing in his ears like the war drums of old, Harry forcefully swallowed the scream that was forcing its way up his throat. Harry, she asked. Slim hands took him in an embrace. His body was taut as steel cords as he resisted the comfort and security offered. Nearly snarling, he pulled away. Harry, she asked again, but this time it was an entirely different question. He's coming. Dimly, as if through a dirty pool of water, he saw her eyes widen. Now, did you have another dream? Swallowing another snarl, he jerkily shook his head. Love, she began. He knew she was trying to offer him comfort and sanctuary. In her arms he'd always felt secure, but right then, he didn't want to be safe. The sharp edge of danger beckoned and a part of him responded with a will. The beast that lives within us all bellowed and raged to be let loose. I want this over. I want him dead. I want to be free. Her arms surrounded him. Intellectually, he knew that he loved her with all his being. This knowledge did nothing to either assuage his high emotion or allow him to take refuge in her arms. Shaking her off as gently as he could, Harry turned on her. Don't you get it? He'll never stop. Never. His voice was a harsh bark, not nasty but very far from friendly nonetheless. He couldn't explain his emotional state, but he was angry. angry and even furious in reaction to what he was feeling. Harry had always been a survivor. As a survivor, he'd fought back as best he could in any and all situations where he was in danger. Many times, he was overpowered, but he always fought back, never submitting to his opponent. At the Dursleys, he fought back in his meekness and subservience. Beat him they would. Belittle and attempt to degrade him they did. Never did he submit. Never did he give in to them. This evening, though, it was a wave of despair surrounding and engulfing him. During the long years in Surrey, there were many nights when he lay curled up in a ball inside the cupboard under the stairs nursing wounds and hurts. The pain, both physical and emotional, drove him to despondency. Wondering if he'd ever be loved, ever be happy, Harry nearly gave up on more than one occasion. There was always a glimmer of hope, though. He knew that someday he'd be free of them. The 3 times he ran away, but returned by the police, hadn't daunted him in the least. Tonight, though, he didn't have that glimmer of hope. Voldemort was a psychopath who was relentless and remorseless. Never forgetting, never forgiving, the wizard-born Tom Riddle would always want the body of Harry Potter broken and dead at his feet. The man could conquer all of Britain and still pursue Harry, for he knew Harry could be his death. And so he was angry. The survivor in him shrieked defiance against the inevitability of his murder. He bucked and screamed against the night. He'd read Dylan Thomas's famous poem in primary school and immediately comprehended and consumed by the spirit of the piece, "Do not go gently into that good night." It seemed that the violence of his emotions was heightened because he'd pushed Voldemort to the side for a few days. For a few days, he'd forgotten. "He'll never stop," Harry repeated in a harsh muted scream. Harry flinched when he saw Hermione's expression. Eyes steely, she glared at him. "I completely understand that fact, my love. I also understand what you're feeling right now, so I'm not too upset. However, if you keep shouting at me, I don't think I'll be so understanding for much longer." Deflating, he turned to the large open window. The warm tropical breeze wafted through the room, billowing the voile curtains. He knew that she was trying to shock him out of his panic with her words, that she wasn't upset with him. It worked to an extent. The rage and frustration that was mixed with fear peaked before burning out, leaving only the fear behind. Gripping the windowpane, he leaned forward as he began to weep. Once again, slim hands encircled him. This time, he welcomed the comfort. This time, he turned to his best friend and beloved, not only physically, but emotionally and spiritually as well. "I'm sorry," he apologized. Muffled as it was in her hair, he was fairly sure she heard him. "I understand. Don't worry about it, love." Her embrace was a promise of better days, a testimony to the joy of their present and a demonstration of all they'd come through. Despite the inexorable monster that was Voldemort, with Hermione he had hope. Wiping his face, he calmed in her arms. "Now I understand," he told her. Nodding, she concurred, "Neither can live while the other survives." He was silent in his agreement. Leaning back on the windowpane, he pulled her close. "For you," he pledged. For her he would scale the mountains and swim the seas. For her he would walk through fire and battle the darkness. For her, he would face and kill the most powerful dark wizard that Britain had seen in a score of centuries. Hermione Granger Black was a very determined witch. On many occasions, Harry had seen her display what some called stubbornness, others willfulness. Whatever one called it, she possessed a force of human will that Harry found to be impressive. When she looked up into his face that early morning in the moonlight, it took the dark-haired young man's breath away. In this moment, she was beyond persistent or even headstrong. The set of her mouth, the slight narrowing of her eyes coupled with a slight flaring of her nostrils conveyed an unshakable truth to which she gave word a moment later. "You will triumph. You will beat him and you will live." At that moment, Harry felt that he could not only defeat Voldemort, but he could complete the tasks of Heracles should he only have this slip of a woman at his side. With Hermione, he could do anything. Forcefully pulling him to her, he said her passionately. She gave as good as she got, dragging him down to her, raking her hands down his back. Hiking her legs about his waist, he carried her to the bed. In the haze of their passion and emotion, they joined in determination, as a promise to each other. Neither would let the other go on alone. Neither would let the other go gently into that good night. Sirius watched Harry from the parlor. His godson was on the patio that overlooked the bay. Staring out to the sea, Harry had the look of preoccupation mixed with a seriousness that was becoming a far too familiar expression on the teenaged Potter. Intellectually, Sirius understood that Harry was buried underneath the implications of the horrible prophecy. Over time, he was digging out from the horror that it portended. Sirius was not a patient man, so he was sick of Harry suffering from his demons. Opening the sliding door, the fresh breeze swirled about him. The linen shirt flapped in the breeze as Sirius padded barefoot out to stand next to Harry. Silent, he stood next to his godson, waiting. Finally, he gave in to his curiosity. "Bad night." "Yeah." The tone of the one word spoke volumes. After another long pause, Sirius asked, "Want to talk about it?" Shrugging, Harry muttered, "Not really." Exasperated, Sirius abandoned the tactful and delicate path. It had never worked for him before, so he wasn't surprised that it failed now. "Let me rephrase. Tell me what happened." The wry grin on Harry's face gave Sirius a jolt. It couldn't be that bad if he could smile about it. Then the grin disappeared. "Crap. Just a bad dream about Voldemort." Sirius cocked an eyebrow in disbelief that he'd been told the entire truth. After another long pause, Sirius was becoming quite annoyed by these pauses but smothered it. He prompted, And nothing. Just a bad dream." Sighing, Sirius laid a hand on his godson's shoulder. "Kiddo, you've got to realize that we're here for you in the bad times as well as the good. I'm your godfather, James is your dad, and so on. We want to help you through these times. Anyone would be raving should they find themselves in your shoes. It's completely understandable for you to be upset about this situation." Pulling a face, he added, "In fact, I'd think you mad as a hatter if you weren't upset by this." Harry stared out to sea again. Like a sliver of light at sunrise, Sirius heard Harry say, "I talked with Hermione about it, but shaking his head, he looked down. "I need help, Padfoot." Sirius was surprised. He'd never heard of Harry asking for help before. "How can I help?" "Name it." "I don't know." "Kill Voldemort for me," he mused with weak humor. "I wish I could," and he meant it. If Sirius could take the cup from his godson, he would in a minute, even if it would be his own death. Sirius loved with a fierce passion, and he loved his godson as his own blood. Related to this love for Harry was Sirius' love for Hermione. Harry had brought the young woman who Sirius considered his daughter. Padfoot could never repay the gift. Squeezing Harry's shoulder again, he told him, "I'll be here at your side the entire time. I'll fight with you, bleed with you, and kill with you." When Harry turned to face Sirius, the older man was surprised that he'd shed a tear. "I'll die with you should it come to that." "I hope it doesn't." "So do I." He stared into Harry's eyes for a long moment, "But I would." His words had the impact he desired, for Harry's expression lifted a bit. Not only Hermione, but also Sirius would stand by his side until the end. Sirius knew that James and Lily were there as well, and it seemed that Harry knew this also. When he was dying inch by inch in the cold, wet dungeons of Azkaban, the worst part had been the crushing loneliness. The pervading sense of aloneness had nearly murdered Sirius during more than one long night. Knowing that he wasn't alone, nor would he ever be so, must have been an enormous relief to the boy who lived. "I love you, Sirius." It was the first time that Harry had ever said the words. He'd shown it many times, but it was the first time he'd ever said it. Roughly embracing each other, Sirius muttered into Harry's hair, "I love you too, Harry. Very much." Harry was windsurfing and having the time of his life. Much harder than riding a broom, it still inspired that free feeling that his old Nimbus or the Firebolt created. It had taken him a few days to get the hang of it. Figuring out how to balance his weight to drive the board through the waves coupled with working the wind wasn't easy. Harry decided windsurfing was a close second to riding his broom. He had just cleared the top of a wave and was suspended in midair as if God himself was supporting him when the communication charm sounded in his ear. "Come in now. We need to go home." Harry's wipeout was of near epic proportions. Surfacing, he spit out what seemed like a liter of saltwater as he glared at the beach. His dad was standing on the sand, fully dressed and all alone. Narrowing his eyes, Harry remounted his board before hurriedly riding it ashore. Striding through the surf, he called out to James, "What's going on?" James glanced up and down the beach. Seeing no one observing them, he shrunk the windsurfer. "I'll take this back, you head up to the villa to get cleaned up and pack. I'll explain when I get back." Frowning, Harry trotted up the path, his board shorts slapping against his bronze skin. They were due to leave the next day anyway, so their vacation wasn't cut too short, but his dad's somber expression set Harry on guard. The villa seemed to be the headquarters of pandemonium. Sirius was hollering from his and Hestia's room about where the gift was that he'd bought Remus at the local shopping area in Spanish Town. Lily was shouting back at him that he was a bloody fool who'd lose his bloody head if it weren't stapled to his bloody neck. Ignoring the adults, he scurried up to his and Hermione's room. Opening the door, he ducked as flying clothes leapt from the drawers to land in their shared suitcase. Hermione's mumbled, "Sorry about that," went unheeded as their shoes jumped out of the closet, shrinking as they went. The miniature footwear landed in the suitcase with a soft clatter. She pointed to a pile of cold weather clothes on the chair. "Right," he said in understanding. Scooping them up, he headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. By the time he was clean, dry and dressed, the family was all packed and gathered in the hallway. Scampering down the steps, he saw Sirius enchant a portkey as James apparated into the hallway from wherever he'd gone. "Come on," James encouraged. "Wait a bloody minute," Harry exclaimed. Putting his foot down literally and figuratively, he demanded, "What is going on?" Without blinking, James replied, "The Death Eater contingent in the Wizengamot is making a push on some legislation." Frowning, Harry asked, Like legalizing hunting sentient magical creatures. What? Centaurs and whatnot?" Sirius nodded, holding up a multi-page letter. "And with the way the law is written, that would also include werewolves, goblins and even unicorns. Mooney says that it's a rider to the DMLE appropriations bill. The vote is tomorrow." Without further comment or question, Harry reached for the portkey. "Activate," Sirius incanted. The magical vortex whirled the 6 people to the Terrence B. Lethem International Airport and portal facility. Another omake from Bob. This time, it's the teens' response to Neville's selection as Harry's hostage. "Enjoy. Mr. Potter, please. Can't you talk to him?" pleaded Minerva. James looked at her critically. "Minerva," he said with a sigh. "We've tried talking to him, and he refuses to budge." "What about Hermione? Surely she can make him give in," pressed the haggard deputy. Lily barked a laugh. "Give in? Minerva, if I know Hermione, she probably helped." Minerva collapsed in her chair and waved the note that read, "What was good for my god brother is good for meddling assholes. It's been 2 weeks and we've checked every lake within 50 miles of the school and we still can't find Dumbledore." She exclaimed. "Longbottom and your son refused to say what they did with him." James shrugged. "I'm sorry Minerva, but you can't honestly expect me to care much about what happens to Albus Dumbledore." She sighed and nodded unhappily. "I'll go tell the board that it looks like he's taking an extended leave." Lily smiled sympathetically at her as she left the room. A moment later Harry walked in followed by Neville, Susan and Hermione. "Harry," Lily said in a pained tone, "please tell me that Dumbledore is alive and safe." "And where is he?" pressed James. "They've checked every lake and river for miles." Neville grinned. "Oh, he's due to wake up in about an hour. I'm surprised that no one found him since technically he never left the castle grounds." All 4 teens broke out in laughter. "Where is he?" pressed James. Harry buffed his nails. "Well, if it was okay to put Neville into the lake, we figured it was okay to put him someplace wet too." Hermione collapsed onto a chair in a fit of giggles. "But where is he?" James repeated. "The castle septic tank," replied Harry. "Up to his neck and enchanted with a flotation charm to keep his head above the mess." "Mischief managed," Neville said calmly. Hear ye, lords and ladies, members and proxy members of the Wizengamot of Great Britain and Northern Ireland call you to readiness to serve the subjects of Her Royal Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith. Hermione settled into her seat, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming debate and vote. When they arrived back from the Caribbean, they'd immediately portkeyed to Rowan Hill. It was Hestia's first visit to the magnificent home of the Potters, but she'd set it aside when Rory arrived. Taking the luggage, he gravely intoned, "Steward Lupin shall meet you in the master's study." No one blinked at the gravity of Rory's proclamation. If the law made it legal to hunt werewolves, it also made it legal to hunt and murder house elves. James and Sirius rounded the Lord of the Manor's desk to read the pre-positioned copy of the Human Rights Bill, addendum to the Appropriations Bill for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for fiscal Year 1995. Lily and Hestia shared another copy between themselves. Just as Hermione was about to lose patience and grab a copy from someone, Remus strode into the room. "Good, you've read the bill." Nodding to James and Sirius he added, "I've been contacted by Sir Edward Grey and Lord Salisbury. They want to talk. In fact, they were very eager to speak with the two of you." Hermione nodded. Sir Edward Grey and Lord Salisbury were leaders in the Wizengamot who held sway in both the Muggle and magical governments. The men had been the Foreign Secretary and Prime Minister, respectively, in the mundane government. In fact, for many years, Lord Salisbury had been both Prime Ministers and Foreign Secretary. With the extended lifespans of wizards, they'd had to die to the world when they were in their 70s. Salisbury was currently in the latter half of his second century and the elder statesman of the Wizengamot. He'd never sought the chief warlock position, electing to work with Sir Edward to be the kingmakers of the body. It always struck Hermione as odd that these two men were staunch allies, for in the mundane government, Lord Salisbury had been a conservative while Sir Edward had been a liberal. Although ennobled in the mundane world as Viscount Grey of Followden, Sir Edward preferred to be addressed in the Wizengamot by his magical title as the Baronet of Followden. Not only were the elder statesmen allowing James and Sirius into their councils, but also to invite them was a sign of change. Both men, while not pureblood supremacists, were staunch conservatives in the Wizengamot. While the Potters hadn't been historically liberal, they had been a progressive element over time. The Blacks, well, they all hoped no one would hold his ancestry against Sirius. This shift by the movers and shakers of the British magical government was an indication of the consolidation. There must be more afoot than merely this bill for Salisbury and Sir Edward to make overtures to James and Remus. Fully formed into her mind, a most disturbing thought appeared. To the rest of the family, Hermione's expression would have been horribly funny had she not whispered in fear, "The goblins." Lily's eyes widened. "They'll revolt," she concluded. James sat heavily in his chair, his head in his hands, and the economy will fall like a stone. No one will be able to access their money. In stunned amazement, Lily wondered aloud, they had to think of this. No one is that stupid. Turning to Sirius, she asked, "Who sponsored this bill?" Scanning the top of the parchment, Sirius read, but it was Remus who answered. "Joseph Jugson." "Why?" Lily shouted. "What does he hope to gain?" Hermione fully understood the red-headed witch's frustration. The elite, rich pureblood Death Eater supporter would lose immensely should this bill become law. For that matter, so too would Malfoy, McNair and Lestrange lose access to their fortunes. "Why?" Hermione whispered. "They don't expect the bill to become law. They can't, it's too radical," Hestia muttered as she read through the text of the bill. Tapping a stray quill against the side of her nose, she muttered, "So what's to be gained by this bill?" Hestia was all business. Hermione was surprised at the change in the woman. After the faux pas in the spa, the woman had sought out Hermione's company nearly every day. They'd had long talks and walks, becoming better acquainted. The smartest witch of the age had been impressed by the effort by the woman and began to form a real affection for the woman who would become her adopted stepmother. That's an odd title. Switching gears from the affable woman to the mien of the witch who was an area director of British Magical Foreign Relations, Hestia told the group, "The Ministry has a hand in this in some way." Gesturing at the copy in her hands, the expanded as she thought aloud, "This is too encompassing and has very pointed language. This was at least co-written by a ministry insider." Frowning, she told her lover in an aside, "You need to ensure that Fudge isn't backing this." Nodding, Sirius sighed. "I really don't know what I'm doing with all this." Privately, Hermione agreed that James and Sirius were about to be tempered in the fires of politics. Sirius had sat his seat for one session and James a handful spread across 13 years. Lily turned to James, who beat her to the punch. "I'll talk to Fogmather at Gringotts. He'll be beating the war drums should that rubbish pass. I just want to talk to Salisbury and Sir Edward first." She nodded before returning to ruminate over the document. Remus' chuckle broke the tense atmosphere, and in a comedic moment, everyone looked to him with an expectant expression. Holding up his hands, he explained, "I'm just really glad I reached you all because I'd no idea what to do." That was a laugh of relief. Hestia motioned Sirius toward the door. "Love, I know you're still finding your feet with this politics thing, but you've got the first lesson down flat." When he regarded her quizzically, she smiled, "You know what your constituency desires." Sirius barked a laugh. Yeah, my constituency is me. She glared at him, so he added, and you of course, my love. His expression sobering, he added, I still don't have any real idea what to do, though. Chuckling, she told him, that is why you're about to change clothes before heading over to the reserve to meet with Sir Edward and Lord Salisbury before you go to Gringotts to warn and mollify the goblins, Hestia reminded Sirius as she gently shoved him out the door. Go. You need guidance that we can't provide. Go. Nodding, Sirius left, but not before Hermione saw an expression on his face she'd never expected: uncertainty. Sirius was one of the most decisive men she'd ever known. Like Harry and James, the three men were not afraid of making a decision. If they found it to be the wrong choice, they'd course correct, making a new decision to get back on track. For him to be hesitant and indecisive, he must truly be at sea in this situation. Come on, Padfoot. Let's get going, James cajoled. James had the advantage of having been tutored by his father as he grew up. Charles Potter had been a giant in the Wizengamot, and any of his tutelage was to be respected. Sirius turned back into the room. Catching Hermione's eye, he told her, Hestia will be on the government bench, but I want you in the air seat. You'll need to see this. Smiling, she couldn't help but feel good that he remembered her in this stressful situation. I'll be ready. Tomorrow at 1. He nodded before giving her a brief smile. Sing Hestia. He headed out after James. James led the way into the private rooms of Sir Edward Grey at his club, the Reserve. In the traditional decor of dark woods and leather, the aroma of tobacco and fine whiskey mixed with the chatter by knots of men deep in discussions. You should have seen him. Fastest seeker I've ever seen. Yes, well, you know my family has significant interest in that sector, so I'd be obliged if you could see your way. That stupid whore couldn't keep her bloody mouth shut. James rolled his eyes at the last. Obviously, someone was doing something, or someone, he ought not. Prongs had a reputation for being a ladies' man at school, but in reality, Lily had been his second girlfriend. He'd dated Alice Struthers for a grand total of 3 weeks before she threw him over for Frank Longbottom. He'd not been too crushed. James was an incurable flirt, though. However, that was more a function of his extrovert nature than being a man-whore. Serious, though. His thoughts were bouncing from topic to topic as his brain whirled. Like a soldier in the heat of a battlefield, his consciousness was hyper-aware and acutely focusing on all the details around him as he focused his intellect on the problem in front of him, the Human Rights Bill and the repercussions therein. Opening the door, James led a silent Sirius into Sir Edward's permanently reserved rooms. 2 old men looked up as the young wizards entered. The early afternoon sun illuminated the room in a rainbow of colors through the stained glass window on the wall. The scene depicted of the Battle of Hastings seemed oddly appropriate. Refocusing on the men, James regarded some of the most famous politicians ever to grace the British governments, both magical and mundane. Salisbury was famous for the bushy beard he wore in his youth. He maintained it even now when it was snow-white. Trimmed and neat, it was the only hair on his head aside from outrageously shaggy eyebrows. Sir Edward was lean with iron-gray hair. His piercing blue eyes held very little warmth but more than a little intensity. His wife had died nearly 100 years before, and those who knew the man said that he never got over losing his Dorothy. He'd remarried 16 years later, but it had been a marriage of convenience for both parties. She had passed during the 40s and most wondered if Sir Edward even missed her. Throwing himself into politics as a relief from his inner demons, he'd risen to the heights of both magical and mundane worlds. Neither man rose, but Salisbury indicated the 2 empty seats with a silent wave of his hand. Both men resumed their late lunch, grouse for Sir Edward and Cornish hen for Lord Salisbury. When Blackmore and Richmond took their seats, Sir Edward amiably asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Taken aback at the inconsequential, yet strangely intimate question, James replied, "No, sir. We've not had time. My steward contacted us in the Caribbean while on holiday and we returned immediately." Sir Edward handed James and Sirius menus before returning to his grouse. Trying to maintain his equilibrium, James glanced at the menu before noting the house elf's name at the bottom of the menu. In a conversational voice, he announced, "Sippy, I'd like the wild boar with greens." Sirius added, "I'd like the filet mignon." Moments later, the 2 dishes appeared in front of the 2 men. In silence, the 4 men ate. The memories of his youth with his father in situations like this filled James' mind. British magical politics was supposed to be a civilized effort, and many times, one expressed allegiances in the niceties. Followden and Salisbury would never have eaten with Richmond and Blackmore had they any intention of hostilities. The Marquis of Salisbury leaned back in his chair, an involuntary contented sigh escaping him as he did so. Cocking his head to one side, he regarded James. Unable to avoid feeling as he were being judged, James smothered the desire to fidget. At that point, Sirius came to the rescue. Nudging his cousin in the side, Sirius whispered, "Prongs." That nickname reminded James of who he was. He was a powerful wizard who'd fought, killed and bled for what he believed. He was the heir of Charles Potter, the best man he'd ever known, and the father of Harry, a young man who would become the most famous and powerful wizard to be seen in Britannia since a young half-Roman by the name of Merlin Emrys was born oh so long ago. He was James Charles Potter, and he bowed before no man. With a bit more steel in his spine, he caught Salisbury's eye, daring the old wizard to find him wanting. The soft smile under the beard gave away the game. Not resenting the man's efforts, James returned the smile. Gray's soft clearing of his throat gathered everyone's attention. "Gentlemen, I believe we all know why we are here." Sober nods accompanied the statement, Blackmore frowning as he did. For some reason, the arch-conservative pureblood movement is forcing a confrontation with this bill. Frowning, James couldn't help but speak, "You mean the Death Eater contingent?" Dryly, Sir Edward replied, "Quite. They are forcing this situation and we must defeat this bill." "Yes, yes," Salisbury growled, "and we shall, but the question remains, Edward. Why? And the answer is easy to see." "It is," Sirius yelped. James couldn't help but smile along with Sir Edward. He hoped his own inexperience wasn't as blatantly obvious as Sirius. "Yes, young man," Salisbury rebuked softly. "They are forcing the entire Wizengamot to declare themselves as either supporters of the so-called Death Eater agenda or in opposition to the same." "But why?" James wondered. "Actually, why now?" he corrected. His befuddlement clear on his face, he turned to both of the older men as he said, "I would have understood had this vote come 15 years ago when Voldemort, to their credit, neither man reacted, was running rampant, but now. To what end did they work towards by forcing the legislators to declare themselves now?" "We don't know," the soft-spoken Sir Edward replied. "We do know that we must marshal the votes to bury this." The distaste was evident on his face as he gestured to a pile of forms on the table. "The goblins," James brought up. "Yes, that is a most troublesome and touchy aspect of this patch of nastiness," Sir Edward agreed approvingly. "Your thoughts?" he tested. "I have a somewhat personal relationship with the head of the great goblin horde," James ventured, confident in his assessment of Fogmather's role. "I could call on him this afternoon at the bank to both prepare him and attempt to reassure and soothe him." "Soothe a goblin?" Salisbury asked with more than a touch of humor. "Is that possible?" Sirius snorted, "Oh yes, Richmond and Fogmather have an understanding of sorts." James gave a small smile as it appeared that Sirius was becoming a little more comfortable in the august company. Rarely did Sirius use their titles as a casual name, but in this room with a Marquis and a Viscount along with the two Earls, it was completely in order. "How very interesting," Sir Edward commented. Steepling his fingers in front of his mouth, he leaned back in his chair, regarding James and Sirius with new eyes. "Blackmore, I understand you have an arrangement with Director Jones in foreign relations." James blindly grabbed Sirius' arm. He knew that Padfoot wouldn't take too kindly to this type of question, but James had an idea where the old Foreign Office hand was heading with the question. Surprising his cousin, Sirius calmly replied, "Yes, we are recently affianced." "Congratulations. I would suggest you make some inquiries into the government circles to see who on that bench is supporting this." His distaste was again apparent, as Sir Edward was unable to disparage the Human Rights Bill accurately. "I believe that the Toad woman whom Cornelius calls his undersecretary is the inside man for this little effort." Salisbury grunted, "She's ugly as sin but not a Death Eater." Remembering the Yule Ball at Hogwarts, James commented, "She's an extraordinary bigot. Regardless of her status in support of Voldemort, she would most likely wholeheartedly support that." James followed Sir Edward in his inability to name, politely, the Human Rights Bill. "That steaming pile of shite," Sirius declared. Apparently, Padfoot was tired of beating about the bush. Salisbury, looked surprised before he began to laugh a creaky, dry chuckle. Again, Sir Edward replied, quite, but this time there was a small smile lurking about the edge of his mouth as his eyes flared with amusement. Sir Edward and I shall begin calling on the others, ensuring that we have the necessary votes in hand before tomorrow's session. Dumbledore has already been by to pledge his block in opposition to this, he smiled at Sirius, to this steaming pile of shite. So too has Aldershanks. Between those blocks and the votes between us four we have most of what is needful. Sir Edward picked up the thread. I've sent notes to Darcy, Fitzwilliam and Bennet asking them to come over later this evening. Based on their interests and past records, I believe they will also pledge their votes. James was tallying votes in his head, but lost track. I'm sorry, but how many votes do Fitzwilliam and Bennet marshal? 7 and 12 respectively, Salisbury croaked. Coughing, the old man took a sip of his newly appeared after-meal port. You've a good mind for all this, young Richmond, like your father before you. These little facts are very important in the day-to-day infighting of our government. James nodded his head, acknowledging the combined compliment and rebuke. Whether or not he decided to fully immerse himself in the Wizengamot was yet to be seen. Once Voldemort was a cooling corpse, he'd revisit the issue. Standing, James nodded to the elder statesman as he duplicated the steaming pile of shite, before shrinking it. I should return soon, the goblins are delightfully direct in these matters. Sirius stood, wiping his mouth. I'll either send word or return. If you don't hear from me by, he glanced at the clock on the mantel of the fireplace. If you don't hear from me by 10, I'll be here at 8 in the morning. Salisbury gave a smile as Sir Edward rose. The lean man shook both of the young peers, hands before gracing them with a smile. It seems that it shall be good to work with the two of you. Warmed by the compliment, James smiled in reply. Till later. Watching his father and godfather hurry from the room, Harry decided to take action on the little idea he had a few days before. Squeezing Hermione's hand, he told her, I'll catch up with you later. The cant of his head toward Remus told volumes. She cocked her eyebrow, for he'd told her about his concerns and they'd talked about it at length. He nodded, acknowledging her unspoken question. Good luck, she whispered before heading out. Lily and Hestia left, leaving Harry and Remus. Turning to the lichen, he saw Remus watching him, a half-smile on his worn face. What did you want to talk about, Harry? Not bothering to contest Remus' assumption, he sat on the leather couch. Remus sat opposite him in a wingback chair. I missed you this last week, Harry began simply. Remus looked down, pursing his lips in thought. Harry couldn't help but have his heart go out to his uncle. The man had seen and had such heartache in his relatively short life. No matter what anyone says, the human condition seems to need a mate with whom one shares his or her life. Harry couldn't imagine his life without Hermione any longer. True, he had his friends back in his life, but Moony didn't have a mate or the prospects of one any time soon. However, that was Remus' own fault. I was busy here, the older man tried to explain. Snorting, Harry retorted, bollocks. Excuse me, Remus snapped. The indignation was warring with embarrassment at being caught in a lie by the teenager who was no teen. Harry narrowed his eyes at his former professor for a long moment. Bollocks, I said and still say. If you don't want to tell me the truth, that's fine. If you don't think it's any of my business, tell me to bugger off, but don't lie to me, Moony. Nearly sneering, he added, and don't get all high and mighty with me, either, Professor. Completely nonplussed, Remus stared. Harry was glad his tactic seemed to be working. He'd talked it over with his mum, Dad and Hermione in separate discussions and all agreed that if anyone could pull this off, it was Harry. You didn't come because it was either your continuing pig-headedness about money or the fact that you've no girlfriend. Either way, it's your own fault. Standing from the couch, Harry glared at Remus. I thought that having Mum and Dad along with Sirius back in your life meant something to you. Apparently, I was wrong. Taking a long step toward the door, Harry felt a shiver of fear. What if the gambit failed? He was going for broke right out of the gate. Hold on a goddamn minute. Remus shouted. Harry had to swallow a smile. It worked. Turning back to Moony, Harry nearly took a step back in fear. The man was quivering with emotion, nearly irate. I have loved those three since before you were born, you little squit. Where the hell do you get off saying those things to me? Oh, you love them so much that you didn't come on holiday with us. You love them so much that you spend most of your time holed up here in your office when you're not teaching Hermione and me. Yeah, you love them lots and lots. Adopting an insulting little boy tone, Harry mocked, "I'm so sorry, Uncle Moony. I was wrong." To an extent, Harry understood Remus' predicament. As the boy who lived, Harry was subject to a cycle of reverence and ridicule that he found to be incredibly hurtful. Remus was in a similar cycle. He'd get to know people and become friends. Once they found out about his lycanthropy, he was usually left behind in short order. Even Prongs, Padfoot and Lily had left him, even if it hadn't been of their own volition. His mother had commented that he'd withdrawn from his friends in the years immediately following Hogwarts. It was this behavior which had caused James and Lily to doubt their friend, not understanding the true motive behind Remus' actions. Moony would have placated his lifelong friends with calming words. He would have completely ignored Hestia and even Hermione. However, Harry was, and always would be, little one, in Remus' heart. Like explosives, the words that Harry was hurling at Remus were designed to hurt. They were designed to irritate and hopefully even puncture the armor that Remus wore to shut out the world. To have a chance to reason with Remus, to have a chance to work at bringing Remus truly into their family, Harry had to get past the defenses that Remus had built over the years to protect himself from the painful world in which he lived. The problem was that the defenses not only kept those out who would hurt him, they also kept out those who would love him. True, Remus did participate in Christmas and regularly ate with the family, but he always held himself apart. Even Harry could tell that he was trying to protect himself from being hurt in the future should James, Lily, Sirius or the teens come to their senses and reject him. "Fool. I so sorry, Uncle Moony. I was wrong. You bastard," Remus whispered as his face paled to the color of chalk. "Actually, I believe you know that my parents were married at the time of my birth, so I am not, technically, a bastard." The expression on Remus' face made Harry think that maybe he'd gone a step too far with the last taunting. When Moony sat heavily in the chair, holding his head in his hands, Harry switched gears. When talking it over with Hermione, he asked her how he should act. Her response had been simple: "How would you want me to confront you?" That had been all the prompting he needed. "Remus," he whispered. Gently, he laid his hand on his uncle's shoulder. "We love you more than you know. It hurts us to see you stay away from what you need so much. You need us as we need you. Remember what you told me back in November. We must fix how we're broken." Eyes blinking tears, Remus looked into Harry's sad face. Looking like a lost child, Remus waited for what he had to hear so that he could accept. "We need you and you need us. You aren't a werewolf in this family, you're Remus Lupin, Moony of the Marauders and my uncle whom I treasure." There was no more prevarication. They were both past that point. Harry was inside Remus' defenses and both knew it. The time for lies was long past, so Remus could only nod his understanding and acceptance of Harry's words. It was time. It was time for the self-pity to be thrown to the winds. It was time for the self-loathing to be scattered to the four corners of the seas. It was time to move on. The curse would always be a part of him, but it didn't have to define him. Harry knew all too well about that fact. It was the reason he loathed being called the boy who lived. He didn't want to be defined by his parents' supposed death while he survived. He'd much rather be defined as the son of James and Lily, lover of Hermione, Quidditch seeker or something else. It was part of the lesson that Remus had taught him and which he was trying to remind his mentor. He was trying to tell and show Remus that he didn't have to let the curse define him. Roughly, Remus pulled the dark-haired young man into his arms. "I love you, Harry. Thank you for being brave enough, for being strong enough to do this. We're family, Remus. For family, I'd do anything." Hermione turned away from the open door, having heard everything that just transpired between Remus and Harry. She waited until she turned the corner to wipe the tears from her face and softly blow her nose. Despite his emotionally stunted upbringing and the damage done by his animalistic relatives, Harry possessed the ability to touch those about him in the most meaningful ways. She didn't know how he did it, but Harry could instinctively reach out to those in need, addressing their pain in his plain-spoken way, inevitably helping them in ways she'd never been able to fathom. Remus wasn't fixed, far from it. Nevertheless, Harry had helped him break down the walls of his own construction. Walls that Harry himself had in his own psyche until not too long before. The return of his parents, Falling in love with Hermione and the return of Sirius and Remus into his life had forced Harry to reach out in ways he'd never dreamed he would or could. Turning the corner toward the kitchen, Hermione found Lily leaning on the wall. "How'd it go?" the red-headed witch asked. Hermione smiled. Had Harry grown up with this woman as his day-to-day caretaker, he'd never have got away with anything. "It went far better than I expected." Lily gave a deep sigh of relief. "Good." Hooking her arm in Hermione's, she told the younger witch, "Let's get a spot of tea. I find myself in need of fortification." The amused twinkle in Lily's eye coupled with the ersatz haughty tone caused Hermione to laugh. She truly loved being in this family. "Good afternoon, Ashcrake. I need to speak with Fogmather immediately." The goblin raised his hairy eyebrows. First, Richmond had addressed him by his true name, not the teasing juvenile appellation, and second, he was nearly demanding a meeting with the head of the Horde. After all that transpired the previous fall, the senior teller knew that Richmond and Blackmore were throwing their not inconsiderable support behind the Goblin Nation. Due to the realities of modern politics, the two men had to work behind the scenes in order to make any headway. Regarding the man for a moment, what he saw gave him a spike of fear for the first time in over 300 years. Slightly wide unblinking eyes that held his gaze combined with nostrils flaring in a slight flush told the goblin that the walking roast in front of him was either in a near panic, excitement, or a mix of both. Despite the man's habitual juvenile behavior, Ashcrake knew that James Potter was a warrior. For Richmond to be in such a state and demanding to see Fogmather, the two conditions at the same time did not bode well for the Goblin Nation. A short nod preceded his grunt of assent. Heaving his bulk from the high stool that was his prerogative as senior teller of all tellers at Gringotts, London, Ashcrake beckoned to James. Leading the man to a nearby waiting area, he opened the door. All jocularity was missing from the usual exchanges. The goblin sniffed at the idea that most humans wouldn't understand the subtlety of goblin humor anyway. "Wait here. We shall return shortly." "Thank you, Ashcrake," the Potter Lord muttered distractedly. He moved to the table, withdrawing a shrunken sheaf of parchment from his pocket as he walked. As the parchment was resized, the goblin saw a flash of the seal of the Wizengamot. This couldn't be good. He decided to run to Fogmather's office. With a pop, Sirius arrived at Rowan Hill. Greeted by Rowry, he asked the elf, "Miss Jones. Is she still here?" Rowry nodded before replying, "She is in your rooms, my lord." Not wanting to waste time, he apparated to the rooms they shared in the east wing of the second floor. The loud shriek caused him to drop to the floor, avoiding whatever must be threatening him. Sirius Black. Turning his head, he saw his mostly fiancée glaring at him with her hands on her hips. Her lacily clad hips. "Nice knickers," he commented. It was all she was wearing. Ignoring his lusty grin and comment, she yelled at him, "What the hell are you doing scaring the life out of me?" Gods above and below, but he loved her. Ignoring her DNESS, she was showing all the fire and passion that she usually kept tightly under wraps. Standing, he straightened his robes before approaching her. Without replying, he took her into his arms and said her deeply. Her struggles ended quickly before she returned his kiss eagerly. Breaking off, he panted, "Not that I don't want some afternoon delight, but we really don't have the time. I need your help." Nipping his lower lip, she gave his ass a squeeze, "You owe me." Spinning toward her closet, she asked over her shoulder, "What's going on?" James had decided that the blunt truth was the best method to approach Fogmather. Since he was approaching the goblin as James, and not Lord Richmond, High Counselor of the Wizengamot, he figured that directness was best. Placing a copy of the Human Rights Bill in front of the spare chair, he waited. After only 2 minutes, the door opened to admit a panting Ashcrake along with a scowling Fogmather. Cutting to the chase, James indicated to the spare copy of the bill while handing his own copy to Ashcrake. Apparently, the senior teller was in the confidences of the head of the Horde, so James adopted the same attitude. It took less than a minute before Fogmather reacted. James wasn't sure what he'd expected. Goblins aren't big on emotional displays, aside from grumpiness, so screaming or whatnot was definitely out. The reptilian glare was very intimidating, though. "Why are you here, human?" Fogmather asked in a low, dangerous tone. Rolling his eyes, James decided to shake things up a bit. With more than a bit of humor, he snarked, because, your mother and Asscrack, I am attempting to avert a near catastrophic goblin rebellion and, the twinkle in his eye faded, and because I don't want this insanity to be realized as law. The simmering anger and resentment flared from the goblin's eyes to his entire expression, yet, you bring this. Oh, come now, man. If I had it out for you and your race, would I have brought this in the first place? Would I have given 8 interviews over the last 8 months espousing equality among the magical races? Would I? Now it was James's turn to scowl. My 14-year-old son is far more mature than you. There was a long heartbeat of silence where James thought he might have crossed the line with the goblins. They weren't known for their finer feelings or expressing themselves in a controlled manner when angry. Nor did they tolerate insults well. Nevertheless, he was not expecting laughter. It started when Fogmather began to grin that gave way to a chuckle. The chuckle became laughter, which gave birth to full-on roaring. Both Ashcrake and Fogmather carried on for a long minute before their merriment subsided. Good, Fogmather muttered to himself. Much more under control of his anger and mirth, he asked, what are you doing about this? He gestured to the document as his words trailed off. Sir Edward Grey, Lord Salisbury, Lord Blackmore and I are building the coalition to defeat the bill. Unfortunately, the bill is a rider on the DMLE appropriations bill for the next fiscal year. We'll have to have the budget resubmitted at a later date, but that's just an annoyance more than anything. Fogmather grunted as he frowned. Rereading the bill, he scowled once again. It is my intent, James began with more confidence than he felt, to address the Wizengamot and express my certainty that the Goblin Nation shall revolt should that, he jabbed his finger at the bill, become law. And that the Goblin Nation would be justified in doing so. Fogmather was silent as he leaned back in his chair. Tapping his long fingers against his chin, he observed, that is a very interesting statement. For the first time, he turned to Ashcrake. Very interesting indeed, don't you agree, Senior Teller? Ashcrake nodded silently as he glared. I say that so that you are forewarned that I shall be taking some bold steps to ensure this bill does not pass. At the same time, Sir Edward is confident that we have the votes in hand right now to squash the effort. He needs a few allies to check in before categorically declaring success. Wise he is, Fogmather muttered. After a long moment, the head of the horde told James, we shall show restraint during your debate. Eyes narrowing, the head of the great goblin horde threw the parchment on the table as he added, but know this, should that become law, there will be war and many shall die. Hestia was dressed in her smart, pinstripe robes. Somewhat form-fitting, they showed to the world that Hestia Jones, soon-to-be Countess Blackmore, was a very attractive witch. Without being crass, that is. Serious at her side, she suppressed a smile. Her earlier display of anger had left her, all worked up, without the time to do anything about it. Padfoot was in for the shag of his life later this evening. Turning a corner, she put on her game face. This is her office, she muttered out of the side of her mouth. Sirius nodded before turning on the charm. Grinning his devilish smile, he approached Amelia Bones, secretary. Hello, darling. Is Director Bones in this afternoon? Leaning into her personal space just enough to be intimate, he added in a husky undertone, Sirius black to see her. Hestia nearly rolled her eyes when the young witch flushed and stammered, I'll see, that is, she's in, but, bolting from her seat the attractive brunette secretary hurried to the door, smiling back to Sirius as she did so. When the door shut, Sirius cackled to himself, I can't help being awesome, awesomeness just happens. Still got it. No you don't, Hestia corrected. When he turned to her, a confused expression on his face, she pulled him into a rough K.S. I've got it. His goofy grin was all he could muster before the director's office opened. The secretary reappeared, an expectant expression on her face. With a breathy voice, she told them, Ms. Bones will see you, sir. Sirius turned back to the girl, his smoldering smile returning. Thank you, my dear. He gave her hand a squeeze as he passed and Hestia could have sworn she heard the girl whimper. The secretary's gaze absently swept to the witch. Hestia was surprised when the girl recoiled forcefully. Apparently, the witch's expression was transmitting something along the lines of, he's mine, back off. Closing the large double doors behind her, Hestia heard Sirius, Amelia, so good to see you again. When Hestia turned back, Sirius added, you know my fiancé, Area Director Jones. Hestia liked and respected Amelia Bones. A career civil servant, Amelia had risen to the heights of government in a strictly patriarchal society. True, she'd had to sacrifice a family to do so, but in an unfortunate stroke of luck, she'd gained custody of her brother's infant daughter in the closing days of the last war. The rumor mill seemed to be right in stating that the director was devoted to her niece. Many times, she'd taken leave for the 2 weeks after Hogwarts let out for the year, as well as arranging for meetings in Hogsmeade that happened to coincide with the Hogwarts-Hogsmeade visits. Of course, the redhead replied to Sirius. Turning to Hestia, she gave a modest smile. "My felicitations on your engagement." Her smile became impish when she added, "even if it's to this man-child." Theatrically raising his hand to his, Sirius said, "You wound me, my dear." They all laughed as they moved to Amelia's sitting area in front of the large fireplace. "Tea?" she asked. Shaking her head, Hestia declined. "I'm sorry, ma'am, we really don't have a lot of time. It's that disgusting writer that Jugson added to my budget, isn't it?" "Exactly," Sirius replied. "Who's his hatchet man?" he asked. Hestia had tutored him about the process to append such a pointed writer to a well-established appropriations bill like the DMLE budget. There was always a ministry person who had to shepherd the process. Amelia Bones knew everyone and where every skeleton was buried. "That Umbridge, of course," the no-nonsense director answered. "She's been raving for years about half-breed, this and that. Should have found a way to, accidentally, shove her through the veil or into a vat of bloody acid. Something." Shaking her head, she resumed, "she finally found a sympathetic ear in that fool Jugson." Frowning, Hestia asked, "You think that Umbridge is behind this?" "I was thinking that he used her inside knowledge and expertise to design his bill. If it's the other way round, then I'm all back to front." Amelia paused, frowning. Leaning back in her chair, she tapped her middle finger on the arm of the chair. The tune was familiar to Hestia, but she couldn't put the name on the piece. "A Beethoven sonata," she thought. "You may be right," Bones admitted. "Umbridge is incredibly stupid. The more I think about it, the more I find it unlikely that she started this whole thing. She's much more of an opportunist who'd work with someone else to achieve her ends." "Fudge?" Sirius asked, his meaning clear. "I think that as likable as Cornelius Fudge is personally, he must be the dimmest man I've ever met. Ever. If he's involved with this all. Eat my hat." Hestia really liked Amelia Bones. Used to working with foreign relations personnel all day, the director's candor was refreshing. "Who's on the DMLE committee?" Sirius asked. Hestia nodded approvingly. It was a prescient question. "Well, Jugson is the chair with Malfoy, that mental defective Goyle, along with Boot, Diggle, Macmillan and Aldershanks. So Jugson could ramrod any writer he wants to the bill whenever he wants," Sirius observed in an undertone. "I don't understand why, though," Hestia muttered. "It makes no sense." Bones snorted before shaking her head. "What?" Sirius asked. Regarding the Lord Blackmore with an incredulous eye, she told him in terms meant for toddlers, "This bill will stop my budget from becoming approved. The fiscal year ends on May 31st. Come June 1st, I'll either be shut down or you idiots in the Wizengamot will have to pass a continuing resolution or, heaven help us all, get off your lazy asses to pass my budget." Hestia went cold. How could they not have seen this? "Wait," she countered. "The DMLE budget is already negotiated, this writer just delays its passage. The vote tomorrow will send it down, but it can be resubmitted next week, unaltered. And what inanity will be added next week?" Pursing her lips, Hestia glanced at Sirius to see him deep in thought. Her first reaction was to dismiss Amelia as being parochial and viewing the Wizengamot machinations through her own DMLE-colored glasses. However, she might have a point. Might. But why? Why cripple the DMLE now? Hestia asked again. There was no answer. James arrived home late in the afternoon. Greeted by Rowry, the Lord Richmond asked, "My wife and son, where are they, good Rowry?" The hint of cheek brought a wry grin to the old elf's withered features. "Why, my lord, don't you already know?" The old elf bantered. A flash of white teeth was the only giveaway at his humor. "Rowry, you know we can't function without you, James Ed." "True. You little scamp," James protested, momentary delight filling him up like a glass with water. It had been a hard day and he needed this bit of fun. However, back to business. "Seriously, where are they, Rowry?" Nodding now that they were back into their roles, the major domo of Rowan Hill replied with his usual gravity, Lady Richmond is in her study while Lord Harry and Lady Hermione are studying in the library. Excellent. Would you please ask Harry and Hermione to meet me in Lily's study? He asked as he hustled off down the hall. Moments later, he turned into Lily's study. She'd converted the Lady of the Manor's study from its Louis XIV style to a combination workshop and potions laboratory. Rory had nearly cried when the fine furniture had been stored and the tapestries and woodwork taken down. Nevertheless, Lily's study was far more functional than decorative. It was not intended for public consumption. Lily's head was bent over a bubbling cauldron, her beautiful hair up in a messy knot on her head. No matter how many times he saw her, James always smiled as he realized anew that she'd chosen him. Shaking away the wonder, he greeted, "Hey, love." "Just a minute," she replied. Her slow, deliberate stirrings in seemingly random motions told James that she was brewing some extremely rare and most likely powerful potion. He'd scored an E on his potions newt, but he always felt like a firstie next to his wife when she discussed her brewed potions. The pattering of feet outside the room told him that his kids were almost there. Kids, he chided himself. Nearly adults themselves, which was why he had returned home. As Hermione rounded into the room, followed by Harry, Lily announced, "There, that'll do it until tomorrow." Casting a stasis charm about the cauldron, she moved to the sink to wash up. Over her shoulder she asked, "How'd it go?" James gave his family the quick rundown, finishing with, "The goblins won't immediately revolt, but the situation will rapidly deteriorate should we not stop this immediately." "But I thought you said Sir Edward and Lord Salisbury were confident that the coalition would prevent the bill's passage?" Harry asked. Nodding his head, James agreed, "To a point. My dad used to preach that nothing is certain, which is why I've come home." Pointing to the teens, he told them, "You've got a half hour. Get cleaned up and changed. You're coming with me to meet Sir Edward and Lord Salisbury." When Harry's expression went blank, Hermione reminded him, "We're both heirs of our seats and need to see how this works. Also," she quirked a grin, "I think it'll be extremely interesting to meet the man who served as Prime Minister to Queen Victoria. Imagine the stories he can tell." James laughed at Harry's expression, shooing the teens from the room. When the door closed, Lily asked with gravity she'd not shown when Harry and Hermione were in the room, "Are you really confident?" Sighing, James ran his hand through his hair. "Enough. I freely admit that I'm not very experienced here, but Sir Edward and Salisbury don't seem too worried, so I trust their judgment." Shaking his head, he added with a hint of awe, "Fogmather was really brassed off, though. Really, really brassed off. I wouldn't put it past them to declare war just to vent it all off." More than a bit nervous, Harry held the door for his parents and girlfriend. Wearing expensive robes, he was doing his best to be comfortable in a situation where he was decidedly uncomfortable. After hearing a soft clearing of her throat, Harry turned to Hermione. His quizzical glance was answered by her wrapping her hand in his arm so that he could escort her. It was a multi-fold action. For first, it calmed Harry. One thing he'd learned through the years was that if he had Hermione at his side, he'd be fine in the end. Secondly, it told any who were watching, which was everyone in view, that she and he had a more than friendly relationship. Harry thought back on the discussion he'd had with his mother at the Bones Christmas party and wondered if it'd do for him to move towards formalizing the relationship at this point. True, they were still very young, but the compatibility ritual that Lily had conducted returned an astounding score of 99.7. Thirdly, he just liked it when she claimed him in public. He liked to let everyone know that he was hers just as much as she was his. Following James and Lily through the exclusive club, Harry wondered if he'd ever belonged to a place like this. 6 months before, the idea would have been ludicrous, but his life had changed drastically and as a result, so too had his ideas and attitudes. "Love you," she whispered so that only he heard her. "Love you, too," he replied at the same volume. They were there for each other. What better definition of a relationship was needed? Good times and bad, carnal and friendly, sickness and health, happiness and rage. He was for her as she was for him, and in the end, that was what the story of his life was about. Holding the door for Hermione again, he realized that his life was no longer centered about the mortal struggle with the Dark Lord Voldemort. That had become a sideshow. Harry Potter's life now centered about Hermione Granger and peripherally Lily and James Potter, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Voldemort projected a very dangerous and real presence into his life, but he refused to let the wizard born as Tom Riddle occupy center stage. Holding onto Hermione in the literal, she'd retaken his arm, and metaphorical sense, he stepped forward to meet two giants of British politics. "Ah, Richmond," Lord Salisbury greeted James, "looks like you've brought the entire family." "Indeed, my lord," James greeted the aged Marquis with a respectful nod. "We're to head over to Endo the World for dinner shortly, so I thought it'd do for them to come with." The twinkle in his pale blue eye was far friendlier than that in the headmaster's when Salisbury observed, "And get a bit of tutoring to the next generation while we're at it." James smiled in agreement as he introduced Lily to the two men. "How did it progress with our goblin friends?" Sir Edward asked. Everyone sat and Harry couldn't help but notice that he and Hermione leaned forward a bit, trying to soak up everything. James recounted the discussion he had with Fogmather, as well as pointing out that during the discussion Ashcrake was named as the senior teller of Gringotts. Salisbury shook his head. "This whole thing could explode should that ass Jugson upset the goblins too much. It wouldn't matter what we do in session. If the goblins take too much offense they'll revolt." Harry shuddered. With more than a bit of asperity, Hermione had recapped the most recent goblin rebellion that took place in 1898. It was also the most bloody revolt as over 4,000 British wizards had been killed while many more had emigrated to escape the violence. At that point, Gringotts hadn't been the de facto bank for all of Britain. The dwarves and gnomes had still maintained their banking facilities in London and Cardiff while the gnomes also had a branch office in Edinburgh. Now, the goblins were the monopoly for the banks in Britain, so they had full control of the British economy. Hermione had reflected that it had been an extraordinarily planned and executed plan to take over the British banking system, for in so doing, the goblins had made themselves indispensable. The older men were silent as they reflected upon James's news. Lily had been silent alongside the teens. It hadn't been any of their places to comment or interject into the discussion, so they left James to his task. Hermione had asked Lily if it bothered her that she had no direct voice in the debate. The auburn-haired witch had smiled. "Do you really think that I have no voice?" Harry had barked a laugh. Knowing his parents as he did, they'd generate a coherent voice on all topics upon which James was to vote. Where they hadn't a chance to discuss the issue beforehand, James would most likely vote with his knowledge of Lily's opinions and preferences in the forefront of his mind. Not that James was a spineless worm. Far from it. It was evident, though, that he valued his wife's input and opinion. Harry had watched his parents very closely. They had a teasing relationship when they were light-hearted, but when matters turned serious, they usually were able to have a thoughtful discussion that moved toward a resolution. He wanted his and Hermione's eventual marriage to be similar to his parents in that they had a relationship built upon mutual respect and love coupled with a strong desire to make the other happy. Harry smiled to himself as he watched Sir Edward and James discuss their next moves. Sometimes, James and Lily would not be on the same page, as it were, and they'd have a spot of bother. Usually, though, they thought alike. Turning to Hermione, he smiled. Just like him and his girlfriend. The door opened again, admitting a windblown Sirius and an amused Hestia. After one more round of greetings, Harry watched Sirius relate the discussion with Amelia Bones. Then he paused. Hestia spoke up. "What my fiancé is hesitant about discussing is the subsequent meeting we had with Percy Weasley." Harry's brow furrowed. Why would they talk to Percy? Hermione leaned into Harry's side, whispering, although not a decision-maker, Percy is in nearly every meeting of Crouch and Fudge as a note-taker. He's also stuck up enough to boast about what he's seen or heard. The lad is an utter, Sirius observed flatly. Harry had to smile. He'd not thought of Percy as a fool, but his pretentiousness surely shoved him into that realm. He confirmed that Umbridge is the ministry force behind this writer, though, Hestia added. True, but it was painful, Sirius winced slightly. Shaking his head, he told everyone, Weasley the Younger told us that Umbridge has been lobbying Fudge for his support of this bill for a few weeks. Fudge is wavering, but still tells her he's going to stay out of it. A few weeks, Lily mused as she sat back in her chair, eyes unfocused. Thinking back, Harry tried to remember the biggest events within the last month. The only event that came to mind was the second task of the tournament, but beyond that, nothing of note. Is this Voldemort? Is he behind all this? James asked in a low tone. It may very well be, James, observed a voice from the doorway. Turning to the sound of the voice behind him, Harry saw Albus Dumbledore standing in the entryway of the room. Bristling at the sight of the man, the boy who lived was still upset about Neville's participation in the task. Hermione's iron grip on his forearm helped him keep his tongue in check. Turning to her, he caught her eye, noticing the warning expression on her face. Nodding his understanding and acknowledgement that he was under control, he saw her relax infinitesimally. Around him, he heard James stiffly ask, "What do you mean by that, Albus?" The old man moved into the room. He studiously avoided Harry and Hermione, which was fine by Harry. After the headmaster nodded his greeting to the elder statesman in the room, he sat. There was a long pause as Dumbledore seemed to collect his thoughts. With more than a bit of spite, Harry waspishly thought that the man was doing it merely to focus the entire attention of the room on him. Mayhap he was right. We've seen stirrings of Lord Voldemort these past few years. Nodding to Sir Edward, he added for James's and serious benefit, I've informed Lord Salisbury and Sir Edward of the events surrounding the possession of Quirinus Quirrell, the Chamber of Secrets and the escape of Peter Pettigrew. With reluctant gratitude, Harry noticed that it seemed that the old man had held back Harry's role, or at least the prominence of that role. Evidently, Lord Voldemort is attempting to accomplish his revival. This move by his followers seems to be an indication that said revival is close to fruition, for they would not act in this manner of their own accord. Dumbledore's flat delivery of his conclusion made the information all the more chilling. Almost suppressing a groan, Harry ran his hand through his hair. Self-pity welling up within him, he wanted to whinge "Why me?" or other like sentiments. Looking about him, he was shocked out of his self-indulgence. Here were the movers and shakers of British society doing what they could to avert the forthcoming catastrophic storm. They were, to paraphrase the American revolutionaries from the 18th century, mutually pledging to the other their lives, their fortunes and their sacred honor. They were doing so in order to stand for what was right. They, like Harry, were fully engaged in the war against Voldemort. The venue was a different arena but the wager no less precious. They were all dead men should Tom Riddle be reborn. Refocusing, he paid attention to the reactions of those about him. Like him, Hermione was studying the older generations. James, Lily, Hestia and Sirius didn't seem surprised at all by the headmaster's announcement. Consummate professional politicians that they were, Salisbury and Sir Edward were ciphers, though. Shaking his head, Harry chuckled to himself. Looking up, he saw that Sir Edward had focused his pale grey eyes upon him. "Your thoughts, young Potter?" he asked in a quietly amused tone. "Sir Edward, I meant no disrespect." The soft-spoken plea was waved off with a nonchalant hand. "I know that, but I am very curious as to your thoughts. You must have a very unique perspective on these events." The light-hearted delivery of the words belied the extreme gravity of the situation and all knew it. Sir Edward was exerting himself to achieve an end of which Harry was unaware. Glancing to his dad, he saw a silent nod of encouragement. If James trusted these men, then so too could he. "I know that Voldemort is a deadly, implacable foe." Glancing about the room, he took a chance. "I believe I've fought him face to face more than anyone in the room, save perhaps the headmaster." Looking at his feet, Albus nodded graciously, but didn't reply further. Taking a deep breath, Harry centered himself as he did when casting the Patronus charm. Reaching deep within, he called upon what he believed. Pushing aside fear, regret and knowledge, he reached for truth. Grasping it as if truth was a life preserver and he a drowning man, Harry immersed himself in the blinding, searing state of being that exists when truth is revealed. "I believe that we shall not only vanquish this man and his K.SS, the word vanquish was specially selected for Dumbledore's benefit, but we shall see our society move to a new golden age to rival that of Camelot under Arthur with Merlin at his side. I believe that I shall grow old with this woman beside me and we shall bring forth a new generation to build the shining city on the hill." "Cibola," Salisbury whispered as he stared at nothing. The confidence and power emanating from Harry brought all up short. Bemused, he watched them all gaze at him, open-mouthed. Later, he'd ask his girlfriend exactly happened to everyone and she would tell him that they all knew that all would be well. Somehow, he'd infused them all with his vision, with his truth. Continuing, he wasn't sure where the words came from, but they couldn't be denied. There shall be dark days. There shall be pain. There shall be death. There shall also be victory. The victory shall be complete from which there shall be no recovery. The old and young men in the room looked to the 14-year-old young man with hope, love and certitude. None knew why they had complete confidence and belief in Harry's vision, but all were certain that it would come to pass. You know this, young man. You believe this? Sir Edward asked with fearful expression. It could have been a fear of the establishment of this new world or maybe a fear of failing, Harry didn't know. Yes, sir, Harry replied at his most forceful. I do. Hear ye. Hear ye. Lords and ladies, members and proxy members of the Wizengamot of Great Britain and Northern Ireland call you to readiness to serve the subjects of Her Royal Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith. And so it was that Hermione settled into her seat. Jumping a bit, she looked to her left when Harry sat. On her right, Neville took his seat. Both wizards wore mischievous smiles. Susan sat on Neville's right, her smile a bit less mischievous but no less amused. Why are you two rascals sitting next to me and why are you here, Sue? Both your seats are on the far sides of the box, she asked, fully expecting an answer that would most likely make her groan. Neville sat forward before turning around. Pointing to the coat of arms embossed in the leather of his seat, he commented, Longbottom. Harry repeated his friend's action, but said, Richmond. Now she narrowed her eyes. You two will get into a world of trouble should the protocol officer find out you moved your chairs. With amused gravity, Harry raised his hand in a pledge. Hermione, we didn't move our chairs. She nearly burst before he added, the protocol officer did. As Neville sat and straightened his robes, he breezily commented, It's amazing what one can do when the boy who lived asks politely. Demurely, Susan observed, Neville offered me use of the Longbottom spouse seat for this historic gathering. The twitching at the corner of her mouth gave away the game, though. Rolling her eyes, Hermione wondered if the return of the Marauders hadn't had a deleterious effect on her boyfriend and their friend. Ignoring the lads and Susan, she refocused on the proceedings as the members of the Wizengamot took their seats. Surreptitiously, she took Harry's hand, stroking her thumb across the back of it. Dumbledore began the proceedings with the ritual order, call the first order of business for Her Majesty's Wizengamot. The scribe called, First Order of Business is Bill 95024, Department of Magical Law Enforcement Budget with various amendments. Immediately, ritualistically Dumbledore intoned, What say the Ministry? Amelia Bones stood forth from the government bench. As Bones approached the podium, Hermione did a quick scan. It appeared that all the seats were filled for this session. There was an eager anticipation that bordered on tension in the convocation hall. Usually, there were more than a few members doing other tasks and on occasion, even sleeping. Not today. Today, all were sharply focused on the proceedings to see what was to be said. Like sharks, the members smelled blood in the water and were circling. The red-headed witch resettled her monocle before beginning. The bulk of this bill is the negotiated budget for the DMLE and the ministry is fully supportive. There was a long pause where Hermione had a momentary pang of fear that the ministry was to remain mum on the so-called human rights bill. However, she added, so Hermione let go her breath that she'd not been aware she'd been holding. Here we go, Harry breathed as he leaned forward in his seat. It seemed the other 206 members of the Wizengamot did the same. The so-called human rights bill, that has been amended to the duly negotiated and conscientious budget for the DMLE has made this bill an abomination and even ridiculous. The government cannot support 95024 because of this amendment and even goes so far as to urge this body to reject summarily Bill 95024 due to the stain that is the so-called human rights bill. When Director Bones took her seat, Harry muttered, Damn, tell it like it is. Go, Auntie, Susan cheered under her breath. Her face shone in pride as she watched her aunt survey the members for reaction. Murmurs and mumbling became a dull roar as many of the members turned to their neighbors to comment on the director's remarks. The Wizengamot recognized his lordship, the Earl of Richmond. Dumbledore cried. The roar petered away to silence as James stood. This was the first time he'd spoken in session since returning to the time stream. Many of the members, most if truth be told, were familiar with Charles Potter. Not all liked the strong-willed Earl, but all respected him. There were very high expectations for his son. So they waited. Deliberately James looked about the convocation chamber, his face somber. I have no objection whatsoever to the budget put forth for the support of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is a fair appropriation which, given the current status of our country, shall allow Director Bones and her Aurors to keep us safe for another year. However, I was appalled to see what was amended to 95024 whilst in committee by the Honourable Mr. Justson. Shaking his head in disbelief, he continued, I have been gone from our society, punished by the Dark Lord who terrorized our nation 13 years ago, and have missed much. I do not believe that I have missed the dissipation of honor and justice from our land. I do not believe that I have missed the dissipation of decency. This so-called human rights bill is vile, yet let us look beyond the moral repugnance inspired by this revolting concept embodied in the amendment. Let us review the practical implications. Holding up his left hand, one finger extended, James called, the goblins shall revolt should 95024 become law. I have spoken with the leader of the Goblin Nation, just yesterday in fact, and he told me that, and I quote, there will be war and many shall die, should this bill become law. His expression now a scowling glare, the Lord Richmond surveyed his peers as he snarled, and I can't help but agree with him, for this amendment would make it legal for a witch or wizard to kill any goblin as they see fit without repercussions. Were I a goblin, I would take up arms in response to this bill. Pausing for effect, he allowed the full implications of a new war with the goblins to settle for the members. Bypassing the issue of the catastrophe to magical Britain's economy, many of the members remembered the bloody war of 100 years before, some had even fought in the conflict. None wanted a repeat of that horrible struggle. More than a few expressions turned to thoughtful contemplation from eager anticipation. We would declare open season on unicorns, centaurs and even the majestic phoenix. Is this how you want to be known by history? The phoenix killers, the murderers of unicorns. Now the expressions became those of discomfort. No politician wants to be remembered as a monster, even if by association. Hermione slowly shook her head in amused respect as a small smile crept across her mouth. James was bullying and shaming the Wizengamot for even considering this bill. Any fence-sitters were surely off the fence by now. I will not be a party to this revolting bigotry. I will not sully my name, my family's name and the name of our country by this attempt to drive our fair nation back to the Dark Ages. He seemed to swell as his eyes sparked with power. Hermione reflected that James was a powerful wizard in his own right. Applause burst out in response to James' declaration. I will not. He roared into the storm of cheering. I will not sacrifice my honor in the face of this effort. It is surely an essay by the enemy or his minions to subvert us. I will fight against the enemy and all who hold to his ideals wherever he makes an inroad. Should he attempt to undermine our personal honor and the honor of our country with twisted words paired to equally twisted actions, I will fight. Breathing heavily, James surveyed the now roaring convocation hall. Harry was on his feet, clapping so hard, Hermione was sure that he'd hurt his hands. Neville was cheering while Susan clapped and laughed with joy in the moment. Hermione didn't even notice when she'd stood, but she was right there with her friends, cheering and clapping. Throwing his arms into the air for silence, James waited as the crowd came back under control. When Hermione thought she could have heard a pin drop, James finished in a harsh tone so soft that many strained to hear him, I will not allow our country to sink into the savagery this bill portends. Our children deserve better, our families deserve better. We all deserve better. I will fight against this evil in all its forms and I plant my standard here. No further. The roar swelled again as a wave, bearing emotion, noise and people away in a flood that nearly deafened all present. Vote. The call was taken up and repeated, vote. Vote. Dumbledore looked about to see if any would stand opposed to a vote. Hermione wasn't watching the Chief Warlock, she was watching Sir Edward Grey. The man was ignoring the emotional outbursts as he looked about the chamber. He seemed to be making eye contact with his allies. Finally, he turned toward the Chief Warlock. Catching Dumbledore's eye, he nodded. This seemed to be what the defeater of Grindelwald needed before he shouted, I call this bill to a vote before the Wizengamot. My lords and ladies, members and proxy members, I ask you to vote your conscience in the best interests of the realm. Wands flashed as the automatic vote tally began to be read out. The blue numbers in support of the bill slowly inched up. A vote here and there. The red numbers were a blur, as a slot machine whirls before it runs its results. Hermione smiled when it tallied 190 when it stopped. Bill 95024 had been summarily rejected. They had won, but the nagging question persisted: why? The days after the defeat of the Human Rights Bill were exhausting for Harry and Hermione. Typifying the adage that children should be seen but not heard, the two heirs followed their respective heads of house to various meetings, some formal, others not so much. The drudgery was that they weren't always together. Nevertheless, there was a lot of watching with no talking for the teens. On more than one occasion, Harry had to fend off the boy who lived groupies of all ages and genders. It was very disquieting when the octogenarian grandmother took a very avid interest in him. His dad had chuckled as Harry scudded away from the woman to the protective shadow of his girlfriend. Harry ed as he flopped into their bed. At nearly midnight, it was one of the earlier nights that he'd been able to get to bed. It was also the first night since their abrupt return from the BVI where Hermione was still awake when he crawled into bed, although awake was a relative term. She wasn't snoring. Stripping bare, he hurriedly scuttled under the sheets and duvet. The early spring weather had turned cold, and although Rowan Hill was magnificent, the massive fireplaces were in each room for a reason. Freezing, he murmured as he spooned with his intended. She hummed. How'd it go? All right. Neville represented his gran, and between him and Dad, they let Fudge know that what had happened was a waste of everyone's time and it was his fault. Hermione half turned. Neville did that. Well, Harry backtracked. He agreed with Dad. Right, she agreed. That sounds better. Harry silently agreed that although Neville had come a long way since James had returned into his life, there was still more than a hint of the shy, reserved boy he'd been as a firstie. His body relaxed, molding itself to Hermione's more supple womanly shape. His breathing began to deepen when he heard her say, "Your mum says we're to return to Hogwarts tomorrow, back to studies. Lily says she's a bad feeling that something's coming." His tired grunt was the last sound he made that night. "Did she say yes?" Lily asked. Sighing, James rolled over to his side. "Eventually. Took all my prodigious powers of persuasion, though." Running her hands through his perpetually messy hair, she teased, "Which means you begged." "Yeah." There was a long pause and Lily thought James may have drifted off. Before he commented, "You know, this idea of yours could backfire magnificently." "Or it could save him," she countered. "Or it could save him," he repeated in reluctant agreement. Striding down the halls of Hogwarts, Harry reflected upon Hermione's statement after Christmas. Classes and Quidditch seem so small, provincial even. My oh my, did she hit the nail on the head? Hermione's hand nestled in his own. They wended their way through the crowds of students as they made their way to the library. For a while, they'd continued to wear their Hogwarts robes while being tutored. It helped ease their sense of being apart from the rest of the student body. Now, they really didn't care. Harry wore dark blue robes trimmed with silver while Hermione wore beautiful robes of the palest blue. They stood out like giants at a house elf convention amidst the ocean of black Hogwarts robes. Harry ignored the stares and whispers that followed them down the hallway. The bulk of his mind was occupied with the potions assignment his mother had assigned, but the unoccupied portion of his mind just didn't care what the students thought of him and his girlfriend. Holding the door for Hermione, they made their way to their desk in the back corner of the library. It was a fairly secluded study location in the middle of the magical law section that ensured they were never bothered. Without comment, they dropped their bags on the table before heading into the stacks, Hermione for their arithmancy project and Harry for potions. Absently, he pulled down the books that he thought might be useful. Lily had assigned them the task of compiling a list of 10 possible potions that could be used in a battle situation, narrowing the list to a single selection with the proofs, logic and other supporting evidence. The arithmancy project was a bear. They were to calculate the necessary so that one would be able to apparate at Hogwarts. Harry wore a wistful smile at Hermione's subdued expression of indignation. It was a signpost of more innocent times when Hermione had blared the trumpet loudly about their inability to apparate whilst at school. Stacking the 5 books in his arms, he meandered back to their table. Since Hermione was still in the stacks, he opened the first book and began to take notes. So absorbed in his task, he didn't hear the visitor approach. Harry, could I talk with you for a moment?" Looking up, Harry saw Ron Weasley standing across from the table, a decidedly uncomfortable expression on his already reddening face. In an uncharitable moment, Harry wondered if Ron was uncomfortable because he was speaking with Harry or because he was in the library. He'd not thought a lot about his former friend in the weeks past. Studying, his family, Hermione and life in general had completely dominated his attention. In retrospect, he figured that fact alone told him more than it implied. Pushing the cynical musings aside, Harry nodded as he told his former friend, "Sure. What's on your mind?" Looking off to the side, Ron fidgeted before he muttered, "I reckon that I've been a right prat." Not in the mood to indulge Ron, Harry stared at the redhead waiting for more. After all the cold shoulders, the comments that Ron may or may not have thought Harry could hear, all of the hostile behavior since Halloween that surged to the fore of Harry's mind, a mild admission that he'd been out of order just wouldn't do. A mental digression niggled at Harry. Mingling amidst the unpleasant memories was a leavening of bewilderment that Ron would resent Harry's parents' return. How could anyone begrudge that? Silence was not what the standing teen expected. With a blank expression, he stared at Harry before fidgeting with the hem of his new robes. Robes, probably purchased with the generous severance his father had paid Mr. Weasley. Finally, Ron asked, Well, what?" Harry replied coldly. "You've been backbiting, snide and mean since my pressing into the tournament. Now you come here and state the obvious. Do you want a biscuit?" His face twisting into false good cheer, Harry cheered in an insincerely jocular tone so that he was nearly sneering, "Good show, Ronnie. You finally acted like a human, much less a friend." The redhead's face paled, but Harry couldn't tell if it was anger or shame that fueled Ron's reaction. In the end, Harry didn't care. Leaning over the table, the boy who lived snarled, "You were my mate. I trusted you and you shit all over me and our friendship. So watch me not give a flying for what you want." Still pale, Ron gave a hesitant nod. Halting his turn halfway, he told Harry, "I understand, but I really am sorry." Now Harry stood. "You know, if it was just me, I would probably call evens and we could be mates again. But that's not all that happened, is it? I heard what you said about Hermione. The time you called her a whore under your breath. The time you asked her if she was putting out for all the Potters or just me. I heard all that, Ron. The only reason I didn't call you out was because she forbade it." Slowly standing from his seat, Harry was exerting all his will to keep his temper under control. Forcing his palms flat on the table, he glared at Ron. "She saved your life by doing that, Ron. If you ever say anything to or about Hermione again, you'll answer to me." When Ron didn't answer, Harry asked, "Clear?" "Yeah," Ron replied as if his throat was parched. "Yeah, I understand and I won't be a prick anymore." He flinched before nodding and moving off. Harry watched his former friend until the redhead disappeared. Ron was his past. It was nice that the teen had apologized, but Harry wasn't in the mood nowadays for second chances. Returning to his seat, the dark-haired teen noticed that the table was warped where he'd flattened his hands. Apparently, his magic hadn't been under as much control as he'd thought. Drawing his wand, he scratched his ear as he tried to figure out how to fix the table. "I heard every word you just said." Freezing in place, Harry was concerned at the tone of his girlfriend. She sounded less than happy. "Oh?" he asked. With a flick of her wand, Hermione slowly rotated Harry's chair about so that he was facing her. Another flick of her wand caused the arithmancy books in her left arm to float to the table. "I'm a big girl who can take care of herself, my love." Taking heart at the endearment, Harry thought about her words before replying. Unable to avoid the truth, he sighed. "You're right. I'm sorry I got all Neanderthal with Ron." In a surprise move, she hiked up her robes before straddling his lap. The long, languid kiss was most welcome. It had been a very long, trying day. "I appreciate the sentiment, though," she whispered, her voice husky. "I don't like anyone to think ill of you, much less say," he replied. "I know. I feel the same about you." Harry had absorbed more than a few unkind words in the months past. After another long kiss that was accompanied by wandering hands, she whispered in his ear, "Tonight, we're using your parents' spare room." She sighed before telling him in a normal tone, "But for now, we've work to do." He pouted for a bit. Work could wait until after, couldn't it? Her bright smile brought him round. "Love you," she whispered, her pride and happiness evident. Returning her smile was automatic. The brightening of his day was all due to her. She had that ability that not many others possessed, in that she, with her smile, could usually make a cloudy day clear. Maybe it was because he loved her. Maybe it was because she loved him. Maybe it was a bit of both. For whatever reason, it was one more occasion to love her just that little bit more. Remus was tired. Bone tired if truth were told. He was 6 days from the full moon, but this weariness was far beyond his normal experience. While the wolfsbane that Lily brewed was a lifesaver, his transformation wasn't all peaches and cream. Still, what he was going through was pretty extraordinary. James had arranged for a healer to come take a look at him this afternoon, a healer who specialized in lycanthropy. If he'd not been so tired, he'd have known immediately who it was that his old friend had arranged to come. Most other werewolves didn't trust Remus. He didn't exile himself from mainstream society like most had. He'd been awarded his certificate from Hogwarts, something no other living werewolf had accomplished. Trying to make a life for himself in whatever way he could, he'd even worked in the Muggle world to make ends meet. Since he wasn't very welcome in the Lycan community, Remus didn't know if his symptoms were normal or worse or yet milder than those experienced by the greater werewolf population. Poppy did her best, but he was the only werewolf she'd ever treated, so her experience was the same as his. Rolling his shoulders, he yawned widely before returning his attention to the book in front of him. He felt that he was nearly finished with the teens' power control exercises, as he called them. Harry and Hermione had been performing the spells for weeks with adjustments as they went, but now, he thought they were a finished product. Magic is a wondrous thing, even to a pureblood wizard like Remus who'd been raised around it. The Earthshaker curse was amazing, though. Only Harry could cast it to full effect, but the effect was massive. Harry had caused a localized earthquake equal to a 9.6 on the Richter scale the other day when he cast it. Remus had been terrified for a moment that the astronomy tower was going to topple, the effect had been so massive. When the shaking stopped, the now taken aback threesome had trooped into the forest for Hermione's turn. Harry could nearly synthesize the apocalypse should he put his all into the spell. He wanted to be far away from the castle when Hermione gave it a go. She'd cast the spell creating, only, a 7.8. It was still enough to topple buildings and bring down bridges. Knock knock. Must be the healer, he muttered to himself. Standing, he made his way to the door. Opening it, he began his welcome, but it lodged in his throat. She stood in the doorway. "Hello," he whispered. Her cold blue eyes narrowed. "I believe we've an appointment." Recollecting himself, he stood back to allow her entrance. "Of course. Please, come in." The beautiful in the healer's robe strode briskly into the room, placing her bag on the table. "James said you're suffering beyond the normal." Her statement was obviously a question. Sails flapping, he replied in a distracted undertone, for he was mesmerized by her seemingly miraculous appearance. He'd not seen her in over 10 years. "Yes. It's been especially bad these last few months." Without looking at him, she sat, withdrawing a form and quill as she did so. Placing spectacles on her nose, she asked, "Has anything changed in the past months?" "Lily has been brewing wolfsbane for me," he replied in automatic. His eyes hadn't left her form since she sat. The last time he'd seen her, she was begging him not to leave her. His curse didn't matter, she had told him. She loved him and only him. Yet he walked out. Granted, Lily and James were recently buried, while Sirius was beginning his incarceration. Peter was dead to him and Harry had just disappeared, so. To say that he was a bit confused would be to say that Noah encountered a small rain shower as he was building his dinghy. There was a prolonged silence. He didn't want to say anything that would dispel the spell that brought her there, but it was killing him to speak with her in such a clinical, detached way as if they'd never known each other. Never slept together, dreamed together and never loved each other. "It's good to see you," he whispered, unable to bottle up his emotion any longer. She spun on him, fury in her eyes. "Never, ever speak to me in a familiar manner, Mr. Lupin. You sacrificed that right a decade ago. The only reason I'm here is because James asked me to look into your case. Had anyone else asked, even Sirius, I'd have told them where to get off." Breathing hard, she returned to her notes. There were a few more perfunctory questions before she stood. Her composure regained. She was a cool professional when she asked him, "Please remove your shirt and take a seat." The curse did much to his body, but it also made him much stronger than the average human. In a physical confrontation, he could defeat most any opponent without much effort, and this capability showed in his rippling muscles. He expected some reaction, but she never even blinked. The usual ears, nose, throat and heartbeat examination preceded a series of diagnostic spells focused on his liver and pancreas. As she analyzed the results, she played with her long hair. As she always had. Absorbed in her analysis, she told him in a distracted manner, "I'll need a blood sample." "Of course," he replied. Hesitantly, he held out his arm. Dipping into her bag, she withdrew the syringe and vial. Magical means hadn't been generated to draw blood in a way that didn't contaminate the sample with the magic of the spell. Therefore, it was drawn the old-fashioned way. He flinched when she inserted the needle. Not daring to look at her, he thought he saw a wistful smile flit across her face out of the corner of her eye. She'd teased him mercilessly about his fear of needles. Quickly, she packed up her kit. Without looking at him, she told him, "I'll be back in 2 days with the results. In the meantime, I'll have Lily owl me a sample of her wolfsbane to see if there's a contaminant, but I doubt that's the problem. She's the best brewer I've ever known." Her face softened for a millisecond, the coldness melting to show the raw agony that lay behind the facade. The power and majesty of her pain stole Remus' breath, choking him with emotion. The glimpse of her true self was gone. The mask firmly in place, she nodded. Without hesitation, she strode to the door. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. The door closed behind her. Remus meandered to his chair, consumed with grief born anew, for he thought he'd recovered from the devastating loss when he'd forsaken her. Falling into the chair, tears stole down his cheeks, unbidden yet undeniable. The truth was still as real for him today as it was those years ago. He still was desperately in love with Alexandra Price, but it seemed that she hated every bone in his body. Justifiably so, he cursed himself. 2 hearts. Susan pursed her lips. 3 diamonds. Neville scratched his head. 4 spades. Hermione glared at her partner's bid. Jumping the bid, Harry announced, 6 clubs. Hermione's scowl changed its focus from Neville, her partner, to her boyfriend. "Really?" she drolly commented. His reply was a happy little smile. The 4 friends had been playing bridge for the last hour and a half. Susan had quickly acclimated to the game, while Neville was still bumbling about. Harry was an indifferent player who enjoyed being with his friends more than winning. Hermione was ruthless. She had told Harry that her parents had taught her to play with her mother's mother as their fourth. All the older generation took their bridge very seriously. In fact, Hermione's grandmother, Cecilia, brought a ruler to each game, smacking Hermione on the hand whenever the young girl played a poorly selected card. "Hermione," Neville asked with quiet reservation, "do you think we can call it a night? I'm pretty tired and have a transfiguration exam the day after tomorrow." Harry smothered a smile. The best way to get Hermione to succumb was to cite an upcoming exam. Since Harry and his girlfriend had left the mainstream Hogwarts curriculum, they'd lost track of the exam cycle, so it wasn't too hard to create an upcoming test. "Oh, sure Neville," Hermione replied with a hint of wistfulness. "Walk me back to my common room," Susan asked her boyfriend as she stood. Neville's small smile told Harry volumes. Neville wanted to study, but he doubted it was transfiguration. "Of course," the shy Gryffindor replied. "See you all tomorrow," Harry called as he scooped up the cards. Hermione walked their friends to the door. They were in Sirius' rooms at the castle. He and Hestia were out for the evening and expected to stay at her flat for the evening. Sirius had told Harry that the younger crowd could use the rooms, but, "You better not mess about too much." Harry had snorted, "Talk to my dad, godfather of mine. Prongs seems to have a slightly different opinion than you have." Stoking the fire, he smiled when Hermione extinguished all the other lights in the room. She sat on the sofa in front of the fire, holding her arms out to Harry. Settling next to her, he gathered his intended into his embrace. "That was fun," he mused. She shrugged, "I guess." Rolling his eyes, he gave her a half squeeze. "You're not being hyper-competitive, are you?" "Maybe a little," she admitted. "A very little." Deciding to give up the topic as a bad job, he asked, "Are you ready for tomorrow?" Flitwick had scheduled a melee duel with himself, Remus, James and Lily against the teens. "As ready as I can be." She gave him a little smirk, Though, I believe I could use some tension relief this evening. He laughed, but it was tight and full of strain. Is that all I am? Tension relief. Her smirk broadened into a smile. Well, your foot rubs are to die for. He smiled, but didn't laugh. The affected mirth quickly drained away as he pondered the next day's events. While Susan and Neville had been there, he'd been able to submerge his thoughts, enjoying the presence of his friends. Hermione was his other half. He couldn't hide anything from her for any extended period. The poke in his side brought him round. Huh? He asked her. What? She asked, her meaning clear. All traces of levity gone, he reminded her. Remember earlier in the year when I had my little altercation with Malfoy and his goons? She nodded her understanding, the expression on her face narrowing. Harry pulled her a little tighter. That had been an awakening for both of them to their mortality. The prophecy had just been disclosed and Harry seriously hurt shortly afterwards. The combination of the two had banished the sense of immortality that most teenagers possess. Their repeated exposure to life-threatening situations coupled with the real deaths of Quirrell, the basilisk, and culminating with this event had fully convinced the young couple that they could be seriously hurt and even killed in the altercation to come. Both took deep breaths to push aside the grip of momentary panic that resurfaced. While not the most dangerous situation either had experienced, it was easily the most emotionally jarring. Well, tomorrow is the test. Remember how I said that I wasn't ready to take on that many opponents? Tomorrow, we'll do just that, and they'll be a hell of a lot more competent than Gregory Goyle. Reflecting on what he said, Harry added, I don't think they'll hurt me. I'm not afraid of pain or such. It's more about me passing a test. Being ready to face real opponents. His last word rebounded a bit in the stone rooms as they both considered his statement. Hermione worried her lip as she thought, staring off into the ether. Finally, she brought her gleaming brown eyes back to his. You're ready. I took those 5 Death Eaters in the alley last fall. I'm good, but you're a better fighter than I am. You can do this. But Voldemort, he countered. The sinking feeling in the pit of his belly expanded to become full-blown despair. You're not fighting the Dark Lord tomorrow, she immediately reminded him. You're fighting, with me I might add, very capable adversaries who are the skill equivalent to the senior Death Eaters. Frowning, she added, or so we've been told. Sirius didn't really get a chance to fight back in the alley, but I've heard rumor of your parents' abilities. Remus is more than competent, we've seen that in our individual instruction. I personally think that Professor Flitwick could take Professor Dumbledore in 2 out of 4 encounters. We all know that Dumbledore is the only one that Voldemort ever feared. Shaking away the stream of consciousness digression, she riveted him with her stare. You can do this. I know it. With a small voice, he asked, you think so? Her expression fierce, she answered with a decided tone, yes. I do. The uncertainty that had pooled in Harry's gut had been cold and oily. Leeching his strength, he hadn't even noticed until this moment that it had been there. With Hermione's affirmation, no, her unswerving confidence and faith, the doubt began to drain away, pushed aside by a growing confidence that had been lacking. Now noticing the situation by the absence of the doubt combined with the presence of confidence, Harry seemed to swell and reform as she watched. His spine straightened, his head held a bit higher while his eyes sharpened. Years later, Hermione would tell him that at that moment, she knew he would defeat Voldemort. Some would call it his presence, others his aura of power. Harry called it the manifestation of Hermione's belief in him. Harry, if you don't take me to bed and make love to me right now, there will be a serious problem. He laughed. The unfettered sound burst out of him in relief and joy, as was her intent, he knew. Standing, he extended his hand to help her to her feet. I would never deny my lady any of her wishes. Any? She asked coquettishly, the gravity of their discussion long gone. Any, he affirmed with more than a bit of randiness. She squealed in delight as he chased her into the bedroom. Hestia watched the participants limber up prior to their duel. She mused on a series of seemingly unrelated issues that all came round to the same fact. There was an enormous secret within the greater Potter-Black Lupin family, a secret that dominated all discussion and interaction. Sirius had counseled Patience regarding gaining Harry and Hermione's trust, and in turn, the trust of the entire family. At first, she'd felt resentment for not being brought into the truth of the affair, but a long talk with Sirius had cured her of that spiritual affliction. His intimation that there were significant issues at work mollified her somewhat. In the beginning, Hestia thought that Harry might have been ally abused by his relatives. Like the rest of magical Britain, she knew that Harry had been abused by his aunt and uncle when a boy. The idea that the relatives had gone the next horrific step was, unfortunately, not beyond the realm of comprehension. Of course, that aspect wouldn't be printed in the paper. Fortunately, that had proven to be a false lead. She'd approached Sirius about the idea, concerned about her physical interactions with the dark-haired teen. Most victims of UAL abuse have issues surrounding physical contact. She asked Sirius about it so as not to possibly exacerbate the situation. With a grim expression that hinted at a heretofore unknown rage in her man, he'd replied, "They did everything but that and may they rot in hell for what they did to him." The relief had been short-lived when she realized the consequences of Sirius' statement. After that, she decided to be patient, ignoring the elephant in the room. Allowing the family to come to her when they were ready seemed to be the best choice. The invitation by Harry to observe the melee had been a moment of hope for her. The teens seemed to occupy central positions in the family, so when Harry had arrived at her door early this morning, she'd been more than a little nervous. Good morning," he'd greeted. "We're having a bit of a training session later today and Hermione and I were wondering if you'd like to come watch." Looking away, he ruffled his hair. "You've not been able to see some of the other exercises we've done." His expression became mischievous. "And I'm going to beat on Padfoot like a drum today," he announced loudly, ensuring that her frowsy fiancé heard the trash talk. "Bugger that," she heard over her shoulder. So erudite was her Sirius. "I'd love to," she replied with a winning smile. She really wanted the family to accept her. Outside of Sirius, the jury seemed to be holding judgment in abeyance until Harry and Hermione pronounced her fit. Nodding, his discomfort evident, he muttered, "Well, we'll see you at 10 in the large classroom down the hall here." His gesture was superfluous, but she followed his pointing finger to be polite. 10 it is. So, here she sat. Phileas had cast the dueling barrier that was routinely used in tournaments to protect spectators. His jovial question, "You do remember how to cast the bunker shield, don't you?" had seemed to be a joke. However, given the forbidding expressions on all present, she was beginning to wonder. Harry was lying on his side, pulling a leg up behind him while Hermione performed a full split as she twisted her torso nearly full around. James was palming the floor while Lily had pulled a foot up to her forehead. Even Sirius was displaying an athleticism of which she'd been unaware. Phileas bounced on his toes while Remus calmly meditated in the corner. Harry turned to his dad, "No quarter." The serious expression on James's face caused Hestia to blanch. Prong's reply of, "No quarter," nearly caused her to stand and demand a bloody explanation. Bewildered, she refocused on Remus. Watching the lycanthrope, she realized that he was focusing his inner strength. Having done a little reading about werewolves, she'd been surprised to read that most lycans were magically stronger than the average witch or wizard, but were unable to focus this advantage in a meaningful manner. True, much of that was due to their general lack of formal schooling, but even more so, the afflicted witch or wizard experienced what the foremost researchers in the field called magical storms. The curse magically raged throughout the lycan's magical core, disrupting the path of their power that could be channeled at a given moment. Remus, meditation was the natural reaction to this handicap. Woe betides his opponent. Turning to the side, she regarded Harry and Hermione. Watching the two lithe teens, she realized they were unconventionally beautiful. Hermione had strong facial structures that weren't easy to appreciate individually. However, all her features complemented so that she was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Harry had an inner light that seemed to illuminate his strong jaw and narrow face. He still wore the ugly glasses seemingly out of habit rather than preference. Surely, James and Lily could afford glasses that are more stylish even if he was unable to use the corrective potion yet. Its expense would be negligible to the family. The settling at her side brought Hestia back to her surroundings. Poppy Pomfrey sat next to her on the bench conjured for the occasion. With a bang, she dropped her oversized bag on the ground. Responding to Hestia's unspoken question, the irascible nurse told with this group, it pays to be ready. She nodded toward the group, they're beginning. Gentlemen of the committee, it has been proposed by the Honorable Mr. Malfoy to add this addendum to the resubmission of the DMLE budget. Stephen Aldershanks groaned to himself. Here we go again. Sure enough, this time it was a bill that would make it legal for wizards and witches to kill any muggle should they feel threatened by said muggle. The vote was swift, 3-2 to add with one member not present. Aldershanks wondered if Richard Macmillan had been encouraged to be ill for this meeting. Phileas had elected to be the referee of the melee. Originally, he was to be a combatant, but thought that 5-2 odds were a bit much, even for Harry and Hermione. Instead, he would join the fight only when the odds were evens. Until then, he was the referee and observer. Truth be told, he hadn't been this excited for a duel in many years. Sometimes duels are like eating dinner from fine china. Cultured, refined and proper. They can be extravagant or simple, but always polished. Other times, they can be brawls with the metaphorical bottle being broken and wielded as a makeshift knife. This fight portended to be a mix of both. Harry and Hermione were prodigies, Hermione far more than Harry in the academic sense. In raw magical terms, while Hermione was more powerful than any other in the castle save possibly Albus, Harry was a god made human. Poseidon, Zeus, Hades and Ares would have been good company for the young man given his magical capacity. In time, Phileas was sure Harry could confidently face Voldemort should it become necessary. James, Lily, Sirius and Remus were a well-oiled machine. Despite the years apart or suspended in time, they still worked well together. Individually, they were formidable, but together, they were a fighting force that had caused the Death Eaters to tremble. Harry and Hermione would not steamroll the older generation with their power, they'd have to work to win. For that matter, so too would the older foursome. Glancing about, he saw the combatants arrayed in the predetermined formation. A rough circle with the foursome to the east and the teens to the west. All six had their backs to the opposition. With more than a hint of eagerness, Phileas asked in a loud voice, "Are all present ready to begin in accordance with the ancient laws of dueling?" His experience lent the query gravity and force. Aye. Each of the combatants raised their wand as they responded, committing themselves to the rules, which only limited them to any spell save the unforgivables. Given the relationships involved, here, Phileas didn't expect too much damage to be inflicted. Giving one last glance, he noticed Harry's expression along with Lily's. Reconsidering, he thought there might be quite a bit of damage. Begin. Harry gritted his teeth as Madame Pomfrey reset his arm. Sirius had clipped him with a bone breaker halfway through the duel. Adrenaline and concentration had overridden the pain somewhat. Once the duel ended, though, it hurt like Billy O. He gave worse than he got, though. Sirius had already downed 2 blood-replenishing potions. When Flitwick called, "Begin," the room exploded. Literally. Per their plan, Harry and Hermione both rolled away from the other in order to get moving. Being outnumbered so greatly, they realized that they would have to be violence in motion to succeed. At the same time, their spellfire had to be mutually supporting else they get cornered and picked off one at a time. It was James who started the party. Without turning, he cast the Aeolus Curse. A tricky spell to cast, it created a whirlwind of steam that flooded the room. By concentrating, the wizard controlled the steam so that it would swarm the target of the spell. The drawback was that the caster had to focus completely on the spell, which usually made them immobile. Scalding steam surrounded the teens, blinding and distracting them. Rolling while pursued by the vaporous opponent, Harry growled in frustration. Jumping to his feet, he found Sirius right in front of him. Reflexively lashing out, he cold-cocked his godfather with his left hand. His right hand snap cast a reductor in the direction of his father. Impacting at James's feet, the spell scattered stone chips into the man's face. It was sufficient distraction to end the curse. As James panted to regain his breath after the taxing spell, Harry moved again. Lily and Hermione were at it hammer and tongs. Shield. Piercing charm. Reductor, reductor. Fléchette spell. Bone breaker. Advanced shield. Both women were moving like SS. Darting left and right, shielding when necessary. Neither realized that their lips were curled back in a snarl. A surprise blinding charm by Hermione followed by the simple binding charm left Lily immobile. Remus woke Sirius, casting a quick healing charm to repair the man's broken jaw before turning. There was Harry, his eyes glowing blue with magic. Remus didn't even have a chance to raise a shield before he was hit by Harry's unnamed spell that created a concussive wave of force. Like a tsunami, the raw energy rolled across the room, tossing Remus from his feet into the wall. The skull fracture and broken collarbone rendered him ineffective for the rest of the fight. Sirius had dived out of the way, rolling behind a conjured boulder that took the brunt of the force of Harry's spell. Popping up, he grunted the incantation of the fire whip. Lashing out, he caught Harry about the ankles with the spell. When his godson screamed as his feet burned, Sirius jerked hard. Harry fell to his back, the motion freeing him from the whip. Padfoot didn't see her spell coming. Hermione's banishing charm flung him across the room like a bit of litter. He thought he saw the smartest witch of the age rushing to stand over Harry, but wasn't sure. The impact of his head on the oak door left him insensible for a bit. Hermione heard a skittering on the stone behind her. Turning, she nearly screamed. A half-dozen transfigured gorgons were slithering across the floor. Prongs was back in the fight, attacking with his strength. As black talons at the end of green-scaled arms reached for her and Harry, Hermione shrieked the elemental spell. Infernalis. The conjured monsters of old were vaporized in the resultant fury of fire. She began to turn back when the newly freed Lily took her down with a simple stunning spell to the back. It was a friendly duel after all. Right. In the corner, Phileas became worried. Harry was staring at his intended as she fell. The moment couldn't have even been a full second, but it seemed to be an eternity. The situation that he'd feared for so long had come. Hermione had been hurt in front of Harry. Tightening the grip on his wand, he readied the bubble head charm for himself. Should things go sideways, it was his intention to cast the vacuum spell, which would instantaneously remove all air from a room. The bubble head charm would allow him to disarm the combatants in safety before restoring atmosphere to the room and reviving them. It was an effective endgame maneuver. Hopefully. Based on the expression emerging on the boy who lived's face, he might need that spell soon. Before Harry could move or even look up, the now rejuvenated Sirius clipped Harry on the left arm with a bone-breaking hex, fracturing the limb just above the elbow. It also broke the chain of events for the approaching apocalypse. Harry didn't look, he raised his wand as he cast the piercing charm 10 times in rapid succession. He and Hermione had practiced this over the preceding months. The piercing charm required no wand movement and was an excellent choice to put maximum magic into a spell in order to bring down an opponent's shield. In this case, it turned Sirius into a pincushion. 4 holes in his arms followed by 6 in his legs had Madame Pomfrey summoning the man to her side so she could keep him from bleeding out. A wave of the hand on his injured arm caused a grimace of pain but also woke Hermione. Without greeting, she shot to her feet. Back to back, they faced James and Lily. Behind the shield, Hestia was torn between concern for Sirius and absolute shock at the magical display in front of her. Still watching, Phileas seriously considered stopping the duel. James and Lily would never give in, neither would Harry and Hermione. Someone could die given the way things had progressed. Before the diminutive dueling master could speak, Harry lashed out, casting the ice spear hex. Lily dove to her left avoiding the 5-foot-long lance, only to be swept along by Harry's follow-up wave of water. Sputtering, she transfigured the floor on which Harry was standing into quicksand. As he began to sink, Harry conjured a swarm of bees that attacked his mother. Looking up, he conjured a rope ladder that was attached to the ceiling so he could climb out of the muck. Hermione smiled a little grin that nearly caused James to whimper, and he'd faced Voldemort 3 times. Her harsh, guttural incantation was unfamiliar to Prongs, but the effect was astounding. Immediately, he was overwhelmed with the most horrifying experiences of his life. He heard Voldemort's cackles of glee as he banished them to the ether. "After you are shown your son's grave," he taunted again and again. Weeping uncontrollably at his parents' graves. The time Lily had been wounded by that savage Mulciber and he feared for her life. When Remus had attempted suicide during 4th year and James had found him in the dormitory. Hermione turned away from James. The Dementor hex only lasted for 10 seconds, but she figured he'd be incapacitated with the emotional aftereffects of the spell for the rest of the duel. She'd been reluctant to use it against family, but the duel was quickly approaching deadly for the remaining combatants and this spell seemed to be a non-lethal means of ending the encounter. Harry and Lily were fully involved. He knew that he'd never best her with charms, so he was attacking with transfiguration and power spells. Surrounding Lily was a veritable deadly menagerie. 2 lions, a tiger and 3 bears were hammering at her shield while Harry was chaining reductors, piercing charms and bone-breaking hexes. Lily's shield flared repeatedly before failing. She fell to her knees as Phileas' magically amplified voice shouted, "Call off." Unceremoniously, Hermione fell to the floor, bruising her bottom in the process. Exhausted and in considerable pain, she stared about the room. Sirius was sitting up, gazing about stupidly. James was weeping on the floor. Lily and Remus were both unconscious. Holding her hand up to swipe a bit of hair out of her eyes, Hermione realized her left hand had been pulverized. Must have been one of Lily's reductors, she mused to herself. The pain flooding her brain made her nearly pass out. Hearing Harry grunt in discomfort, she saw Madame Pomfrey setting his obviously broken arm. Shoving a goblet in his hand, she commanded, "Drink that and then put the burn balm on your legs. Use your good hand, mind." The nurse scuttled to Hermione. With her usually brusque tenderness, she quickly examined Hermione's wound. Clucking her tongue, she reached into her bag. Turning back, she thrust a potion vial in Hermione's uninjured palm. "Hold this." A wave of Pomfrey's wand caused Hermione's injured hand to fall limp and boneless. Fortunately, this also took away the pain. Hermione couldn't even comment before the vial was wrenched from her hand. Dumping the contents in another conjured goblet, the nurse added a bit of water. "Drink," she commanded before moving over to James. The odor emanating from the goblet forcibly reminded Hermione of a garbage pit on a 30-degree day, rank and disgusting. Given the state of her left hand, she couldn't even pinch her nose as she drank off the repulsive brew, so she ate in a deep breath before downing it in one go. It was so revolting she nearly vomited it right back up. Shuddering, she watched Harry shuffle over to her, the legs of his trousers rolled up and the skin on his legs shiny with the burn balm. As the sharp pains began in her hand, he wrapped his good arm about her. The steam still puffing from Lily's ears, she flopped down across from them, James shambling behind her. As she leaned back into her husband, Lily regarded the teens. Hermione stared back unflinchingly. There was no hostility in the exchange, merely both women seeing the other pair in an entirely new light. Sirius was helped to the circle by Hestia while Pomfrey finished up with Remus. Moments later, he sat in the circle as Flitwick and Pomfrey quickly vacated the room. There was no aggression or recrimination in any faces. This duel was necessary for all. Finally, Hestia spoke. In a calm voice that hinted at her extreme frustration and even fear, she began, "There is something extraordinary going on here. I don't know what it is, but I believe I deserve to know. I've been very patient, enduring the long silences when I enter a room as it's obvious that the topic is being forcibly changed. I'm going to be part of this family very soon, and part of family is trust." Hermione looked away when Hestia looked at each of them in turn. The witch was right and Hermione couldn't deny it. She felt more than a hint of shame at their exclusion of Hestia. Ignoring her had been the easy path, so no one challenged the status quo. Her brown eyes boring into them, Hestia finally told them, "If you don't trust me, I don't know if I can be a part of this family. You all nearly killed each other here today and it was about this secret. If it's so important that you could hurt your family, I think I deserve to know what I'm signing up for before it happens." From next to her, Sirius' eyes bored into James's. Hermione felt Harry sigh. "You're right," he observed. Looking over at James, she saw him cock his eyebrow at his son as if to say, "You sure?" Harry's nod was enough. James took a minute to compose his thoughts before he began. Hermione turned to the who sat half in Sirius' arms. She was right, Hestia did deserve to know what was going on with them all. Patience only lasted so long and Hermione was surprised it had lasted this long. Before Harry was born, a prophecy was made, James began. With gravity. It took 10 minutes of him talking with no interruptions by anyone to explain everything. Hestia listened attentively, her gaze concentrated on James. Sirius sat next to her, his head down and his arm about her. Remus lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling, his expression sober and attentive. Lily fidgeted with the sleeve of her robes, becoming more agitated as the story advanced. Harry was silent, watching his father while Hermione closed her eyes, soaking in the moment. At the end of James's story, the now fully in the know witch turned to Harry. "Before this morning, I would probably have said something along the lines of, 'You poor dear,' or the like. Pity and regret for your burden, I suppose. After seeing this, she waved her hand to the room, indicating the duel just passed. I can't help but feel confident. I'm far from a soldier, but I know what I saw. I saw you too, she pointed to the teens, crush 4 very advanced sorcerers in relatively short order. Behind her, Harry nodded soberly, pulling Hermione deeper into his embrace. But why all this? Hestia asked with a wondering tone. We had to know, James replied. Know what? The befuddled witch asked. We had to know that Harry can handle himself. Turning to his son, he added, and he had to know that we could all take care of ourselves. Harry nodded his agreement with a slow movement. I believe you now. And I you, James replied. Slowly, he stood, helping Lily to her feet as he did. A bit gingerly, he turned to leave before he paused. We're going to bed. Consider today a day off from lessons and tomorrow as well. Go to Hogsmeade on a date or something. But it's midweek, Hermione objected without consideration. Immediately she realized how ridiculous she sounded. The blush in her cheeks caused the others to laugh. Don't ever change, my love, her boyfriend whispered in her ear from behind. She felt him rise. Looking up, Harry was holding out his unhurt hand to her. Let's get a nap in, Bone tired, she nodded her head. Together. I need your arms around me. I'd like nothing better, he agreed as they joined the crowd moving to the door. Sirius led his fiancée back to their rooms. He nodded to the Potters and Hermione as they disappeared into James and Lily's suite. Holding the door open for Hestia, he waited. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. Why didn't you tell me? Did James forbid it? Mutely, he nodded. Her eyes bored into his, measuring and evaluating. Finally, she announced, this is the last time. No more secrets ever. Silent, Sirius mused. On the surface, the statement appeared to be perfectly agreeable. 10 years ago, he would have immediately agreed to her demand. Now, though, he was a bit older, a bit wiser and a very little bit more mature. If it's my secret to share, I will. If it's not, I'll tell you whose secret it is that I can't tell. He could see that he shocked her a bit with his statement. Her training kicked in, so she mused on his counter-proposal. That's fair, she announced. Her face softening, the stridency left her tone as she asked, do you understand why I'm a bit upset? Moving to her, Sirius took her in his arms. Sing the top of her head, he told her, I completely understand. You know I tore into James when he told me I couldn't tell you, right? He told me to, and I quote, stop being such a bloody drama queen. It's Harry's story to tell, so stop your bloody whinging. Sirius' face twisted in outrage. I am not a drama queen, nor do I whinge. She stared at him, her face expressionless. Still he held on. Timing was everything. Finally, her lips twitched upward as she began to chuckle. Shaking her head, Hestia melted against him. What am I doing marrying you? She mumbled against his. Not replying, he was glad his gambit paid off. Of course, Hestia had every right to be peeved, but at the same time, it wasn't his story to tell, it had been Harry's story. With everything that had happened to the lad, it was vital that the family treat him with respect, and this was part of it. He could tell that her vitriol was ebbing away, as was her resentment. It'd be fine in the end. Hogsmeade was completely empty of students. They bumped into Professor McGonagall as she left the stationer's, arms full of packages. She gave Harry and Hermione a friendly nod but continued on her way without stopping. With her arm in his, he should have been happy. Chattering about the new book she'd just purchased, she gushed about the topic. Her cheeks were rosy and her eyes bright. Usually, Harry delighted in her happiness, yet, Harry was feeling hollow. Walking down the empty high street of the magical village, Harry couldn't help but superimpose his worst fears on the empty landscape. A heap of corpses in front of Scriven shafts. Zonkos aflame, the screams of the trapped reverberated in the roar of the fires. Dementors clustered about the 3 broomsticks waiting for the trapped to attempt to flee. The shiver that clattered down his spine wasn't due to the spring wind. He didn't notice that she'd stopped talking. In his mind's eye, he saw the happy harpy inn explode. Beyond it, the Hog's Head imploded. The inhabitants of the village were crucified, one after the other alongside the road. Hermione grabbed his face, turning it to her. He'd not even been aware that he'd been weeping. Her expression was near panicked. What is it? What? Tell me. When he comes, he'll destroy all of this, he croaked through his visions. Slowly, comprehension began to dawn in her eyes. The panic slowly melted to understanding that then became something else. Something fierce and unyielding. Her lips thin, face drawn and eyes narrowed, she leaned into him. "We will beat him." As if the sirocco were blowing, Harry's vision of the future that could be blew away like so much smoke. "You must not succumb to the terror, my love," she whispered with a fierceness he'd never heard from her. "Never surrender." "Never," he echoed. Just like earlier in the day, he had doubted. This time he'd been able to see what could be. A few weeks before, he'd been able to see Cibola, the golden city that was far more than just a city, and give hope to the legislators who were embattled with Voldemort's minions. Today, however, he was able to see the opposite possibility. It didn't seem to be any in-between solution. Neither Voldemort nor Harry would accept any other solution. Neither would accept any other world. Choice. Was there truly choice for him in this conflict, this opposition with the wizard-born Tom Riddle? Voldemort was returning, of that, there was no doubt. He was laying the groundwork for something big with the diplomatic moves he was making. Not content to slither back into the night, the Dark Warlock was making his moves now, so that when he was returned to his corporeal form, he would be unstoppable. But what was the Dark Lord doing? What could Harry do to stop his vision from being realized? What choices did Harry need to make? How could he avert the Armageddon that he saw this day? What did he need to do? Shaking his head, Harry tried to ward off the visions that attempted to cling to his consciousness. His dad. He needed to talk to his dad. James would know what to do. Turning to Hermione, his unspoken plea was evident. After placing a soft kiss on his lips, she told him, "We can finish this later. Let's find your parents." Lily was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. At her side, James was sound asleep. Despite escaping the melee physically unhurt, the Dementor spell Hermione cast on him really sapped his strength. He'd tottered into their rooms, stripped his clothes off as he walked before collapsing on the bed. With a smile, Lily had pushed him into place before taking her place at his side. Unfortunately, sleep wouldn't come. Physically and magically she was exhausted. The endgame match between her and Harry had drained her significantly. Come to think of it, so too did the engagement with Hermione. However, right now she was being held awake by a thought that was unbidden and unrelenting. Despite evidence to the contrary, she didn't think that Harry was ready to face Voldemort. She and James were two of three people in the castle who'd fought Voldemort, so she was well acquainted with the capabilities and limitations of the Dark Lord. His main limitation was his ego. Other than that, the only reason she and James had survived, not defeated, Voldemort so many times was because they'd encountered him in a 2-on-1 situation that allowed them to saturate his defenses so that they could make their escape. In the only straight-up encounter they'd had with the maniac, Voldemort had overpowered them with ease. If Harry were to face the Dark Lord today, he'd need support to kill the man. Most likely, he'd need Hermione and his parents at his side. Sirius and Remus would be able to keep the Death Eaters busy, but for Voldemort himself, it would most likely take the four of them to chop off his bloody head. Maybe. Knock knock. With a groan, Lily levered herself from the bed. James hadn't even responded to the noise, so Lily belted her dressing gown as she shuffled to the door. Poppy had pronounced her fit, but Lily still was sore. Opening the door, she was disturbed by what she saw. Harry and Hermione stood there, Harry's eyes haunted and Hermione's worried. The smartest witch of the age's eyes continuously flickered from Harry to Lily, conveying her distress for the dark-haired wizard. Frowning, she backed up and beckoned, "Come in. I'll wake your father." Through her tiredness, she was still afraid. Her son and his girlfriend were two of the bravest people she'd ever known, and for them to be this upset about something, it had to be bad. Deep down, she had a passing wonder at how much more she could take of all this. A bit more purpose in her stride, she hurried to the bedroom. "James, wake up," she cajoled as she shoved him on the shoulder. "Huh, was it? Get up, something's wrong with the kids." That woke him completely. As Lily moved to the boudoir to dress, James got out of bed. 3 minutes later, the 3 Potters and 1 Nearly Potter were crowded around a newly brewed pot of tea. As Lily poured for them, Harry explained about his vision of times that could come to pass. With each vivid description, Lily shuddered. It was her worst nightmares made flesh. Grateful she had the mundane task to occupy her and thus mute the full impact of Harry's vision, she handed the tea to all as Harry finished his recitation. Help me, Dad. Help me prevent this, Harry pleaded. Lily frowned. What the hell did he think they were doing? Playing cauldrons and candles. Fortunately, James picked up on Harry's intent. Leaning back on his chair, he sipped at the black tea. We saw last week that the battle isn't only to be fought only with wands and potions. Not only do we need to kill these bastards, but we need to beat them politically to achieve your Cibola. He nodded at the last. Lily had been a bit disturbed by Harry's pronouncement during the meeting with Sir Edward and Lord Salisbury. His definitive assertion of victory at first had seemed juvenile, but when she considered the tone and undercurrent of his voice when he made his statement, she was even further disturbed. There are various different types of seers. The most famous are those who are gifted visions of the future and are able to not only recognize what they are seeing but are able to interpret the events they see. The other famous type is the oracle, who is merely a mouthpiece for a greater power. Some call it fate, others God. Whatever was the motivating source, the oracle was a conduit for the prophecy from beyond. Harry seemed to fall into the more common and most often unrecognized category, where the witch or wizard's ability provided hunches and firm beliefs about future events. This would explain the shifting nature of Harry's belief of the future. The previous week, they were on the cusp of rolling back Voldemort's effort to subvert political Britain, so the hunch about the future and the instantiation of a Cibola was firm and strong. Now, the opposite hunch rode on Harry's mind. Something had changed. What's different? Lily asked aloud. James held up an unopened letter. Let's see if this sheds any insight. Breaking open the seal, he scanned the missive. Shaking his head, he told the others, this time it was Malfoy. He placed another addendum on the new DMLE budget. This one allows a witch or wizard to kill a muggle if they felt threatened. The room was quiet. All realized that there was more afoot than a pureblood bigot attempting to slide through a revolting piece of legislation. This had to be what had changed Harry's barometer of the future. But why? Lily asked aloud. They'd all asked the same question the previous week. I don't think it has anything to do with the specifics of the addendum, Hermione ventured. When James frowned at her, she quickly added, of course, the addendum can't stand, but I don't think this, she looked concernedly at her boyfriend, change has anything to do with the addendum per se. More, I think it's about the machinations that drove the addendum. Lily couldn't help but smile. This girl was good. I agree, she told Hermione as she gave the young woman a reassuring smile. In a flat, emotionless tone, Harry asked, we're not going to find out what's going on until the trap is sprung, are we? There was silence in the room. James sipped his tea before replying, that's most likely. Once again, Lily felt that she and her family were being held hostage by Voldemort. 13 years before, they'd run from the man in order to protect their son. Voldemort knew about the prophecy. How did Voldemort know the prophecy, and how did Albus know that the Dark Lord knew? The question sprang into her mind full force, as if a dam had failed, allowing the water to run free. Shaking aside the why, she thought further about the questions. How did Voldemort know the prophecy? How did Albus know that Voldemort knew? It's not important now, she told herself. Or is it? Shoving aside the question, she looked up to see James, Harry and Hermione watching her while wearing expectant expressions. What? You were muttering, my love, James chided softly. Oh, she replied as her face colored. She hated when she muttered to herself. When none of her family showed any hint of letting her off the hook, Lily told them, I was just chasing a hare about the prophecy. Harry's brow furrowed, and, shrugging, Lily topped her tea, I was wondering how Voldemort found about the prophecy and how Albus knew that he knew. Scrunching her face, she added, if you follow. Hermione's expression was stunned. Good Lord, she whispered. The others were immediately stricken. With more than an intimation of fear, Lily asked, what? No, it can't be, Hermione murmured as she stared off into space. What, Hermione? Harry asked impatiently. Could the headmaster have either told him or allowed him to be told? She asked in a near whisper. It seemed that she wanted to deny any truth in her statement by quietly voicing it. Lily shook her head slowly. She'd completely lost faith in Albus Dumbledore since they returned to the time stream, but this was horrible. No, it was treason. Does it matter? Harry asked, his voice dead. I don't know. Maybe, Hermione replied. I dislike Albus Dumbledore more than any other non-Death Eater I've ever known, but I don't think he's in bed with the Dark Lord. Lily turned to her husband, weighing his words. Hoping he was right as opposed to believing he was right, she nodded. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.